Transcribers note. Italic text is denoted by underscores. Footnote anchors are denoted by, and the footnotes have been placed at the end of the book. A superscript is denoted by, for example, Y3. Basic fractions are displayed as a half, 1/3, a quarter, etc. Other fractions are shown in the form ABC, for example 16, 9, 10, or 9, 16. The tables in this book are best viewed using a monospace font. Some minor changes to the text are noted at the end of the book. Illustration: The Battle of Trafalgar, October 21, 1805, from a drawing by J.O. Davidson. Modern Ships of War. By Sir Edward J. Reed, MP. Late Chief Constructor of the British Navy. And Edward Simpson, Rear Admiral USN, late President U.S. Naval Advisory Board. With supplementary chapters and notes by J.D. Gerald Kelly, Lieutenant USN, author of The Question of Ships, Armored Vessels, etc. Illustrated. New York Harper & Brothers, Franklin Square. Copyright 1887 by Harper & Brothers. All rights reserved. Preface. After many years of neglect, the people of this country have awakened to the necessity of creating a modern fleet. Proud as they were of the Navy's achievements in the past, they failed for a long time to exhibit any interest in its present or future, and met all claims for its reestablishment by a denial of its usefulness, or by a lazy optimism of indifference which smilingly put the question by. Indeed, at one time, the popular solicitude disappeared completely, and outside of the service there was manifested neither an alarm at its degeneracy nor an appreciation of the dangers this made possible. With an apathy inexplicable upon any rational grounds, the notes of warning sounded by experts were unheeded, and the lawmakers contented themselves by pinning their faith to what they called the creative possibilities of American genius. They accepted this fallacy as a fact, they made this phrase a fetish, and with a fatuous hope believed it could, by some occult inspiration, in the event of sudden, sharp, and short war, save them from the fighting machines which 20 years of tireless experiment had perfected abroad. In the end, by a neatly balanced policy of pride and folly, the Navy was exhausted almost to dissolution. Then Congress lazily bestirred itself to action, and prescribed as a remedy 3 unarmored cruisers and a dispatch boat. Heroic treatment, not homeopathy, was needed. But, thanks to a naturally vigorous constitution, the bolus sufficed to lift the patient out of the throes and to encourage him into a languid convalescence. Luckily, the vessels became a party question, and their historic tribulations did so much towards educating the nation that a public sentiment was aroused which made a modern navy possible. It must be confessed, however, that the demand even yet is not so vociferous as to dominate all other issues, though there is apparent everywhere a quickening desire for the country to take, if not the first, at least a respectable, place among the great maritime powers. With these new ideas came a desire for information which could not be satisfied, because, curiously enough, the popular literature of the subject is meager, or rather it is unavailable. There are treatises in plenty which soar beyond the skies of any but experts. There are handy manuals wherein the Navy, like the banjo, is made easy in 10 lessons. But between these extremes, nothing exists which is accurate, and at the same time free from those dismal figures and dry-as-dust facts that are so apt to discourage a reader at the outset. To meet this want, which was one by no means long felt, these articles were originally published in Harper's Magazine, and with a success that seemed to justify their collection in a more available, if not a more permanent, form. It may be said now that no changes of any moment have been made in the text, that the notes attempt only to bring down the data to the latest date, and that the appendices are needful additions which the limited space of a monthly publication necessarily forbade. The reader who has not followed the progress of naval war construction will undoubtedly find many surprises, both in achievement and promise, which may be difficult to understand. Yet it is hoped that the non-technical manner in which Sir Edward Reed and Rear Admiral Simpson have written will do much to make plain this important national question. Both these gentlemen are authorities of the first rank, both are luminous writers, and each in his own country and own sphere has had an important influence upon warship design and armament. To those who read within the lines, there awaits a mortifying realization of our inferiority. For during all the years that this country, masterful beyond compare in other material struggles, was so successfully neglecting its navy, foreign designers were achieving triumphs which are marvelous. With this knowledge, there is sure to come a high appreciation of the intelligence exercised, for the evolution of the battleship has been so rapid, and the resultant type has so little in common with the wooden vessel of our war, that those who have solved the problems have practically created a new science. Contents. Page Introductory Chapter. The British Navy Notes. The French Navy Notes. The Italian, Russian, German, Austrian, and Turkish navies notes Italy, Russia, Spain, Austria. The United States Navy Notes. United States Naval Artillery notes guns, machine, and rapid-fire guns. Ships of the minor navies. Appendix I. Submarine warfare. The practicability of submarine navigation was established by the Dutch over 250 years ago. Then, as now, its underlying idea, its claim for recognition, was the advantages the system gave in marine warfare. Nor is its battle value overestimated, for such a boat, if successful, exercises an influence that is great in material uses, that is enormous in moral effects. Its development has been slow, for though the problem was solved long ago, no practical results were attained until within the last 30 years. During the late war, submarine boats were for the first time employed with such sufficient success that the great maritime powers have considered the type to have an importance which justified investigation. They reached this conclusion because no plan of defense exists which could defy the operations of a weapon that attacks not only matter, but mind. There is no danger which sailors will not face, because their environments are always perilous, and their traditions are rich with glorious records of seeming impossibilities overcome by pluck and dash. They are willing always, even against the heaviest odds, to accept any fighting chance. They know that the unexpected is sure to happen. The spirit that made Farragut take the lead of his disorganized line in Mobile Bay still lives. His clarion call of "Damn the torpedoes, follow me," is a sea instinct born of brine and gale which never dies. Whatever coast fighting or port blockading may demand, sea battles are unchanged. History teaches that ships always closed for action, and that vessels fighting each other from beyond the circling horizons or hull down with long-range guns are the dreams of shore inventors. Guns and ships have changed, but men and the sea are changeless. The fighting distance of today is not much greater than it was in Nelson's or in Perry's time. And the next naval war will surely prove that battle will be nearly as close as in Benbow's age, when the gallant tars combed innocuous 4-pound shots out of their pigtails and battered each other within biscuit-throwing distance with deftly shied chalking coins. It is fortunate, in the interest of good, square fighting, that the operative sphere of submarine boats is limited to coast work. Fortunate, because while the bravery and the grit are the same, the threatening of a danger which cannot be squarely met is apt to benumb the heart of the stoutest. A sailor hates to run. He does not care to fight another day when the chance of the present is open before him. But of what avail are the highest courage and skill against a dull, venomous dog of an enemy who crawls in the darkness out of the deeps, and, silently attaching a mine or torpedo, leaves his impotent foe to sure destruction? Submarine mines may be countermined, when necessary, defied. Guns may be silenced, and torpedo boats so riddled by rapid-fire guns that they will be disabled beyond the radius of their effective action. Automatic torpedoes may be checked by netting or by the prompt maneuverings of the attacked vessel. Ship may always fight ship. But what is the chance for brain or brawn against a successful submarine boat, when the mere suspicion of its presence is enough in itself to break down the blithest, bravest heart of oak? It is here that their moral effects are enormous. The history of their development may be briefly told. In 1624, Cornelius van Drebbel, a Hollander, made some curious experiments under the Thames. His diving boat was propelled by 12 pairs of oars and carried a dozen persons, among them King James I in 1771 Bushnell, of Connecticut, constructed a boat which Washington described in a letter to Jefferson as being a machine so contrived as to carry the inventor under water at any depth he chose. and for a considerable time and distance with an appendage charged with powder, which he could fasten to a ship, and give fire to it in time sufficient for his returning, and by means thereof destroy it. Fulton borrowed Bushnell's idea, and in 1801 experimented successfully with it in the Seine. He descended under water, remained for 20 minutes, and after having gone a considerable distance, emerged. In 1851, a shoemaker named Phillips launched in Lake Michigan a cigar-shaped boat 40 feet long and 4 feet in its greatest diameter. This was his first attempt, but in the course of a few years, he so far perfected his arrangements for purifying the air that on one occasion he took his wife and children and spent a whole day in exploring the bottom of the lake. In the history of these boats, as told in the report of the Board on Fortifications, Phillips afterwards descended in Lake Erie, near Buffalo, and never reappeared. Many other attempts were made, the most successful being that of a Russian mechanic, who in 1855 built a diving boat which was under such perfect control that he could remain submerged for 8 hours. The boat which sank the Housatonic was a remarkable submarine vessel. It was about 35 feet long, built of boiler iron, and had a crew of 9 men, of whom 8 worked the propeller by hand, while the 9th steered and governed the boat. She could be submerged to any desired depth or could be propelled on the surface. After various mishaps, she went out of Charleston Harbor, attacked and sank the United States steamer Housatonic, then on blockade duty. As she never returned, it is supposed that the reflex action of the torpedo destroyed her. In the report quoted above, the results already attained in submarine navigation are thus summarized by Captain McGuire, USA. 1 submarine boats have been built in which several persons have descended, with safety, for a great distance below the surface of the water. 2 submarine boats have been propelled on and under the surface in all directions. 3. The problem of supplying the necessary amount of respirable air for a crew of several persons for a number of hours has been solved. 4. Steam, compressed air, and electricity have been used as the motive power. 5. The incandescent electric light has been used for illuminating the interior of submarine boats. 6. Seeing apparatus have been made by which the pilot, while underwater, may scan the horizon in all directions. 7. A vessel has been in time of war destroyed by a submarine boat. The latter, it is true, was also sunk, but it was for reasons that are no longer in force. As yet no perfectly successful boat of this type has been tried in any naval war, but there is no question that they will be used at the very first opportunity. Compared with a surface boat, the submarine has the following advantages. 1. It does not need so much speed. The surface boat demands this quality so as to get quickly within striking range of its torpedo, and then to escape speedily out of range of machine guns, etc. 2. Its submersion in the presence of the enemy prevents the engines being heard. 3. There is no smoke nor glare from the fires to cause its detection. 4. The boat and crew, being underwater, are protected from the fire of machine guns and rifles. 5. It is enabled to approach the enemy near enough to make effective even an uncontrollable fish torpedo. 6. It can be used with safety as a reconnoitering or dispatch boat. 7. It can examine the faults in the lines of submarine mines and replace mines exploded in action. Abroad, the Nordenfeldt boat has awakened the most interest, and here the American Submarine Monitor holds the first place. The form of the Nordenfeldt boat is that of a cigar or of an elongated cylinder tapering away to a fine point at each end. The outer case, built of stout steel, is calculated in its construction to resist such a pressure as would enable the boat to descend even beyond a depth of 50 feet, although that is set as the maximum for its diving operations. The cigar shape does not at first sight commend itself, even in the eyes of nautical men, on account of its supposed tendency towards a rolling motion. The experience, however, gained with the boat exhibited for the benefit of naval experts at Karlskrona in September 1885 has shown that very good seagoing qualities can be developed in a craft built upon such lines. For this small vessel has weathered more than 1 gale in the Baltic, to say nothing of the severe storm it encountered at the entrance to the Kattegat when proceeding from Gothenburg to Copenhagen for the experimental trials. This quality results from the fact that each end of the boat forms a tank, which is filled with water. And as there is no extra buoyancy in those directions, and consequently no tendency to lift at those parts, as with an ordinary vessel in a seaway, the vessel rises and falls bodily instead of pitching. It has been found that by going at a moderate speed and taking the seas a point or so on the bows, the boat makes very good weather, as the waves, breaking on the snout, sweep over the forepart and expend their force before any portion of them can reach the central section. Steam, which is employed as motive power, is perfectly trustworthy as an agent. There is nothing about its action, or the appliances connected with it, that is beyond the grasp of an ordinary engineer, whereas such can hardly be said as yet in respect either to electricity or the other agencies by which inventors have sought to obtain motion. The difficulty, however, has always been how to retain steam pressure for any great length of time without carrying on combustion. This in the Nordenfeldt boat is secured in the following ingenious manner. A large reservoir or hot water cistern, marked Q in the plate, is placed in the forepart of the boat, in communication with the boiler. The steam from the latter passes through a number of tubes in the reservoir N, thus raising the temperature of its contents until the pressure stands at the same degree in both. While the boat is at the surface, the maximum pressure once attained, as long as combustion is carried on, supplies quite enough steam both for driving the engines at full speed and for maintaining the contents of the cistern in the proper superheated condition. When the boat is submerged and the furnace doors are closed, combustion ceases, and the steam given off by the hot water in the boiler and cistern is sufficient to keep the engines going for several hours. Submersion to the various depths required is secured by the motion of the vertically acting screws, SS, driven by small three-cylinder engines. The boat is so ballasted as always to have spare buoyancy, and while a few revolutions of the screws will send her under water, the rest of their motion is all that is required to bring her to the surface again. In this arrangement, as even the non-technical reader will readily understand, there is a great element of safety, the rising motion being entirely independent of any machinery which might refuse to act at the required moment. Another advantage is also gained in the ease with which the horizontal position is maintained by regulating the speed of the screws. To assist in keeping this position, there is a horizontal rudder or fin, R, at the bows, which, by a very ingenious arrangement of a plumb weight with other mechanism in connection with the steering tower, works both automatically and by hand. The torpedoes are carried on the outside of the boat. As shown at F, they are Schwarzkopf or Whitehead, as the case may be, and are released by electrical action under the control of the captain. Standing on the platform at PC is a cupola of stout glass by which a view is obtained occasionally when the boat is running submerged. Construction details. The following are the dimensions of the Turkish boat: length 100 feet, beam 12 feet, displacement 150 tons, speed 12 knots, and coal endurance sufficient for traveling 900 miles. The engines E are of the ordinary inverted compound surface condensing type, with 2 cylinders, and with 100-pound pressure indicate 250 horsepower. The circulating and air pumps being actuated by a separate cylinder, the main engine is left free to work or not, while a vacuum is always maintained to assist the various other engines with which the boat is fitted. In this respect, it should be mentioned that all the engines are specially designed with such valve arrangements as will make the utmost use of the vacuum, it having been found that while the boat is running beneath the surface, as much power can be developed below the atmospheric line as above it. The boiler, B, is of the ordinary marine return tube type, with 2 furnaces, and the heating surface is about 750 square feet. The tanks at each end of the boat contain about 15 tons each, and there is a third of 7 tons capacity at the bottom of the central compartment for regulating buoyancy. The coal is stored around the hot water cistern as well as at the sides of the boiler and over the central ballast tank. 3 men and the captain can efficiently work this boat, although she may carry a crew of 7, who could remain in her for over 7 hours beneath the water without experiencing any difficulty in respiration. No attempt is made as in some systems to purify the atmosphere by chemical means, as it is said to be quite unnecessary. The practical management. The boat is operated in the following manner. Steam having been raised to the required pressure, the funnel is lowered, and water is let into the ballast tanks to bring the craft down to the proper trim for action. In this condition, the screws, SS, are sufficiently underwater to obtain the requisite thrust. The boat may still proceed at the surface for some time if the enemy be distant, but the conning tower should be closed, and the cupola hatch and the furnace doors shut before there is any chance of discovery. The vertically acting screws being started, the boat is then submerged to the cupola and continues approaching until, according to circumstances, it becomes prudent to disappear entirely. The direction is taken at the last moment and maintained by compass until within striking distance, when a torpedo is released, and the boat immediately turns in another direction. In May of this year, there was launched at Barrow a Nordenfeldt boat 110 feet in length and 13 feet in diameter. The engines are capable of developing good power, and a speed of 12 knots on the surface was realized. The boat was tried on the Bosporus during July under government supervision, and as these were satisfactory, it seems likely that a number of similar vessels will be built next year for the Ottoman Navy. The original submarine monitor Peacemaker is well known through its trials on the Hudson River in 1886. But since then, so many improvements have been made in the direction of increased efficiency that it is confidently expected the boat just designed will surpass its former successes. It must be understood in the beginning that its essential principle remains the same, all the important improvements being the outgrowth of the experience gained in previous experiments. Broadly defined, the new craft has a midship section, which through its high center of buoyancy and low center of gravity gives great stability of form. Or, to make it plain to the non-technical reader, it differs from the ordinary cigar and tortoise-shaped boat in being more nearly like the section of a pear, the apex of which forms the keel. Its longitudinal section is not unlike the form generally used, though the lines are such as have been found to give the form of least resistance and the highest speed. It is built of steel, with frames and spacings sufficient to stand the pressure of the lowest depth to which the boat is or can be expected to go. The old dimensions were length 30 feet, depth 7 feet, and beam 8 feet. In order to obtain increased speed, the present vessel will be 50 feet in length, 8 feet in beam, and 8 feet in depth, with a displacement of from 35 to 40 tons, or an amount sufficient to carry the weights of the interchangeable boiler of the 60-horsepower engine, and of the provisions and fuel necessary for a surface cruise of 1 week, and, when necessary, for a constantly submerged cruise of 12 hours. The advantages claimed for the new boat are that she is so self-sustaining as not to need the assistance of any other vessel, that she is not an accessory, but has in herself all essentials of defense, and that she answers all possible necessities for submarine work of any kind whatever, whether in peace or war. The increased speed will, it is hoped, give her power to attack modern vessels under way. When submerged, as was proved last summer, she sent no bubbles of air to the surface, and had neither a wake nor a wash to militate against the possibilities of an absolutely secret attack. Besides these advantages, the boat is said to be a safe surface cruising vessel, forming no target for the destructive action of an enemy's attack, and at the same time having a capacity for disappearing so readily underwater and avoiding the possibility of discovery that the enemy will be unable to tell when, where, or how the assault upon him may be made. As in a former trial an accident proved the danger of an exposed conning tower, the Submarine Monitor Company have provided a fin or guard for protecting the new helmsman's lookout and companion hatches. The waterlock appliance employed in the original boat has now an additional use in supplying a mode of egress and ingress, the opening being made telescopic, so as to permit surface runs in comparatively rough water. When submerged, the smokestack acts telescopically and is closed with a watertight valve. To avoid the necessity of divers going out of the boat when underwater, there are various openings at places in the exterior skin to which rubber sleeves or arms, with a radius sufficient to cover almost all practical necessities, will be fitted. These apertures do not constitute planes of weakness or danger, because they are normally closed by stout watertight deadlights. The Westinghouse engine is employed, as its construction prevents, by the packing used, any radiation of heat and the consequent elevation of temperature below. The airtight doors and bulkheads work laterally, and the conning dome is made of steel, with such apertures as will enable the helmsman to have, when on the surface, an all-round view, and when submerged, a sufficient light to let him in the daytime read, at a depth of 30 feet, the time by his watch. Should the necessity arise, when submerged, the purity of the atmosphere below is preserved by passing the air through caustic soda, thus eliminating carbonic acid gas, and by reinforcing the loss of oxygen from tanks of compressed air. In the original experiments, the boat was frequently submerged 6 hours at a time, and the crew of 2 men had no other air supplied than that which the boat carried down with her. Besides these chemical means, there are rubber tubes floated by buoys, with nozzles which protrude above the wash of the surface water. There is in each tube an automatic valve, which prevents water coming through the pipe at the time the air is being pumped in, and the depth below the surface to which outside air can be supplied is limited only by the length of the pipe. In the plate, represents a patented interchangeable boiler, in which either hydrocarbonate fuel or caustic soda can be used, in both cases steam being the motive power. The interior boiler for the use of the caustic soda is surrounded by a jacket, into which the steam exhausted from the engine can be used before it becomes so saturated as to create a back pressure on the engine, that is, for a period of 12 hours. When this limit is attained, and the surface is reached, the soda can be blown off into an outer receptacle provided for the purpose, and then reheated and recharged. The hydrocarbon fuel is ordinary mineral oil, carried in tanks of sufficient capacity for a surface run of a week. It may be emphasized as an important fact that this method of exhausting into the jacket of the boiler avoids the possibility of any bubbles appearing on the surface, as was notably the case with the earlier lay boats. Before diving, the caustic soda, which has been already heated by the combustion of the oil to the proper degree, acts in place of the ordinary fuel, thus constituting a sort of perpetual motion until the point of saturation is reached and back pressure in the engine results. The boat, when on the surface, is run with the oil fuel, but as soon as it becomes necessary to dive, this fire is extinguished. The afterhatch is opened by unlocking the door of the bulkhead, separating the after from the bulkheaded end of the vessel, and by a system of fans, the hot air from the fire room is driven outboard. Then the after telescopic hatch is reefed and secured. The soda is thrown from the receptacle where it has been heated into the jacket of the caustic soda boiler. The fires are put out, the smokestack is taken in and securely fastened, and the machinist, leaving the engine room, goes through the bulkhead door into the forward compartment, where he has complete control of the machinery and boiler by means of a duplicate set of gauges and levers. In case of an attack, the man detailed for operating the main torpedo is left in the after compartment, where he has access to that weapon and to the buoy, reel, and other mechanical appliances employed in its operation. The helmsman, who controls the steering apparatus that governs the horizontal and perpendicular rudders, also operates with his feet the levers which are connected by links to the throttle that supplies steam to cylinders, these last function like the Westinghouse brake, and are connected with pistons to the cylinders, through their agency water, is at will admitted into or forced out of the larger receptacles, either from one end or from both ends simultaneously. The effect of discharging water is of course to increase the buoyancy of the vessel, and of admitting it, to decrease this quality so that without changing structural weights, the boat is enabled to rise or sink perpendicularly, or, by admitting more water in one end than in the other, to take a downward or an upward course. Though this does away with the necessity of the horizontal rudder, it is kept as an additional resource for steering. In case of accident to the connecting pipes or machinery, the vessel is supplied with water receptacles and hand pumps, which are able to govern its submergence so that should all other mechanism break down, the boat is so completely under the control of the operator that it can at all times be brought to the surface. As an additional safeguard, there is on the outside of the boat a quantity of ballast which can be readily detached by the arms or sleeves previously described, and so effectively that the reserve buoyancy thus gained will alone carry the boat to the surface. In addition to the main torpedo and buoy resting in the cylindrical apertures aft, other torpedoes, connected by spans, are carried on deck. The method of their employment in attack is to go under the body of the vessel athwartship and to liberate them. As they are fitted with magnets, they will, it is claimed when freed, attach themselves to the bilges of the enemy's vessel, while the peacemaker can continue her cruise and let them act automatically. Or, backing off to a distance greater than the depth of water in which she then is, safely explode them by conventional electrical appliances. With the increased speed of the present boat, there are various methods of attacking vessels of war when underway, among them one which is somewhat similar to that described above. The peacemaker, when under the body of the vessel athwartship, would liberate a buoy, B, that is connected with a torpedo, T, by a chain, the length of which depends upon the depth beneath the buoy the torpedo is desired to float. The steel tow line to the torpedo is paid out from reel G to a sufficient length, and then by going ahead with the boat the torpedo is drawn close under the opposite side of vessel from buoy B. In this position, the torpedo can be exploded by electricity. If necessary, by liberating buoy B, while crossing the bow on the starboard side of the forefoot of a vessel, the forward motion will draw the torpedo, T, close in to the opposite side. Then, by a system of pushpins on the torpedo, the operator learns that it is in close contact and ready for explosion by electricity. Should the enemy's vessel be at anchor, the tide can be employed for the purpose of bringing the buoy on one side of the vessel while the torpedo is on the other. The boat is supplied with the ordinary incandescent lights, or apparatus for lighting the interior for night attacks. Torpedoes. America has contributed to modern warfare many of its most valuable inventions. In the decade of 1850-60, the steam frigates of the Merrimack class revolutionized the naval constructions of the world and became the models for the warships of the great maritime powers. In the same period, our coast defenses reached the high-water mark of modern development, and, soon to be crystallized, there were seething in the brains of American inventors ideas of guns, ships, and projectiles which made history. Though today our created contributions to quick peace through arrested or irresistible war are meager, still many of the theories which make possible modern ordnance and ships are the fruits of American genius and industry. Is the future to be as fertile in thought and deed? Are the destroyers of Erickson, the dynamite safety shells of Hayes, the guns of Zielinski, the torpedoes of Howell, Sims, or Burden, the turrets of Timby, the submarine monitors of Tuck, the gun carriages of King or Buffington, the ordnance of Sickard, Benate? Are these to prove that Yankee brain and brawn are potent yet for the mastery of the problem? The country has no plainer duty than to foster by every care American ideas working in national ways of thought. It is rich, public sentiment is ripe and responsive, and Congress should encourage in peace the experiments which may make war impossible. In the question of ship armament and seacoast fortifications notably, the value of torpedoes is now so generally recognized that the definite selection of some type has attained an importance which demands most careful consideration. All experts agree that they are vital, but there is not that consensus of opinion which within limits affirms exactly what should be done. The Fortification Board in their report say, "It is not generally considered possible to bar the progress of an armored fleet by the mere fire of a battery. Some obstructions sufficient to arrest the ships within effective range of the guns is necessary." The kind of obstruction now relied upon is the torpedo, in the form of a submarine mine, and, except in special cases, exploded by electric currents which are so managed that the operator on shore can either ignite the mine under the ship's bottom or allow the ship to explode it by contact. In deep channels, the submarine mines are buoyant. In comparatively shallow waters, they are placed upon the bottom, the object in both cases being to touch or nearly approach the hull of the vessel. Submarine mines are not accessories to defense, but are essential features wherever they can be applied. The Senate Committee on Ordnance and Warships reported, concerning another class of torpedoes, fixed or anchored or planted, technically known as submarine mines, there is a great popular misapprehension. Their value is greatly overestimated. They require picked and trained men for their management, electrical apparatus for their discharge, and for lighting up the approaches, stations on shore secure against sudden assault, a flanking fire of canister and case shot, and of machine guns, themselves protected, light draft picket boats, and the overshadowing protection of armored forts and heavy guns. None of these things can be extemporized. The submarine mine alone is of little use, and it must accompany, not precede, more costly and less easily prepared means of defense. There is, however, a more definite agreement as to the value of torpedo boats. The Fortification Board declare, among the most important means of conducting an active defense of the coast is the torpedo boat, which, although recently developed, has received the sanction of the nations of Europe, each one of which now possesses a large number of these vessels. Their use will be quite general. First, in disturbing blockades and preventing these from being made close, as no fleet would like to lie overnight within striking distance of a station of these boats. Secondly, in attacking an enemy's ship enveloped in fog or smoke. Thirdly, in relieving a vessel pursued by the enemy. And fourthly, in defending the mines by night and by day against attempts at countermining, and in many other ways not necessary to recapitulate. Impressed with the utility of this mode of defense, the board recommended the construction of 150 of these boats, and the organization of a special corps of officers and men from the Navy trained to their use. In England, Commander Galway does not hesitate to say that the torpedo boat is for harbor defense so superior to the submarine mine that he would not be surprised if before long it superseded the latter altogether. In France, Charmes insists that an armored vessel will run the most serious risk if a torpedo boat is allowed to approach unobserved to within 1,000 to 1,500 feet, that the torpedo will surely triumph over the ironclad, and that armor has been vanquished not by the gun, but by the torpedo. A naval reserve. Among the problems to be solved by an efficient naval administration, there is none more difficult or of greater importance than the formation of reserves of seamen. Our late war exposed the nation's weakness in sailors. At the beginning of hostilities, the fleet, on paper, consisted of 42 ships of all classes, mainly sailing vessels, with a few paddle-wheel steamers, and less than 10 screw vessels with auxiliary power. Its personnel comprised 7,000 of all grades. And yet, to blockade a coast of over 3,000 miles in length, the Secretary of the Navy had at his disposal but 3 effective vessels, and a reserve of only 200 seamen on all the receiving ships and at all the naval stations. As late as the 1st of July, 1863, there were not men enough to carry out efficiently the work imposed upon the Navy, and of the 34,000 bluejackets, 25,000 were landsmen. Secretary Wells, at the end of the same year, complained that there were no reserve seamen, that the supply for immediate and imperative duties was so inadequate that one of the largest and fastest steamers destined for important foreign service had been detained for months in consequence of the need of a crew, and that many other vessels were very much short of their complements. The cause of this was want of foresight, of prudence, of national common sense even. We did not lack the material from which crews could have been drawn, for in 1860 over 75,000 men sailed in the American merchant marine, 50,000 of whom, under any system of enrollment suited to our national instincts and prejudices, would, before the end of 1861, have been available for duty on shipboard. In peace there had been no organization, so when war came we were almost helpless, and as late as the end of 1863, not 20% of the men who should have been ready for service were in government ships. Let doctrinaires theorize as they may, this was not the fault of our maritime class, for thousands of sailors and fishermen who had already entered the army were by force of law denied the opportunity either of enlisting in or of being transferred to the Navy. In addition, the operation of the draft was made detrimental to the naval interests of the country, for it violated the Act of May 1792, which exempts from military duty all mariners actually employed in the sea service of any citizen or merchant within the United States. Furthermore, the government unjustly discriminated against the seaboard towns, for not only was the seafaring class, which is fostered and cherished by all maritime governments, withdrawn from the element to which it has been accustomed, but in addition, sailors actually afloat were taken from their ships and compelled, under the penalty of law, to enter the land service. It was not until 1864 that Congress finally enacted the law which enabled seamen serving as soldiers to be drafted into the Navy. How different would have been the state of affairs had there existed in 1861 some system of government administration as to the creation of naval reserves, or, more far-reaching still, had we been free from that illogical distrust which possessed the whole country. The fear of too much centralization was the stock in trade of professional patriots. And the people, hampered by traditions which had come down to us from our English ancestors, saw in any attempt towards efficient war preparation in times of peace all the dangers they had been taught to believe existed in standing armies. England acted more wisely, for she had been taught a grim lesson by her adversities, and without fear we might have profited by her example. In the history of the Peninsula War, Napier, after picturing the horrors of the fearful April night when Badajoz was stormed, asked bitterly, "And why was all this striving in blood against insurmountable difficulties? Why were men sent thus to slaughter, when the application of a just science would have rendered the operations comparatively easy? Because the English ministers, so ready to plunge into war, were quite ignorant of its exercises, because the English people are warlike without being military, and, under the pretense of maintaining liberty which they do not possess, oppose in peace all useful martial establishments. In the beginning of each war, England had to seek in blood for the knowledge necessary to ensure success. Equally has this always been the attitude of the American people towards every attempt made in peace to prepare for war. Besides this national distrust, prejudices had to be overcome which have existed both in the Navy and the merchant marine. Our naval officers have never made any determined effort to create a reserve, either because they have not fully grasped the correlation and interdependence of the Navy and the merchant marine, or because they have doubted the wisdom of spending upon an outside issue appropriations, which, given to the Navy, would produce a more immediate and tangible result. But from both points of view they are wrong, for a Navy unsupported by a merchant marine is a hothouse plant which may produce great results for a while, but cannot endure the strain of a long protracted campaign. From the merchant marine, the personnel of the Navy in war must come, and it is a fallacy to believe that by a small addition to our ordinary naval resources, we would be able to cope with the navies of other maritime powers, or that in a long war an efficient and numerous reserve is not of greater importance than a few more seamen permanently maintained in the Navy during peace. To the merchants and shipowners, the question is one of vital importance. The earliest and most disastrous consequence of war will fall upon the shipping interest. Under any system of defense, the necessities of the Navy must withdraw seamen from the merchant service and raise the rate of wages. If then, by timely precautions during peace, we can diminish the probability that war can occur at all, if we are ready upon the outbreak of war to show that our homeward-bound ships are safe, if we can abolish or modify the risk that the employment of seamen would be abruptly suspended by embargo or interfered with by impressment or draft, if we can attach the sailor to his country and prevent him from seeking employment under other flags, surely the owners of our ships and merchants will reap the greatest advantage. Abroad, the importance of the subject has been fully recognized. France, under a system which has existed for over 250 years, maintains a reserve of 172,000 men, who are between the ages of 18 and 50. 65,000 of these are between the ages of 20 and 26, 15,000 are usually kept afloat, and 6,000 more are quartered on shore. Germany has 15,000, and England nearly the same number. Notwithstanding the decadence of our shipping interest, we have a large force from which to draw. The maritime population of this country numbers over 350,000, of whom 180,000 are available for the fleet. This number, of course, includes all those in any way connected with sea industries, and embraces coasters, fishermen, whalers, yachtsmen, boatmen, and all workmen in shipbuilding yards and equipment shops and stores. To man our ships in time of war, three means are open: voluntary enlistment, draft or impressment, or employment of men enrolled in a naval reserve. It would be unreasonable to depend altogether upon the loyal and unselfish patriotism of necessitous men serving before the mast, and there is a chance that mere enthusiasm would not induce a seaman to join the Navy if employment was being offered elsewhere at increasing rates of pay. Impressment under any name is unpopular. In its common form, it is illegal, and the draft is ever a last resort and always a dangerous measure. Nothing, then, remains as a certainty but to turn towards the naval reserve as the best means of manning our fleet. In time of war, not only would the men enrolled come forward willingly and be immediately available, But deserters would have the machinery of the law put in motion for their apprehension, and popular feeling would be as earnest in support of their arrest as it would be opposed to all attempts which enforced the arbitrary powers of draft or impressment. No system exists abroad entirely suited to our necessities and our national instincts, but generally speaking, that adopted in England comes nearest to what we should employ. Naturally, our lake sailors, coasters, fishermen, and yachtsmen would form the main body of the reserve. These should be enrolled, divided into classes, be given each year a certain fixed sum of pay, with an increase for each day's drill, and at stated times they should be embarked for great gun practice at sea, so they might learn something of man-o'-war routine and discipline. The officers could be drawn from the merchant marine, from the graduates of the school ships, and from former officers of the regular and volunteer services who are now in civil life. Forced draft. The subject of forced draft is of great importance and, as a corollary of high-speed development, is being studied with keen interest. There are wide differences of opinion not only as to the proper systems, but even as to the value of the principle. The literature as yet is rather meager, but an excellent compilation of existing material will be found in the latest publication of the Naval Intelligence Office. A forced draft in the furnaces, explains the Marine Engineer of September, 1887, can be generated in two ways. First, by exhausting the uptakes and funnels of the products of combustion, when a greater flow of air will necessarily take place through the fire bars. And secondly, by increasing the pressure of the air in the furnaces beyond that of the atmosphere. The steam blast in marine boilers is well known to engineers as a means of quickly getting up the steam after its pressure has dropped. But the locomotives on our railways afford a very good illustration of how boilers may be continuously worked under forced combustion through a jet of steam, exhausting the smoke box and funnel of the products of combustion. This system of creating a draft involves a very large expenditure of steam and water, and as it is a sine qua non in these days of high pressure that only fresh water should be used in boilers, and also as only a limited supply of this element can be carried in a ship, it follows that the plan of inducing a forced draft by means of a steam jet in the funnel cannot be well adopted in marine boilers. Mr. Martin, the inventor of the well-known furnace doors, substitutes a fan in the uptake for the steam jet, and so arranges his funnel that in the event of the forced draft not being required, the gases of combustion arising from natural draft will not be impeded in their exit to the atmosphere. He claims for his invention that it does away with all necessity for closing in the stokeholds or furnaces, and that in warships funnels could be dispensed with, as the gases and smoke could be discharged anywhere from the fans. He also claims that by his plan of producing a draft, the boiler tubes become much more efficient as heating surfaces, and that the ends of the tubes in the firebox are not so liable to be burned away, and that therefore there will be less chance of the boiler leaking round the tubes. There appears to be some grounds for these latter assumptions, for it is a well-known fact that the tubes of locomotive boilers, which are worked, as we have seen, on the exhaust principle, do very much more work than those of marine boilers before they are ferruled or rolled. It can also be shown by a very simple experiment that when the gases are sucked or drawn through the tubes, the flame extends a much greater distance along the tube than when the gases are driven through the tubes. In this latter case, the flame impinges on the tube plates before separating into tongues and entering the tubes. But when sucked through, the tongues of flame commence at some little distance from the plate before penetrating the tubes, and the ends are not therefore burned as when the flame impinges directly on them. It may be urged, however, against Martin's system that owing to the greatly increased volume of the products of combustion due to their temperature, fans of from 3 to 4 times the size of those used in other systems are required. Also, that the uptakes have to be made larger and heavier to take in the fans. And lastly, that the fans themselves are likely to be quickly rendered inefficient through working in a temperature of at least 1,000 degrees. These objections prove so formidable that up till the present time Martin's plan of creating a forced draft has made little or no headway. The other plan for creating an artificial draft in marine furnaces is to force air into them by means of fans. This is done either by closing in the whole of the stokehold and filling it with air of a pressure greater than that of the atmosphere, or by pumping the air direct into the furnace. This latter is the usual practice in the mercantile marine, where economy of fuel is sought after. Mr. Howden seeks, by first heating the air, and then forcing it by means of fans into the furnaces and ash pits, to ensure a very rapid and complete combustion of the coal. His plan has been carried out in the Atlantic liner Ohio quite recently, and the results as published lead one to expect that, with a little more progress in the direction in which he is working, our ships will be driven across the Atlantic without the expenditure of any fuel whatever. The fact of heating the air to a temperature of 200 degrees before it enters the furnace cannot go very far in affecting either the rapidity or the completeness of the combustion of the fuel, and it certainly cannot affect the economy. Where the fire grate area is small compared with the total heating surface, good evaporative results are likely to be obtained. And in the Ohio, the fire grate area was certainly smaller than is usual for the same sized boilers fitted with forced draft. The trip of the Ohio to America has given somewhat different results to those of the official trials, and it is a question whether any saving in weight, either in the apparatus required to produce forced draft under the system, or in the economy of fuel to be derived from it, has been obtained more than exists in the system of closed stokeholds. The only plan that seems to hold its own is the closed stokehold system, and the results that have been obtained with it in the Navy are so satisfactory that Messrs. J and G Thompson are about to adopt it in the 2 large Inman liners they are now building, and also several other firms are about to introduce it in preference to all other plans for increasing the efficiency of their boilers and promoting greater economy. In the Royal Navy, space and weight are of such vital importance that the boilers have to be constructed on principles the very reverse of those which exist in boilers specially designed for high evaporative work per pound of fuel. And it is not, therefore, to be wondered at that the consumption of fuel per indicated horsepower has not been reduced since the introduction of forced draft. But on the other hand, the capabilities of the boilers have been expanded far beyond the expectations of a few years ago. In the mercantile marine, there is no reason whatever why the system of closed stokeholds for creating a forced draft should not combine economy with greater efficiency in the boilers. These conclusions are not universally accepted, as will be seen in the following extract from the article contributed by Assistant Engineer R.S. Griffin, United States Navy, to the Naval Intelligence Office publication mentioned at the beginning of this subject. The forced draft trials of the Archer class, he writes, go far towards sustaining the objections raised by Mr. Howden against the closed stokehold system. The trials of the Archer, Brisk, and Cossack had to be discontinued on several occasions, owing to leakage of the boiler tubes. And when it is remembered that these trials are for only 4 hours, and that no provision is made for hoisting ashes, it becomes a question of serious consideration whether the maintenance of this high power for such a short period brings with it advantages at all comparable with the continued development of a reasonably high power with an economical expenditure of coal, such as is possible with the closed ash pit system. A number of steamers have been fitted with Howden's system during the past year, among others the Celtic, of the White Star Line, and the Ohio, of the International Navigation Company. One of the latest steamers fitted with this system is the City of Venice, whose engines were converted from compound to quadruple expansion. Her boilers were designed to develop 1,800 indicated horsepower with 80 square feet of grate, but on trial she could only work off 1,300 indicated horsepower, owing to some derangement of the valves. She was afterwards tried with half the grate surface in use, when it was demonstrated that there would be no difficulty in developing the power so far as the boilers were concerned. Unfortunately, no data as to weight of boilers, space, or heating surface are obtainable. In 1886, the Alliance was supplied with new boilers, fitted with a system of forced draft designed by the Bureau of Steam Engineering. It was originally the intention of the department to put 6 boilers in this vessel, as in the Enterprise and Nipsic, but with the introduction of the forced draft system, which was purely experimental, this number was reduced to 4, having a total grate surface of 128 square feet. The boilers were designed to burn anthracite coal with natural draft, and were of course unsuited to the requirements of forced draft, the ratio of heating to grate surface being only 25.6 to 1, and the water surface and steam space being small. The maximum indicated horsepower developed on trial was 1022, but any attempt to run at this, or at increased power for any length of time, was attended with so much priming of the boilers that the trial had to be discontinued. Alterations were made in the boilers to prevent the priming, but no continuous trial was had previously to the sailing of the Alliance. The results obtained on a measured base were, however, sufficient to demonstrate the practicability of the system and to show that a higher power could be maintained with the 4 boilers at forced draft than with the original 8 boilers at natural draft. The practical working of the system at sea presents no difficulty, as a recent run of the Alliance has demonstrated. On a continuous run of 10 hours, using only 2 boilers with 60 square feet of grate, the grate surface of each boiler having been reduced to 30, the mean indicated horsepower was 668 and the maximum 744, being respectively 11.1 and 12.4 indicated horsepower per square foot of grate. There was an entire absence of priming, and no difficulty was experienced in operating the forced draft apparatus, the length of the trial having been determined by the arrival of the vessel in port. The coal burned was Welsh, of fair quality, the consumption being 29.9 pounds per square foot of grate. The efficiency of the system may be judged by the results obtained from an experimental boiler at the Washington Navy Yard. The boiler was of the marine locomotive type and had a ratio of heating to grate surface of 32.73 to 1, with a water space of 245 and a steam space of 163 cubic feet. The coal burned was ordinary Cumberland Valley bituminous, and the evaporation, when burning as much as 40 pounds per square foot of grate, was 6.61, while with 37.5 it was 7.24, and this with a moderate air pressure, 5 inches in ash pit and 1 inch on furnace door. It is unfair to attempt the explanation of this system without accompanying drawings, but it may be stated that the air, drawn by fan blowers from the heated portion of the fire room, is forced through a passage into the ash pit and furnace, a portion of the current being directed by an interposed plate through the holes in the furnace frame. By the agency of a double row of holes, the greater portion of the air, which enters the furnace, passes around the frame, thence through other apertures to the space between the furnace door and lining, and finally to the furnace through the space between the lining and furnace frame. The supply of air when firing or hauling ashes is shut off by a damper. Ships armored in places. The ships in this list, although having some armor upon their sides, being liable to capsize at sea from injuries inflicted upon their unarmored parts, cannot be classed with the armored ships. A maximum tons indicated speed, thickness largest name of ship displace horse, in of armor, guns meant, power, knots, inches, in tons, Ajax 8, 496, 000, 1338, Agamemnon 8, 496, 000, 1338, Anson 10,007, 514, 63 Benbow 10,007, 514, 110 Camperdown 10,007, 514, 63 Collingwood 9, 157, 000, 14, 43 Colossus 9, 156, 000, 14, 43 Edinburgh 9, 156, 000, 14, 43 Howe 9, 607, 516, 63 Rodney 9, 607, 514, 63 Imperius 7, 398, 000, 16, 18 Warspite 7, 398, 000, 16, 18. To the preceding list may now be added 2 ships of 10,400 tons displacement, with 18-inch armor, and 5 cruisers of 5,000 tons displacement, with 10-inch armor, recently ordered by the Admiralty to be built by contract. Unarmored ships with underwater steel decks. A maximum tons indicated speed, thickness largest name of ship displace horse, in of armor, guns meant, power, knots, in inches, in tons, Amphion 3, 755, 000, 16 3/4 a Arethusa 3, 755, 000, 16 3/4 a Leander 3, 755, 000, 16 3/4 a Phaeton 3, 755, 000, 16 3/4 a Mercy 3, 556, 000, 17, Severn 3, 556, 000, 17, Thames 3, 556, 000, 17, Forth 3, 556, 000, 17, plus. Armored ships with 12-inch armor and upward are called ships with thick armor. Those with armor less than 12 inches, but more than 8 inches thick, are designated as ships with medium armor, and those with 8-inch armor or less as ships with thin armor. A number of vessels of the Scout class are now under construction for the Admiralty. There is a disposition in certain quarters to include these among the ships of the class recorded in the last table. A transverse section of one of these is given here, in which the so-called protective deck is but 3/8 of an inch in thickness and can therefore be pierced by any gun afloat, from the largest down to the very smallest. It would be quite absurd to speak of this class of vessels as being in any way protected against gunfire. The first-class ships, so called, and the armored cruisers referred to in the former part of this chapter as having been promised to Parliament by the Admiralty representatives, were ordered, and work upon them is well under way in the yards of those firms to whom their building has been entrusted. The former are 2 in number, and their principal dimensions and particulars are as follows. Length 340 feet, breadth 70 feet, draft of water 26 feet, displacement 10,400 tons, indicated horsepower 10,000, estimated speed 60 knots, thickness of armor 18 inches, largest guns 110 tons. The armor belt in these ships is a little more than 160 feet long, or about half their length, but rises to a height of only 2 feet 6 inches above the water. Before and abaft, the belt underwater armored decks extend to the stem and stern respectively, as in the Admiral class. Besides the 2 110-ton guns, which, as has been said, are placed in a turret forward and fire over the upper deck, there are 12 6-inch guns ranged round the after part of the ship on the upper deck. A certain amount of protection has been given to these guns by means of armor plating, but as this is only 3 inches thick, it can be said to do little more than protect the gun crews from the fire of rifles and of the smallest machine guns. Of the armored cruisers, 5 have been contracted for. Their principal dimensions and particulars are length 300 feet, breadth 56 feet, draft of water 21 feet, displacement 5,000 tons, indicated horsepower 8,500, estimated speed 18 knots, thickness of armor 10 inches, largest guns 18 tons. These vessels are protected by an armor belt nearly 200 feet long, which extends to a height of 1 foot 6 inches above the water, and to a depth of 4 feet below it, and they also have underwater decks before and abaft the belt. They carry 2 18-ton guns, one well forward, ranging right round the bow, and the other well aft, ranging right round the stern, as well as 5 6-inch guns on each broadside, the foremost and aftermost of which are placed on projecting sponsons, by which they are enabled to fire right ahead and right astern respectively. None of these guns is protected except by the thin shields usually fitted to keep off rifle fire from those actually working the guns. No mention has yet been made of the troop or transport ships of the British Navy. There are in all about a dozen of these, but by far the most conspicuous and important of them are the 5 Indian transports which were built about 20 years ago, conjointly by the Admiralty and the Government of India, and ever since worked by those departments of the state with general satisfaction. One of these, the Jumna, is illustrated in the annexed figure. So satisfied was the late Director of Transports, Sir William R. Menz, KCB, with the services of these ships that, before retiring from his office, he informed the writer that if he had to assist in the construction of a new fleet of such transports, he would desire but a single improvement in them, as working ships, and that was the raising of the lower deck 1 foot, in order to increase to that extent the stowage of the holds. In the early part of this chapter, the writer made reference to the influence exerted upon European shipbuilding by the incidents of the American Civil War. He will conclude by a reference to an influence exerted upon his own mind and judgment by the most distinguished naval hero of that war, the late Admiral Farragut. On the occasion of that gallant officer's visit to England, the Board of Admiralty invited him, as a wholly exceptional compliment, to accompany it on its annual official visit of inspection to Her Majesty's dockyards. On the way from Chatham to Sheerness in the Admiralty yacht, the writer had a most instructive conversation with the Admiral as to the results of his practical experience of naval warfare at the brilliant capture of New Orleans and elsewhere, and one of those results was this: never allow your men to be deceived as to the ships in which you expect them to fight. They will fight in anything, and fight to the death, if they know beforehand what they are going about and what is expected of them. But if you deceive them and expose them to dangers of which they know nothing, and they find this out in battle, they are very apt to become bewildered, to lose heart all at once, and to fail you just when you most require their utmost exertions. The writer has not forgotten this, and will not forget it. The British Admiralty is, unhappily, altogether unmindful of it. Notes: there is no rigorous law by which a universal naval policy may be formulated, for a nation's environment, geographical and political, defines the conditions that must be obeyed. Underneath all, however, the immutable principle exists that the first and supreme duty of a navy is to protect its own coasts. The measures required to achieve this end are as various as a country's necessities, resources, opportunities, and temperament. England, for example, has always guarded her homes, not at the hearthstone nor the threshold, but within gunshot of her enemy's territory. Her defense has been an attack upon his inner line, and her vessels have been, not corsairs preying upon merchantmen, but battleships, ready for duel or for fleet engagement, whether they had the odds against them or not. This is the true sailor instinct. This has made England's greatness. Today the question is so much governed by the complexities of modern progress that the details must be altered to suit the new demands, for it is not the England of the British Islands, nor of the sparsely settled colonies that is now to be defended. It is a Greater Britain. The trade and commerce of England have increased so enormously in late years that no figures are necessary to show the interest she has afloat. But as proof of her growth in territory and in population outside of the mother country, these statistics, taken from a late number of the 19th century, may perhaps be quoted. 50 years growth of India and the colonies. India, area governed in square miles, 000, 380, 000 population of European stock, 000, 000 population, colored 000, 000, 000, 000 state revenues £19 million, £74 million. Colonies and dependencies. Area governed in square miles, 000, 000, 000 population of European stock, 800, 000, 500, 000 population, colored 100, 000, 000, 000 state revenues £5 million, £51 million. That is to say, in 50 years England has added 7,260,000 square miles to her territory, and nearly trebled the population she controls in India and her colonies. Is it necessary to add that, with all this at stake, the ocean highways which her ships traverse must be held toll-free, that the nations which she has peopled and owns must be protected, that the enemy's squadrons which will seek to cut off her food supply, destroy her commerce, and burn her coaling stations must be chased and captured, or that in the line of battle her ships must meet his and conquer. Seagoing and sea-keeping fleets and their auxiliaries must always be ready. Transferable forts for protection abroad and coast defense ships for safety at home must be kept afloat. And, in a word, every means must be employed which, through successful sea war, will maintain her integrity as a nation. Her navy must be eclectic in types, the exact instrument for any expected operation being always at hand. Her maritime administration must be comprehensive, and her preparation ever such as will anticipate and surpass that of all her rivals. Enormously armored battleships may be economically wrong, but while other countries build them, so must she. For her immunity depends not upon treaties nor the friendly but false protestations of rivals, but upon the fear of her unassailable superiority. A mistaken naval policy is to any nation a grave disaster, but to England it means ruin. We cannot allow, wrote Lord Brassey, any foreign power to possess vessels which we cannot overhaul, or to carry guns at sea which may inflict a damaging blow to which it is impossible for us to reply. We must have ships as fast as the fastest, and guns at least equal to the most powerful which are to be found in the hands of any possible enemy. Knowing, then, the interests imperiled, English designers are keen to achieve the best results. And when, as they believe, this has been accomplished, is it a wonder that they fall tooth and nail in a white heat of positive assertion and flat contradiction upon all who differ from them? All are striving so honestly for the common good of the great country, which they love with such intense and insular patriotism, that even their embittered differences of belief command the respect of right-thinking men everywhere. But in these variant faiths, where is the truth? The question has run the gamut of experiment without being solved, the pendulum has swung from side to side and found no point of rest, and today there is a fixed agreement only as to the dangers which threaten. The most marked tendencies, however, in all modern design are the diminution of side armor, the increase of deck protection, and the development of speed. The public mind is so familiar with the great speed of the large mailboats that a common question, often put as an inquiry of disparaging comparison, is why war vessels do not steam as fast. The simplest answer to this is that they do, and in types which, like the big steamers, are special, the boasted achievements have been surpassed. Of course, the number of vessels that can make 19 knots is limited, because the man-o-war is hampered by necessities of space, weight, and safety, which do not obtain with the others. Mr. White, who has been so often, and, it is to be hoped, so advantageously, quoted in this editing, says, "The necessity for giving protection to the engines and boilers of warships introduces special restrictions and difficulties in the design which are not known in merchant ships. Wherever in warships the overshadowing necessities of fighting power compel the acceptance in many cases of limited space and other inconveniences. Merchant steamers of all classes are built and engined for the purpose of steaming continuously at certain maximum speeds and making fairly uniform passages. They consequently possess a considerable reserve of boiler power to meet adverse conditions of wind and sea. Warships, on the contrary, ordinarily cruise at very low speeds, and yet must be capable of reaching very high speeds when required in action or chasing. A warship, for instance, that attained about 16 knots on the measured mile and could steam continuously at sea, as long as her coal lasted, at a speed of about 15 knots, would ordinarily have to cruise at from 9 to 10 knots. At this low speed she would require, say, only 1/7 of the indicated horsepower which would be developed at her full sea speed, or say 1/10 of what would be developed on the measured mile. This obviously introduces conditions of a character entirely different from those of the merchant ship. The warship's machinery must be so designed that the power necessary to give her high speed at long intervals and for short periods should be secured with the least expenditure of weight consistent with ensuring the maximum performance when required, and with the provision of proper strength and durability. The very vague ideas existing as to the cost of increased speed may be illustrated by a statement of the penalty this imposes in a 10,000-ton armored vessel. If at 10 knots this ship develops 1,700 horsepower, there will be required at 15 knots, not 1/3 more, but 6,200 horsepower. That is, over 3 times as much. And for 17 knots 12,000 horsepower, or an increase of 10,300, must be developed. This also demonstrates how much the ratio between speed and power falls, because if at 2,000 horsepower, 2.3 knots are gained for an increase of 1,000 horsepower. At 12,000, for a similar increment of 1,000 only 1/4 of a knot is obtained. In 1,830, the steam pressure carried was from 2 to 3 pounds, and the coal expenditure each hour for every horsepower reached 9 pounds. In 1886, the pressure had increased to 150 pounds, and the fuel consumption had fallen to 1.5 pounds, and today pressures of 200 pounds are to be utilized. As the swifter vessel with the higher economy is enabled to choose its range and position, and keep the sea for longer periods. It is easily seen that this question of speed is universally accepted as vital. A parliamentary statement made in February shows that the following additions to the English fleet will be passed this year into the first-class reserve and held ready for sea service at 48 hours. Notice: thick armor battleship, Hero partially armored ships of the Admiral class, Rodney, Howe, and Benbow partially armored cruisers, Warspite, Orlando Narcissus, Australia, Galatea, and Undaunted partially protected cruisers, Severn and Thames torpedo cruisers, 6 of the Archer class, 1 of the Scout class, Fearless, torpedo gunboats of the Rattlesnake class, composite gunboats, and sloops of the Buzzard and Drattler class total. At the end of 1887-80, 1 armored ship, the Camperdown, and 1 protected cruiser, the 4th, will be nearly finished. The Anson will be approaching completion, and the new belted cruisers of the Orlando class will be far advanced. The armored battleships Victoria and Sansperil, of 10,470 tons displacement, are to be delivered according to contract in October 1888, and the Trafalgar and Nile, the largest war vessels yet laid down in England, are being pushed rapidly. Out of the 37 ships building or incomplete at the commencement of 1887-88, 26 will be completed by the end of the year, thus leaving only 9 of those specified, and 2 others not ordered, in the program of 1885 to be finished subsequently. The ships projected for this year include not steel-bottomed partially protected cruisers, Medea, Medusa, not copper-bottomed partially protected cruisers, Melpomene, Marathon, Magician composite sloops of the Buzzard class, Nymph, Daphne composite gunboats, improved rattlers, Pygmy, Pheasant, Partridge, Plover, Pigeon, Peacock, torpedo gunboat of the Grasshopper class, Sharpshooter total. Besides the ships that have been or will be finished in 1886-87, it is believed that 35 of the 55 first-class torpedo boats, 125 to 150 feet in length, will be added to the 20 which were completed in June. In addition to the vessels mentioned above, there are others not described nor noticed in the text. The 2 battleships referred to upon page 55 are the Sansperil and the Victoria, the latter formerly known as the Renown, but named anew in April last. These ships are to carry 1180 tons of coal, and under forced draft are expected to develop 12,000 horsepower and a speed of 75 knots. The 9.2-inch 18-ton stern pivot gun, originally intended for these vessels, has been replaced by a 10-inch 26-ton rifle, and the secondary battery now includes 21 6- and 3-pounder rapid-fire guns. The other prominent departures from the Central Citadel type are the Nile and Trafalgar. These 11,940-ton ships are the largest war machines ever laid down for the British service. They are to carry revolving turrets on the fore and aft line amidships, and will have an intermediate broadside battery mounted in a superstructure, which covers the full width of the ship between the turrets. A waterbelt line 230 feet in length rises in the waist for a distance of 193 feet, and both belt and citadel are covered by a 3-inch steel deck, which is curved forward and aft to strengthen the ram and protect the steering gear. The armor is compound, 18 inches thick on the turret and 20 inches thick as a maximum on the waterline, and to support the backing there is an inner skin 2 inches thick. The armament consists of 4 13.5-inch 68-ton breech-loading rifles, 2 in each turret, of 8 5-inch guns in broadside on a covered deck protected by 3 inches of vertical armor, and of 8 6-pounder rapid-fire, 10 3-pounder Maxim, and 4 Gardner guns. The horsepower under forced draft is to be 12,000, and the estimated speed is 16.5 knots. The main battery originally designed for these ships included only one 68-ton breech-loading rifle for each turret. Subsequently, this plan was rejected, and the armament stated above was adopted. The economy of mounting the heavy guns in pairs arises not only from the increased power thus obtained from a given weight of guns, but from the fact that it requires but little more armor to protect 2 guns than to protect 1. It also requires more machinery to work 2 guns separately than in pairs, and the magazine and ammunition supply arrangements of guns mounted separately are necessarily more complicated and require more men to operate them than those mounted in pairs. The French idea in mounting their heavy guns singly in 3 or 4 armored barbettes is evidently so to distribute the gun power as to leave a reserve of heavy guns in event of damage to one or more. But the demands for economy and weight are so great that 2 armored structures widely separated would seem to furnish as satisfactory a scattering of the heavy gun power as is justifiable. Guns mounted on the middle line suffer less disturbance in rolling than those mounted either in the waist or echelon, and their fire should be correspondingly more accurate. The Imperieuse and Warspite have powerful ram bows, a steel protective deck, and a belt of compound armor which is 139 feet in length on the waterline, 8 feet in width, and 10 inches thick. The engines were designed to develop 7,500 horsepower and a speed of 16 knots. But on her trial, the Imperieuse attained with forced draft a maximum speed of 18.2 knots and 10,344 horsepower, and a mean speed, after 4 runs on the measured mile, of 17.21 knots. In September 1886, with all guns and stores in place, and with 900 tons of coal in the bunkers, the Imperieuse developed a mean speed of 16 knots. The armament is composed of 4 9.2-inch guns, mounted in 4 8-inch plated circular barbettes, and situated 1 forward, 1 aft, and 2 in the waist. On the gun deck there are 6 6-inch guns, and the secondary battery is made up of 12 6-pounder rapid-fire, 10 1-inch Nordenfeldt, and 4 Gardner guns, and of 4 above water and 2 submerged torpedo tubes. Owing to the increased weights of the armament, stores, machinery, and equipments put in these vessels since they were first designed, the draft of water is now found to be nearly 3 feet greater than was intended. It is only fair to state that they were originally expected to carry but 400 tons of coal, though curiously enough, when this fuel capacity was subsequently increased to 1,200 tons, no allowance was made for the additional armored surface required. The armored freeboard was to have been 3 feet 3 inches at a draft of 25 feet, but the supplementary weights increased the draft 11.5 inches and reduced this freeboard to 2 feet 3.5 inches. And later, when the full bunker capacity of 900 tons was utilized, the draft was again increased 14 inches and the freeboard lowered to 1 foot 1.5 inches. Finally, it was for a time determined to carry 1,200 tons of coal, though this would result, when the ship was fully equipped for sea, in bringing the top of the armored belt nearly flush with the water. As 4 of the torpedo tubes are above water and have ports cut through the armor belt, this decrease of freeboard rendered them useless, it having been shown during an experimental cruise on the Imperieuse in December 1886, with but 800 tons of coal on board and in a calm sea, that in attempting to discharge the broadside torpedoes they jammed in the tubes and altered shape to a dangerous degree. In order to make them of any use, they will have to be restored to their intended height above the waterline. It is believed this can be accomplished by removing part of the superstructure, by dispensing with all top hamper and its attendant supply of stores, equipments, etc., and by limiting the maximum coal supply to the bunker capacity of 900 tons. The masts are accordingly being removed from both vessels, leaving them but 1 signal mast stepped between the funnels and fitted with a military top. In May 1886, the Warspite, when very light, developed with natural draft 7451 horsepower and a speed of 50.5 knots on a consumption of 2.69 pounds of coal each hour per horsepower, and with forced draft 10,242 horsepower and a speed of 17.25 knots were obtained on a similar consumption of 2.9 pounds of coal. In the minority report of the 1871 Committee on Designs, Admiral Elliot and Rear Admiral Ryder strongly advocated the use of a protective deck in conjunction with other features, instead of side armor, for protection to stability. The idea as regards cruisers was first carried out in the full-rigged ships of the English Camus class of 2380 tons displacement and 13 knots speed, launched in 1878, in which the engines, boilers, and magazines were covered by a horizontal 1.5-inch steel deck placed below the waterline, the space immediately above containing cellular subdivisions. Then followed, in 1882, the Leander and her 3 sister bark-rigged vessels, which are a compromise between the speed of the Iris and the protection of the Camuse. They are of 3750 tons displacement and 17 knots maximum speed. They carry 10 6-inch 4-ton LR and 725 tons of coal and have a partial protective deck, covering engines, boilers, and magazines, which is 1.5 inches thick, and which bends down below the load waterline at the sides. Our new cruisers, the Chicago, Boston, and Atlanta, bear a closer resemblance to this type than they do to any other in respect of their protection. About this time, the Chilean cruiser Esmeralda, of 3,000 tons, appeared, having a protective deck complete from stem to stern post, carrying an exceptionally heavy battery and coal supply, and withal attaining the unprecedented speed of 18.28 knots. Italy was not slow to perceive the advantages of this type, and accordingly bought an improved Esmeralda, the Giovanni Bosson, and at once commenced to build 4 others, the Vesuvio, Stromboli, Etna, and Fieramosca, each of 30 tons. Japan ordered 2 improved Esmeraldas, the sister ships Naniwa-kan and Takachiho-kan, from Armstrong in England, and a similar vessel, the Onebai, in France, while England laid down a similar class, the Mersey and 3 others, and France a similar cruiser, the Sfax, of 4,400 tons. The Onebai was a bark-rigged, twin-screw, protected steel cruiser of 3,651 tons. Her armament consisted of 4 9.45-inch breechloaders on sponsons, 6 5.9-inch breechloaders in broadside, 1 5.9-inch bow pivot, 12 rapid-fire and 2 Nordenfeldt machine guns, and a supply of Whitehead torpedoes. In September 1886, she developed with forced draft 7,000 horsepower and an average speed of 18.5 knots during 4 runs over the measured mile. She sailed for Japan in November 1886 with a French crew numbering 78 men, left Singapore for Yokohama on December 3, 1886, and has never been seen nor heard of since. She is said to have been top-heavy and to have rolled dangerously in a sea way. The Naniwa-kan, a steel cruiser, 300 feet in length and 46 feet in beam, has on an extreme draft of 19 feet 6 inches a displacement of 30 tons. The steel hull is fitted with a double bottom under the engines and boilers, and has a strong protective deck, 2 to 3 inches thick, which extends from the ram to the stern post, and carries its edges 4 feet below and its crown 1 inch above the load waterline. There are 10 complete transverse and several partial watertight bulkheads. The space between the protective and the main deck is minutely subdivided into compartments, which are utilized as coal bunkers, storerooms, chain lockers, and torpedo rooms. The conning tower is protected by 2 inches of steel armor, and 2 ammunition hoists, 3 inches thick, lead from the shell rooms to the loading towers at the breech of the 2 heavy guns. The armament consists of 2 10-inch 28-ton breech-loading rifles on central pivots, with 2-inch steel screens, and of 6 6-inch guns, with a secondary battery of 2 6-pounder rapid-fire, 8 1-inch Nordenfeldt, 4 Gardner guns, and 4 above-water torpedo tubes. The engines are of the horizontal compound type, situated in 2 compartments, one abaft the other, and there are 6 single-ended locomotive 3-furnace boilers in 2 separate compartments, with athwartship fire rooms. The indicated horsepower under a forced draft was 7650, and the maximum speed 18.9 knots. This has since been exceeded. The Mersey and her class, the Severn Thames and Forth, like the Naniwa, are unarmored steel cruisers, with a complete protective deck, the horizontal portion of which is 1 foot above and the inclined 3 inches below the waterline. The main battery of these ships consists of 2 8-inch guns, mounted on central pivots forward and abaft a covered deck which carries 10 6-inch guns. The secondary battery has 10 1-inch Nordenfeldt and 2 Gardner machine guns, and there are 6 above-water torpedo tubes in broadside. The development of the Mersey design has resulted in the new English belted cruisers, in which, to satisfy the demand for a waterline belt of armor, the displacement has been increased to 5,000 tons. The 5 originally projected, the Orlando, Narcissus, Australia, Galatea, and Undaunted, together with the Immortalite, subsequently laid down, have already been launched, and an additional cruiser of the same type, the Aurora, is well advanced. The general construction is similar to the Naniwa and Mersey, the larger tonnage being given in order to carry a waterline belt, which is 10 inches thick, stretches for 190 feet amidships, and was intended to extend from 1.5 feet above to 4 feet below the load waterline. The armored deck is from 2 to 3 inches thick, and the conning tower is 13 inches. The triple expansion engines are planned to develop 8,500 horsepower and a speed of 18 knots. Like the Imperieuse and Warspite, these vessels are found to draw much more water than was originally proposed. When designed in 1884, they were expected to have, with all weights on board, a mean draft of 21 feet and to carry above water 18 inches of the 5 feet 6-inch armor belt. But a fever for improvement set in so valorously that the changes made in armament and machinery added 186 tons to the displacement and increased the draft 7 inches. That is, an amount which left the top of the protective belt only 11 inches above the smooth waterline. This submersion did not, however, cool the ardor of the Admiralty officials, for it has been decided that the 900 tons of coal originally fixed as the fuel supply must be carried. The immediate result of this is said to be an increase in the draft of 18 inches and a disappearance of the armor belt to a point nearly 6 inches below the waterline. Subsequent improvements will be awaited with great interest, especially by those American journalists of inquiring tendencies who envyingly detect between the promise and performance of these ships opportunities, which, had they occurred at home, would have enabled them to swamp our naval service and its administration in billows of pitiless ink. The most popular naval event of the year was the review in July of the British fleet assembled at Spithead. The 128 war vessels participating included 3 squadrons of armored vessels and cruisers, aggregating 34 ships, 75 torpedo boats and gunboats, divided into 5 flotillas, 6 training brigs, and 13 troopships. Besides these, there were the troopships appointed to carry the distinguished visitors, and the small vessels and dockyard craft allotted to the Corporation of Portsmouth. The warships were drawn up in 4 lines, facing up channel, the starboard column lying opposite the Isle of Wight, and the port column off Portsmouth. The ships were 2 cables and the columns 3 cables apart. The flotillas were ranged in double columns between the port line of the armored vessels and the mainland, and the troopships were placed in single column between the starboard line and the Isle of Wight. This made 4 lines of vessels on one side of the channel and 3 on the other, extending from Southsea Castle to the Rye Middle Shoals, or a distance of 2 miles. No such fleet was ever seen before in time of peace, for every class of the British Navy was so well represented that the review of the Crimean fleet by the Queen and the Prince Consort 31 years ago suffered by comparison. Some of the wooden ships which figured at that time were present, and the wide differences in everything bore strong testimony to the developments which have been made within a generation. Nelson's old ship, the Victory, was a conspicuous object, and her timbers echoed again and again with cheers as boat after boat passed her. More than that, the old ship mounted a gun or 2 and joined in the universal salute to the Queen. Shortly after 2 o'clock the Euphrates, Crocodile, and Malabar hove to off Osborne as an escort to the royal yachts when the Queen embarked. The Queen left Osborne House a few minutes before 3 o'clock, went aboard the royal yacht Victoria and Albert, and left the buoy in the bay promptly at the hour fixed. She was preceded by the Trinity yacht and followed by the royal yachts Osborne and Alberta, and by the war vessels Enchantress, Helicon, Euphrates, Crocodile, and Malabar. The royal procession proceeded straight to its destination and passed between the lines, leaving the coast defense ships, gunboats, and torpedo boats on the port hand. After steaming as far as the Horse Elbow buoy, the Victoria and Albert turned to starboard, passed between the 2 columns of large ships, and then between the lines of the foreign war vessels. As the yacht steamed slowly by the warships, the crews cheered loudly, but it was not until the Queen had gone through the double line that the royal salute was fired. On board such vessels as had no masts, the turrets, breastworks, and decks were lined with the crews, and the spectacle was as splendid as it was potent with an earnest evidence of mighty power. Altogether, the fleet extended over 4 miles, and even this length was added to by the great troopships which steamed into line and saluted the Queen as she made her progress. The Jubilee week was not without its accidents, for the Ajax and Devastation collided at the rendezvous, and subsequently the Agincourt and Black Prince had a similar experience. These mishaps evoked much hostile criticism, and among other things gave currency to an extract from a speech made by Lord Randolph Churchill several weeks before. Speaking of the Navy, he had declared that, "In the last 12 or 13 years 18 ships have been either completed or designed by the Admiralty to fulfill certain purposes, and on the strength of the Admiralty statements Parliament has faithfully voted the money. The total amount which either has been or will be voted for these ships is about 10 millions, and it is now discovered and officially acknowledged that in respect of the purposes for which these ships were designed, and for the purposes for which these 10 millions either have been or will be spent, the whole of the money has been absolutely misapplied, utterly wasted and thrown away." Sir Charles Dilke does not agree with this pessimism of his political opponent, though he, too, has something to say of the British fleet in relation to its influence upon the present position of European politics, which is well worth quoting. "There is less to be said in a hostile sense with regard to the present position of the Navy," he concedes, "than may be said or must be said about the Army. Clever German officers may write their Great Naval War of 1888 and describe the destruction of the British fleet by the French torpedo boats, but on the whole we are not ill satisfied with the naval progress that has been made in the last 3 years. There is plenty of room for doubt as to whether we get full value for our money, but at all events our Navy is undoubtedly, and by universal admission, the first Navy in the world. And relatively to the French, we appear to show of ships built and building a number proportionate to our expenditure. The discovery of the comparative uselessness of automatic torpedoes is an advantage to this country, and no great change in the opposite direction has recently occurred. M. Gabriel Charms has pointed out to France the manner to destroy our seaborne trade, but excellent steps have been taken since his book appeared to meet the danger which he obligingly made clear to us. It remains a puzzle to my civilian mind how Italy can manage to do all that in a naval sense she does for her comparatively small expenditure, and how, spending only from a fourth to a sixth what we spend upon our Navy, she can nevertheless produce so noble a muster of great ships. But our naval dangers are, no doubt, dangers chiefly caused rather by military than by naval defects. Our Navy is greatly weakened for the discharge of its proper duties by the fact that duties are thrown upon it which no Navy can efficiently discharge. As Admiral Hoskins has said, it is the duty of the commander of the British fleet to drive the hostile squadrons from the seas and to shut up the enemy's ships in his different ports. But on the other hand, he has a right to expect that our own ports and coaling stations shall be protected by batteries and by land forces. This is exactly what has not yet been done, although the defense of our coaling stations by fortresses and by adequate garrisons is essential to the sustaining of our maritime supremacy in time of war. It is only, however, by comparison with our army that I think our Navy in a sound position. In other words, our military situation is so alarming that it is for a time desirable to concentrate our attention upon that, rather than upon the less pressing question of the condition of the Navy. I must not be thought, however, to admit for one single instant that our Navy should give us no anxiety. As long as France remains at peace and spends upon her Navy such enormous sums as she has been spending during the last few years, she will be sufficiently near to us in naval power to make our position somewhat doubtful. Make it depend, that is, upon how the different new inventions may turn out in time of war. Our Navy is certainly none too large, even when the coaling stations and commercial ports have been fortified and made for the first time a source of strength rather than of weakness to the Navy, for the duties which it has to perform. It would be as idle for us, with our present naval force, to hope to thoroughly command the Mediterranean and the Red Sea against the French without an Italian alliance, as to try to hold our own in Turkey or in Belgium with our present army. Just as the country seems now to have made up its mind to abandon not only the defense of Turkey against Russia, but also the defense of the neutrality of Belgium, so it will have to make up its mind, unless it is prepared to increase the Navy, to resort only to the Cape route in time of war. Italy being neutral, and we at war with France, we could not at present hope to defend the whole of our colonies and trade against attack, and London against invasion, and yet to so guard the Mediterranean and the Red Sea as to make passage past Toulon and Algiers, Corsica and Biserta safe. Our force is probably so superior to the French as to enable us to shut up their ironclads, but it would probably be easier to shut in their Mediterranean ironclads by holding the Straits of Gibraltar than to attempt to blockade them in Toulon. I confess that I cannot understand those jingos who think that it is enough to shriek for Egypt, without seeing that Egypt cannot be held in time of war, or the Suez route made use of with the military and naval forces that we possess at present. As against a French and Russian combination, of course, we are weaker still. Englishmen are hardly aware of the strength of Russia in the Pacific, where, if we are to attack at all, we must inevitably fight her, and where, if we are to adopt the hopeless policy of remaining only on the defensive, we shall still have to meet her for the protection of our own possessions. Just as the reduction of the horse artillery, comparatively unimportant in itself, has shown that the idea of the protection of Belgian neutrality has been completely given up, so the abandonment of Port Hamilton, instead of its fortification as a protection for our navy, seems to show that we have lost all hope of being able to hold our own against Russia in the North Pacific. On the 1st of August, Russia will have upon her North Pacific station, cruising, that is, between Vladivostok and Yokohama, 3 new second-class protected ships, the Vladimir Monomac and the Dmitry Donsky of nearly 6,000 tons apiece, and the Duke of Edinburgh of 4,600 tons. One older protected ship, the Vyshyaz of 3,000 tons, 4 fast-sailing cruisers, the Nayeznik, the Razbuynik, the Oprechnik, and the Jighite, and 4 gunboats, of which 2 are brand new this year. While talking about their European fleets, the Russians are paying no real attention to them and are more and more concentrating their strength in the North Pacific. The British Navy, says another writer, is not in danger, and the British Navy, whatever its shortcomings, is relatively far stronger than its thoughtless detractors would have us believe. Our ships do steer and our ships do steam, at least as well as those of other powers. And, what is more, our ships will fight and our ships will win, in spite of the dismal forebodings of interested panic-mongers. With the resources at our command, our armaments afloat admit of a rapid development, in which no other country can compete with us. A French writer has truly said, La puissance d'une marine est moins dans son matériel à flotte, que dans l'outilage de ses arsenaux, et dans la puissance productive de ses chantiers. As a maritime power, we are unequaled, and if we be true to ourselves, we shall remain so. In 1886, the fighting ships of the British Navy were summarized as follows. Plus ships. No, guns, dis black horse no, guns meant, power, plus armored, tons. In commission and in reserve 50, 508, 330, 9,750, 240, 1,390, deduct ships of doubtful value, 7, 137, 50, 780, 30, 970, plus total reliable armored ships, 43, 371, 288,970, 210,420. Unarmored. In commission and in reserve, 197, 1121, 221,957, 245,692, deduct ships of doubtful value, 1576, 27, 760, 27, 470, plus total reliable unarmored ships, 182, 1045, 194,197. 218,222. Armored ships building 12, 148, 89, 660, 114,000 unarmored ships building 21, 112, 24, 650, 53, 250, plus total 33, 260, 114,310, 167,250. Armored ships being completed 1093 84, 880 84, 750 unarmored ships being completed 1090 26, 790 41, 800 plus total 2183, 111,670, 126,550. Total armored ships 72 749, 514,290. 440,140 total unarmored ships, 228, 1323, 273,397, 340,742, Grand total of ships, 372, 787,687, 780,882, plus. During the last year, 37 vessels of the following classes were stricken from the list, viz. 5 armored ships, 7 cruisers of the 3rd class, 16 gun vessels, 1 dispatch boat, and 18 special service gunboats. The total net value, excluding ordnance equipments, of the fleet when it is kept at a normal war strength is $191,568,720, and the annual shipbuilding expenditures required to sustain this standard of efficiency is $8,793,440. This is a very cheap insurance upon the property, material, and moral, which is at stake. The following table shows the armored and partially protected ships now under construction or lately finished. Plus name of tons, horse speed, total armament, ship, power, cost, plus turrets. A Trafalgar 11,940, 12,016.5, 840, 4,318 pounds, 467 ton, 85 in. Nile 11,940, 12,015.5, 889, 421, 467 ton, 85 in. Victoria 11,470, 12,016.75, 829, 979 to 110 ton. Sandsparrow 11,470, 12,016.75, 825, 468, 110 in. 12.6 in. Edinburgh 9, 157, 515.4, 683, 609, 445 ton, 56 in. Hero 6, 206, 000, 15.5, 421, 500, 245 ton, 46 in. Barbettes. Anson 10,000, 12,517.5, 752, 288, 467 ton, 66 in. Camperdown 10,000, 11,717.5, 743, 074, 467 ton, 66 in. Benbow 10,000, 10,850, 17.5, 810, 633 to 110 ton, 10.6 in. Howe 9, 700, 11,517, 720, 771, 467 ton, 66 in. Rodney 9, 700, 11,517, 726, 482, 469 ton, 66 in. Collingwood 9, 159, 570, 16.5, 670, 752, 444 ton, 66 in. Imperius 8, 500, 10,344, 17.21, 559, 901, 49.2 in. 66 in. Warspite 8, 500, 10,242, 17.25, 558, 449, 422 ton, 66 in. Belted cruisers. Immortalite 50008, 518, 302, 922, 22 ton, 10.6 in. Aurora 50008, 518, 308, 585, 222 ton, 10.6 in. Australia 50008, 518, 290, 613, 9.2 in. 10.6 in. Galadia 50008, 518, 290, 302, 9.2 in. 10.6 in. Narcissus 50008, 518, 290, 751, 9.2 in. 10.6 in. Orlando 50008, 518, 299, 905, 9.2 in. 10.6 in. Undaunted 50008, 518, 299, 525, 9.2 in. 10.6 in. Partially protected cruisers. Mercy 3, 506, 000, 18, 236, 435, 8 in. 10.6 in. Severn 3, 506, 000, 18, 234, 282, 8 in. 10.6 in. Thames 3, 505, 718, 227, 980, 28 in, 10-6 in. Forth 3, 505, 718, 221, 913, 28 in, 10-6 in. Plus 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 plus. In the notes upon the next chapter, additional data referring to gunboats and torpedo boats will be found. The French Navy. By Sir Edward J. Reed. We have now to pass under review that vast array of naval constructions which the continental navies of Europe offer to our observation. It is not at all surprising that the introduction of steam engines, of iron and steel hulls, and of armor plating has been attended throughout Europe by even greater diversity of thought and practice than has characterized our naval progress. Our progress, here signifying that of both the United States and Great Britain. And this may, I think, truthfully be said without in any degree neglecting the striking originality of the American monitors, to which I endeavored to do justice. As regards two of the three great changes just adverted to, the only differences of opinion that have arisen have been in the nature of competitions rather than of conflicts. No one, so far as I am aware, has ever proposed to revert to sail power or to wooden hulls in important ships of war. On the contrary, the powers have been in continual competition in the effort to reduce the weights of the hulls of warships, apart from armor, by the extended use, first of iron and afterwards of steel, and to apply the savings of weight thus effected to the development of engine power, speed, and steaming endurance. On the other hand, it must be acknowledged that the development of armor has been pursued with less constancy and less earnestness, the result being that marked contrasts are exhibited by European navies. It may be said, with little or no qualification, that all other European naval powers followed, in the first place, the example set by the late Emperor Napoleon Roman III. In La Gloire, by covering the whole of the exposed part of the warship's hull with armor plating. All the early ironclads of Russia, Italy, Austria, and Germany were protected from stem to stern, and from a few feet below water to the upper deck. England did the same in the cases of a few ships, although she began, as we saw before, with the warrior type, in which the armor was limited to the central part of the ship. But the system of completely covering the exposed ship with armor has now entirely and properly passed away from European practice, and has been succeeded by varied arrangements of armor. The importance of giving effectual protection to the hull between wind and water, as it is called, signifying from a few feet below the waterline to a few feet above that line, has been steadily recognized by continental governments, with but the rarest exceptions. Nothing corresponding to that wholesale abandonment of armor for about 100 feet at each end of the ship, which has been practiced in the British ships of the inflexible and admiral types, is displayed in the line of battle ships of the continent. In France, indeed, two such ships were laid down under some temporary influence, viz. the Brennus and the Charles Martel, but they appear to have soon fallen under suspicion, and there has not been, to my knowledge, any great disposition to complete them for service. A return made by the Admiralty to the order of the House of Commons has been printed, and says of the Brennus and Charles Martel, though these vessels still appear in the list of the French Navy, but little money has been voted for their construction in 1886, and all work on them is now reported to have been stopped. I know not what significance is to be attached to the fact, but I observe that these two ships were omitted altogether from the ironclad ships of France published so recently as May 1886 in the Universal Register of Shipping, which Lloyd's Register Committee believe will be found the most complete list that has yet been published. It seems not improbable, therefore, that the dangerous system of exposing 2/3 of the ship's length to destruction from all kinds and every system of naval guns, even the smallest, which prevailed in the British Navy for more than 12 years, and which has now happily been superseded in the powerful new ships Nile and Trafalgar, obtained but little more than momentary approval in France, and is likely to have led to the condemnation of the only two ships in which it was attempted. A result which is creditable alike to French science and to French sagacity. In Italy, the inflexible system, which has met in France with the fate we have just seen, obtained temporary favor, and was adopted in the Duilio and the Dandolo, two very large ships of 11,000 tons each, of a speed exceeding 15 knots, and each carrying 4 100-ton guns and turrets. Although these ships are 340 feet in length, even the armored belt amidships, if belt, in any sense so short a strip of armor may be called, is but 107 feet long, leaving therefore 233 feet of the ship at the ends wholly devoid of waterline protection. As the author of the Citadel system, I cannot regard such an arrangement as this as a fair and reasonable embodiment of it, the discrepancy between the armored and unarmored portions being greater in these two ships than even in the Ajax and Agamemnon, which are perhaps the worst examples of the abuse of the Citadel system in the British Navy. It is to the credit of the Italian government that ships of this type were not repeated in their navy, and it is but right to point out that there were excuses, which probably ranked in the minds of the designers as reasons for a more extreme proportionate limitation of the citadels being adopted in the Duilio and Dandolo than in the Ajax and Agamemnon. Among these were the possession by the Italian ships of heavier armaments, and of far greater steam power and speed than the British ships possessed, a matter to which further reference will be made hereafter, and probably, also, the adoption of somewhat finer water lines as a means of attaining the superior speed. In this connection, it may be well to observe that the question of leaving so-called armored line-of-battle ships without armor at the extremities is first one of principle, and afterwards one of degree. The principle, which should be observed in the design of every armored vessel which is intended for the line of battle, or for those close and severe contests of ship with ship, which will probably supersede in a great degree the system of fighting in lines of battle, is this: the proportion which the armored citadel bears to the unarmored ends must always be such as to enable the ship to keep afloat all the time the armor itself holds out against the attack of the enemy, so that injuries to the unarmored ends, however great or multiplied, shall not alone suffice to destroy the ship. Whatever may occur in the future to interfere with the application of this principle, and I do not deny that such interferences may arise under certain perfectly conceivable circumstances, nothing has yet happened to justify its abandonment, or to even justify the remotest chance of its being violated. If a ship is not intended to close with an enemy, or to fight her anyhow and anywhere on the open sea, which certainly has been the dominant idea of the British Navy, in so far as its great line-of-battle ships are concerned. If, for example, a combination of immense speed with one or two extremely powerful and well-protected guns should serve a particular object better than a slower and more fully protected ship would serve it, then even great destructibility in the ship itself may justifiably be incurred. But for general naval service, and in every case in which a ship is intended to accept battle with a powerful antagonist and fight it out, or to force an action when she encounters such an enemy, it cannot be wise to leave her so exposed that that enemy may almost certainly sink her or cause her to capsize by merely pouring any kind of shot or shell into her unarmored parts. But even the observance of the above general principle is not alone all that is desirable in armored line-of-battle ships. It is not well to leave even so much of the ends of such ships wholly exposed as may lead to the speedy loss in action of her steaming or steering powers. The armor belt should be of sufficient length to fairly guarantee the ship against prompt disablement in action, and to do this, it must be carried very much nearer to the bow and stern than it has been in the cases of the Italian ships, Duilio and Danilo, now under notice. On the other hand, where ships are formed with fine water lines, and the two opposite sides are consequently very near to each other for many feet, it is quite unnecessary to cover them with armor. The buoyancy comprised between the two sides aft such parts is very small, and consequently penetration can let but little water into the ship, and do but little harm. It is a matter for the exercise of professional judgment where to draw the line between the armored and the unarmored parts. In the new British ships Nile and Trafalgar, which have excited great admiration in England, there are about 60 feet of length at each end left without armor, and as the ships have fine lines, but are nevertheless of considerable breadth at 60 feet from the ends, it seems probable that good judgment has been shown by their designers in this matter. I have discussed this question at some length, because it is one of primary consideration in the design of important armored ships, and because the abandonment of a long belt of armor is also one of the few features of construction respecting which the designers of the continent have steadfastly refrained from following the example set by the Admiralty Office at Whitehall from the years 1870 to 1885. It will complete the consideration of this branch of the subject to say that there are numerous ships of the ironclad type in foreign navies in which the armor, justifiably, as has just been shown, stops somewhat short of the ends, but very few indeed in which the length of the unarmored parts exceeds that of the armored. Among the last named may be mentioned a very questionable class of vessels, Saxon type in the German Navy, and a much smaller seagoing vessel belonging to the Argentine Republic, named the Almirante Brown, which is a well-designed vessel in other respects, but which on account of her long defenseless bow and stern would do better to avoid than to fight an enemy. Having now dealt with the primary question of the defense of ships by means of armor belts, we come to the greater or less defense bestowed upon them above water. The course taken by the French designers, when the increased thickness of armor made it impossible to repeat the complete protection adopted in La Gloire and her compeers, was in some few cases that of belting the ship with armor and giving great tumble home to the sides above water, excepting at the central armored battery, thus allowing that battery to project, and its guns to fire directly ahead and astern, past the inwardly inclined sides. This system has been strikingly carried out in the two sister ships Curbit and Devastation, the former of which is shown, stem on, in the cut on page 75, which is engraved from a photograph taken after her launch, and before she began to receive her armor plating. A representation of the sister vessel, Devastation, forming one of the series of engravings given in this chapter from drawings specially executed for the purpose by Chevalier de Martino, forms our illustration on page 73. But generally in the French Navy, and in nearly all but its earliest ships, direct head and stern fire has been obtained by means of elevated and projecting towers, armor-plated to a sufficient height to protect the gun machinery, but with the guns themselves unprotected, and firing en barbette. In the case of the two ships Devastation and Curbit, the main deck projecting battery carries 4 guns, each commanding a full quadrant of a circle. The barbette batteries, standing up above the upper deck, carry a powerful gun on each side of the ship, with great range of fire. Illustration: the Devastation, French armored ship of the first class. Having given these general indications of the system of attack and defense adopted in the French Navy, by far the most important of all the continental navies, it now becomes desirable to go more into particulars. It is not necessary to dwell upon the early ironclads of France. The Gloire and a dozen others of like character were all built of wood, without watertight bulkheads, without rams or spurs, with armor plates from 4 to 6 inches thick only, and with guns of small caliber and power. They may be left out of consideration in dealing with the present French Navy. They were followed by 6 other vessels, also built of wood, but with upper works of iron, viz., the Ossian, Marengo, Suffren, Richelieu, Colbert, Trident. They were armored with plates of a maximum thickness of 8½ inches, and carried 4 guns of 10¾ inches caliber, weighing 23 tons each, with 4 16-ton guns and half a dozen light ones. They varied in some particulars, ranging in tonnage from 7,000 to 8,000 tons, in horsepower from 3,600 to 4,600, and in speed from 13 to 14½ knots. The Friedland is another vessel which is frequently classed with the previous 6 ships, the largest of which she generally resembles, but she is built of iron and carries 8 23-ton guns and none of the 16-ton. A committee which sat in 1879, and which had for its president and vice president's men no less eminent than the late M. Gambetta and Albert Gravy and Jules Ferry, pronounced these 7 ships to be the strongest armored ships of the French Navy then in service. Such great advances have since been made, however, that it is only necessary to add respecting these vessels that they were nearly all single-screw ships, and that they carried their principal armament at broadside ports on the main deck and in raised barbette towers placed at the 4 corners of the central battery. The Richelieu was the largest of these vessels. Illustration: the Curbit, formerly the Foudriant, French armored ship of the first class. Not one of the foregoing French ships of the early period conformed to conditions which were laid down officially in 1872 as those requisite for first-class French ironclads, viz., that they should be constructed of iron or steel, with watertight compartments. Be armored with plates 12 inches thick, with decks from 2 to 2.5 inches thick, armed with guns of 24 centimeters caliber, commanding certain prescribed ranges of fire, and furnished with spurs or ram stems. There were, however, 4 ships then under construction or trial, which did conform to the prescribed conditions, viz. the 2 already spoken of, the Curbet and Devastation, and 2 others named the Redoutable and the Amiral Duperrey. With these powerful ships may be said to have commenced the era of iron and steel line-of-battle ships in France. We will now bring them, together with still more recent French ships of the first class, into a table in which their particulars may be conveniently grouped. Table A, Modern French Armored Ships of the First Class. Part 1 of 2 a weight muzzle gun, of a velocity, charge, projectile, pounds, feet. 5-inch steel breech-loading rifle. 1915, 6-inch steel breech-loading rifle. 1915, 8-inch steel breech-loading rifle, 125. 2050, 10-inch steel breech-loading rifle, 250. 2100, 12-inch steel breech-loading rifle, 425. 2100, 14-inch steel breech-loading rifle, 675. 2100, 16-inch steel breech-loading rifle, 1000. 2100 Part 2 of 2 penetration, muzzle in energy weight of gun. Energy, wrought iron per ton of gun. Carriage, of gun, a FTE tons, inches, FTE tons, pounds. 5-inch 1, 525. 7, 6, 187 4, 206-inch, 2, 542. 2, 11, 0006, 408-inch, 7, 285. 2, 28, 00014, 10-inch, 15, 285. 7, 58, 240, 32, 482, 12-inch, 25, 985. 6, 44 tons. 14-inch, 41, 270. 2, 75 tons, 16-inch, 61, 114, 8, 107 tons, plus. This energy, total energy, expresses the work that the gun can perform. It is expressed in foot tons and signifies that the energy developed is sufficient to raise the weight in tons to a height of 1 foot. Thus the projectile from the small 5-inch gun, weighing 60 pounds, fired with a charge of 30 pounds of powder, leaves the gun with an energy capable of lifting 15-25 tons to the height of 1 foot. Comparing this with the energy developed by the 100-ton hammer at the forge of Le Creuset in France, the energy of which is 1,640 foot-tons, we have a most striking illustration of the power of gunpowder. And the testimony in the table as to the energy developed per ton of gun more forcibly exhibits the perfection of a manufacture which, with so little weight of gun, can develop such gigantic power. Illustration: unburned and partially consumed grains of USN, powder. It is this power, united with a moderate weight of gun, which will enable our unarmored cruisers to hold their own with vessels moderately armored. The power of the battery is greater than is required to contend with unarmored ships. There is a great surplus of power of offense, and the effort is very properly made to sustain this at the highest practicable point. The table shows that the 5-inch gun can perforate 10.7 inches of wrought iron at the muzzle, but the results given in tables are based on deliberate firing made on a practice ground, with the position of the target normal to the line of fire. Such conditions cannot obtain during an action at sea, for, besides the modified effect caused by increased distance of target, it must be borne in mind that the side of an enemy's ship will be presented at varying angles, which introduces the element of deflection, than which no cause is more detrimental to penetration. Though the table states a fact, the practical effect of the projectile will be far less than is stated. Hence the wisdom of providing a large surplus of power to compensate for the resistance to its operation. Illustration: section of USN, 6-inch built-up steel breech-loading rifle. It will readily be conceded that the artillerist has a very responsible duty to perform in so designing his gun that the parts shall lock and interlock to guard against chance of dislocation in the structure. A study of the illustration of the 6-inch built-up gun as constructed at the Washington Navy Yard will show the system there adopted. In the list of guns, each caliber is represented by one gun. We have not, as of old, several guns of the same caliber differing in weight. Multiplicity of classes will be avoided, but this will apply only to the main battery, for history is singularly repeating itself at this time in the restoration of the murdering pieces, which have been cited as forming part of naval armaments in the 17th century. The needfulness of machine guns for operating against men on open decks, for effecting entrance through portholes, for repelling attacks in boats, and for resisting the approach of torpedo boats, is so widely recognized that no vessel of war is considered properly equipped without a secondary battery of these murdering pieces. They are mounted on the rail, on platforms projecting from the sides and in the tops. The types adopted in the United States Navy are the Hotchkiss revolving cannon and rapid-firing single-shot guns, and the smaller caliber machine guns of Gatling. The heavier pieces, throwing shells of 6 pounds weight, are very effective against vessels of ordinary scantling. In contemplating the present condition of our new naval armament, we have the consolation of knowing that, so far as concerns the study of the subject generally and in detail, the designs, and the initial manufacture, all has been done that could have been done with the resources available. What has been achieved has been without the facilities that are provided in modern gun factories, but notwithstanding all the drawbacks, it is probably safe to assert that no guns in the world today are superior to those that have been fabricated at the Washington Navy Yard of steel on the new adopted pattern. The work at this ordnance yard is carried on without ostentation. There is no flourish of trumpets accompanying its operations. It is not advertised, and the people do not yet know how much they owe to the ordnance officers of the Navy for the initiation of this new industry, which enables us to assert our ability to advance in this manufacture through the incontrovertible proof of work accomplished. The results are meager in quantity, and at the present rate of manufacture, it will require many years to equip our fleet with modern artillery. This should be remedied, as there is now no doubt as to the success of the productions of this establishment. The plant should be enlarged on a liberal and well-matured plan, and the work should be encouraged by generous appropriations. It may not be generally known that the steel forgings required for the few 8-inch and the 2 10-inch guns now in hand were imported from abroad, for the reason that they could not be furnished of domestic manufacture, from the want of casting and forging facilities in the United States for work of such magnitude. This was a deficiency in our resources that required prompt attention to secure us a position of independence in this important matter. The method of achieving the object was carefully studied out by a mixed board of Army and Navy officers and presented in a document known as the Gun Foundry Board Report, and the subject received the attention of committees from both houses of Congress. All of these reports virtually agreed as to the method, but there was a useless delay in action. Large expenditures of money were required, and there was hesitancy in assuming the responsibility of recommending it. The object was of national importance, however, and public opinion demanded its accomplishment. The officers of the Navy have proved their ability to carry on the work successfully, and if the opportunity be given, they will establish the artillery of the United States Navy in a position of which the country may again be proud. Notes: Guns. The United States no longer depend upon foreigners for guns or armor, inasmuch as the circular issued in August 1886 by the Navy Department inviting all domestic steel manufacturers to state the terms upon which they were willing to produce the steel plates and forgings required for ships and ordnance has met with a prompt response. About 4,500 tons were needed for armor, in plates varying from 20 feet by 8 feet by 12 inches thick to 11.6 feet by 4.3 feet by 6 inches thick. And of the 1,310 tons of steel forgings, 328 tons were intended for the 6-inch guns, 70 tons for the 8-inch, and 912 tons for the calibers between 10 and 12 inches, both inclusive. The rough bored and turned forgings required by the contract were to weigh 3¼ tons for the 6-inch calibers, 5 tons for the 8-inch, 9½ tons for the 10-inch, 9 3/4 tons for the 10 1/2 inch, and 12 1/2 tons for the 12 inch. From the time of closing the contract, 28 6-inch forgings were to be delivered in 1 year, and the remainder within 18 months. All the 8-inch were to be ready within 2 years, and the 10-inch and larger calibers within 2 years and a half. The proposals opened on the 22D of last March showed that for the gun forgings, the Cambria Iron Company had bid $851,513. The Midvale Steel Company, $1,397,240, and the Bethlehem Iron Company $902,230. And that for the armor plates, the Bethlehem Company had bid $3,610,707, and the Cleveland Rolling Mill Company $4,021,561. Subsequently, the Navy Department awarded the contract to the Bethlehem Company, which agreed to furnish all the required steel at a total cost of $4,512,938.29. The tests are so rigorous that a high quality of steel is sure to be produced. The specifications require the forgings to be of open hearth steel of domestic manufacture, from the best quality of raw material, uniform in quality throughout the mass of each forging and throughout the whole order for forgings of the same caliber, and free from slag, seams, cracks, cavities, flaws, blowholes, unsoundness, foreign substances, and all other defects affecting their resistance and value. While it is prescribed that the ingots shall be cast solid, latitude is given to the method of production, but no matter what method may be employed, the part to be delivered for test and acceptance must be equal in quality and in all other respects to a gun ingot cast solid in the usual way, from which at least 30% of the weight of the ingot has been discarded from the upper end and 5% from the lower end. For breech pieces, each ingot must be reduced in diameter by forging at least 40%. In case tubes are forged upon a mandrel from board ingots, the walls must be reduced in thickness by forging at least 50%. Forgings are to be annealed, oil-tempered under such conditions as will assure their resistance and again annealed, and no piece will be accepted unless the last process has been an annealing one. The forging must be left with a uniformly fine grain. All these excellent results are the direct outcomes of the report made in 1884 by the Ordnance Board. First, that the Army and Navy should each have its own gun factory, 2D, that the parts should be shipped by the steel makers ready for finishing and assembling in guns, 3D, that the government should not undertake the production of steel of its own accord. Fourth, that the Watervliet Arsenal, West Troy N. Y, should be the site of the Army gun factory, and fifth, that the Washington Navy Yard should be the site of the Navy gun factory. No action was taken upon the recommendation to establish gun factories, but at the first session of the 49th Congress, an appropriation of $1 million was made for the armament of the Navy, of which some so much as the Secretary determined might be employed for the creation of a plant. Under this permission, the gun factory at the Washington Navy Yard is now being established. The construction of the breech-loading steel guns for the new cruisers has been energetically pushed. Slight modifications in the original designs were made necessary by the adoption of slower burning powder, which carried the pressure still farther forward in the bore, and, in the case of some foreign guns, caused their destruction. Though our guns have not suffered from any such accident, it has been deemed a wise precaution to give the 8-inch guns of the Atlanta 2 additional chase hoops, and to hoop all other pieces of this caliber to the muzzle. From a memorandum kindly furnished by Lieutenant Bradbury, United States Navy, it is learned that the number and caliber of the new guns now finished, under construction, or projected, are as follows. Name of ship. Caliber, +++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++ 12-inch, Dolphin none, 1 none, none, none. Atlanta a 6-2, a Boston a 6-2, Chicago 8-4, a gunboat number 1 none, 6 none. A gunboat number 2 a 4, a Newark a 12, a Baltimore a 6-2, a Charleston a 6 none. A Mayantanamo, none. A Terror, a Amphitrite, a Monadnock, a Puritan, a armored cruiser, 6, a armored battleship, 6, none. 2 gunboats, 12, a none. 2 cruisers, 24, a floating batteries, none. 8 plus 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 plus. This gives a total of 2 5-inch, 103 6-inch, 10 8-inch, 26 10-inch, and 10 12-inch. In his last report, Captain Sicard, Chief of Ordnance, states that, for the new ships approaching completion we have 18 6-inch, 3 8-inch, and 2 5-inch guns finished, and 3 6-inch and 5 8-inch well advanced, together with all the carriages for the Atlanta and Boston, and all for the Chicago, except the 8-inch. With brown powder, the following are the best results obtained in the 6-inch and 8-inch guns. ++++++ gun, powder, muzzle pressure, velocity, +++++ foot seconds, tons, 6-inch American brown, 105-15, 6-8-inch Westphalian brown, 0-13-15, 5++++++. It will be observed, he adds, that the muzzle velocities are as high, while the chamber pressures are considerably below those which the guns were calculated to support in service. During the preliminary trials afloat of the Atlanta's battery in July, a few minor faults were unfairly given an importance by the newspapers, which led the country to believe that the ship and her armament were useless. Unfriendly, critics vented their spite and aired their ignorance in condemnations, which included all who had had anything to do, even in the remotest degree, with the design and construction of vessel and gun. Indeed, so bitter and persistent were they that for a time it seemed almost hopeless to expect any further good could come out of the Nazareth of public opinion. It was not a question of politics, for the journalists of every political faith ran amuck riotously upon the subject, nor was it a matter of morals, where, through intelligent discussion, better things could be attained. For with brilliant misinformation and dogmatic dullness, each scribe stuck his pin-feathered goose-quill into the Navy's midriff, it being such an easy, such a safe thing to do, and then thanked heaven he was a virtuous citizen. Finally, a board was appointed to inspect the ship and battery, and after a thorough examination, it made the following report. In obedience to the department's order of the 22d instant, the board convened on board the Atlanta, Newport, Rhode Island, on the 25th instant, July, 1887, and made a careful examination of the ship guns, carriages, and fittings, and of the damage sustained during the recent target practice, as reported by the Board of Officers ordered by the commanding officer of the Atlanta. The board proceeded to sea on the morning of the 25th instant, but were prevented from firing the guns by a heavy fog which prevailed throughout the day. The ship was again taken to sea on the morning of the 27th instant, and the guns were fired. No deficiencies were noted in the guns themselves other than a slight sticking of the breech plug in 6-inch breech-loading rifle number 5. This disappeared during the firing. Some difficulty in the management of the lock of 6-inch breech-loading rifle number 4, caused by slight upsetting of the firing pin, and the bending of the extractor in 6-pounder rapid-fire number 5. The recoil and counter-recoil of the 8- and 6-inch guns were easy and satisfactory, except at the second fire of the 8-inch breech-loading rifle number 1, when the gun remained in. This was readily run out with a tackle. The action of the carriage of 8-inch breech-loading rifle No. 1 at the first fire was due to want of strength in the clips and clip circles, and at the second fire to want of sufficient bearing and securing of the deck socket. It is believed that had the deck socket held, the carriage would not have been disabled by the giving way of the clips. The training gear, steam and hand, was uninjured. The gun was readily trained when run out to place. The action of the after 6-inch shifting gun number 4 was satisfactory, notwithstanding that the front clips had a play of half an inch. The action of the broadside carriages of 6-inch guns nose 5 and 18 was satisfactory, except the breaking of clips, the starting of the copper rivets in the clip circles, and the wood screws in the training circles. It is believed from the action of the carriage of 6-inch breech-loading rifle number 5, when the clips were removed, that the carriages can be safely used without clips. The clips, however, give additional security and steadiness to the carriage and assist the pivot and socket in bearing the shock of the discharge. The firing of the 6-pounder rapid-fire guns developed a weakness in one leg of the cage mount of number 4, due to imperfect workmanship, and showed also the necessity of locking nuts on the bolts that secure the mounts to the ports. The tower mounts of the 3-pounder rapid-fire guns are unsatisfactory. They cannot be moved with facility. The line of sight of the gun is obstructed at ranges beyond 1,600 yards, and the guns cannot be safely used as now fitted. For this reason, 3-pounder rapid-fire number 3 was not fired. The tripod mounts of the 1-pounder rapid-fire guns need stronger holding-down arrangements. The tower mounts of the 47mm revolving cannon are like those of the 3-pounder rapid-fire guns and have the same defects. The mounts of the 37mm in the tops are satisfactory. Careful observation of the effect of the firing upon the hull of the vessel failed to develop any damage other than the breaking of the cast steel port sills and the starting of some light woodwork. The shock of discharge was slight on the berth deck, and observers there were unable to observe which 6-inch gun had been fired. The deck hull and fittings, with the exception of the port sills, hinges to superstructure doors and vegetable lockers, and some of the light woodwork have every appearance of strength and ability to endure the strain of continuous firing of the guns. The blast of the forward 8-inch gun, when fired abaft the starboard beam, will not permit the crews of the starboard 3-pounder rapid-fire and 1-pounder rapid-fire to remain at their guns. When the after 8-inch gun is fired forward of the port beam, the crews of the after 47mm revolving cannon and of the port after 1-pounder rapid-fire cannot remain at their guns. When the forward 6-inch shifting gun is fired on the port bow or directly ahead, the crew of forward 8-inch gun cannot remain at their places. When the after 6-inch shifting gun is fired on the starboard quarter or directly aft, the crew of the after 8-inch gun cannot remain at their gun. The inability to fire parts of the secondary battery under certain conditions is due to the great arc of fire given to the 8-inch guns. This can hardly be called a defect. It is thought that a screen can be placed between the 8 and 6-inch guns, which will enable them to be worked together forward or aft. The pivot socket of the 8-inch carriage should have a broader bearing surface and should be rigidly bolted to the steel deck and to the framework of the ship in such manner as to distribute the strain over a larger area. The clips and clip circles of the 8-inch and 6-inch carriage should be made of steel. The clips should have larger bearing surfaces and should be shaped to fit the circle. The circle should have double flanges and be bolted, not riveted, on each flange to the steel deck. There should be no appreciable play between the clips and the circles. All bolts used in the battery fittings should have the nuts locked. The clip rail of the tower mount should be altered to fit the mount. This change will make the compressors effective and allow the guns to be used with safety. The port sills should be replaced by heavier sills made of the best quality of malleable cast steel. The plan of testing the hull, guns, and fittings of the Atlanta arranged by the board contemplated a more extended use of the main battery. But the weakness developed in the port sills and in the sockets of the 8-inch carriages rendered further firing inadvisable. Whatever conclusion may be drawn from this report, there is one fact which may serve as an important corollary. In the latest drills of the ships on the North Atlantic Station, the Atlanta won the champion pennant for the best gunnery practice, and this with guns and carriages which were said to be completely disabled. The safe employment of high explosives for war purposes is looked upon by many as a solution of certain vexed problems, and much time and money have been given to the subject. From the nitroglycerine products, there has been a loudly heralded advance to melinite and roborite, of which the great things expected have not yet been realized. Among the most promising attempts to use dynamite in a projectile is that made with the pneumatic gun, perfected by Lieutenant Zielinski, of the U.S. Artillery, who has courteously furnished the following description of the system. The pneumatic dynamite torpedo gun is a weapon which has been evolved for the purpose of projecting with safety and accuracy very large charges of the high explosives. While a gun in name and form, it is practically a torpedo projecting machine, the propelling force used being compressed air. The use of the compressed air gives uniformity and complete control of pressures and total absence of heat. This ensures entire absence of violent initial shocks from the propelling force. It also eliminates danger of increasing the normal sensitiveness of the high explosives by heating while resting in the bore of the gun. The ability to reproduce, time after time, absolutely the same pressure necessarily carries with it great accuracy of fire. The torpedo shell thrown by the gun is essentially arrow-like and is very light and compact compared to the weight of charge thrown. This is a matter of no little importance on shipboard, as a very much larger number can therefore be carried for a given weight and storage room. The torpedoes projected by this machine have a twofold field of action when acting against ships. First, the overwater hull, second, the underwater hull. The shell is exploded by an electrical fuse. This is brought into action if striking the overwater hull an instant before full impact. If the shell misses the overwater hull and enters the water, explosion is produced after the shell is thoroughly buried, thus obtaining the fullest tamping effect of the water. The delayed action of the fuse can be controlled so as to cause the shell to go to the bottom before explosion ensues. This is needed at times when the torpedo shell is used for countermining a system of submerged stationary torpedo defenses. Experiments against iron plates have shown that it is essential to have the initial point of explosion at the rear of the shell. When explosion takes place by simple impact from the front end, the injury to the plates is actually less than when a blank shell is used. For these reasons, the fuse has been arranged so that the initial point of explosion is at the rear of the shell. No attempt has been made to make a shell which can perforate armor before explosion. To do so would involve thickening the walls to such an extent as to materially reduce the weight of the charge carried. Besides that, it is very doubtful whether a shell fully charged with gunpowder can perforate any considerable thickness of armor without previously exploding its bursting charge. Much more will this be the case where the bursting charge is one of the more sensitive high explosives. The pneumatic torpedo gun system has various fields of usefulness as an auxiliary war appliance. Among these are the following. First, on swift-moving torpedo boats, 2D, on larger war vessels for general use and for defense against surface and submarine torpedo boats, 3D, in land defenses, 4th, for use in the approaches during land sieges. Torpedo boats carrying the pneumatic guns can commence effective operations at the range of at least 1 mile, as compared to not more than 300 yards of the boats carrying the Whitehead torpedoes. Their torpedo shell cannot be stopped by netting, as is the case with the latter. The charges which can be thrown are also much greater. The guns to be carried on the pneumatic dynamite gun cruiser, now building for the United States government, will throw shell charged with 200 and 400 pounds of explosive gelatine. These guns can be fired at the rate of 1 in 2 minutes, and indeed even more rapidly if required. In the defense of a man-of-war, no other means can as effectually stop the advance either of submarine boats or submerged movable torpedoes. This is due to the ability to explode the large charges when the shells are well submerged. Their radius of action will be so great as to avoid the necessity of making absolute hits. The chances of stopping the attack are thereby very much increased. A tube of large caliber can be fixed in the bow, so as to be of use when advancing to the attack with the ram. An 18-inch shell, containing 1,000 pounds of explosive gelatine, can be thrown 500 yards in advance of the ship, and that, too, without danger of running into the explosion of its own petard, as would be the case in ejecting directly ahead ordinary torpedoes. This will be made more clear by the statement of the relative speed of the two classes. The pneumatic gun torpedo has a mean velocity of 400 knots for a range of 1 mile, as compared to 25 knots for a range of 200 yards of the Whitehead torpedo. Furthermore, there is no danger of the shell turning back, as is sometimes the case with the latter. The opportunities of making an effective hit will be much greater with the torpedo shell than with the ram. It will be easier to point the vessel fairly at the enemy's broadside when at the range of 500 yards than to bring the ram in absolute contact with the enemy's side. The gun tubes used are very thin, not exceeding 3/4 of an inch in thickness, and may be of sections of any convenient length. The other portions of the supporting truss, reservoirs, etc., are also of comparatively light weight. They could be of large calibers, and the destructive effects producible by large charges of high explosives will doubtless have a demoralizing effect upon the defense. Upon September 20th of this year, a public trial was successfully made with the gun, the target being the condemned coast survey schooner Silliman. After firing 2 shots to verify the range, the gun was loaded with a projectile, which was 5.5 feet in length, contained 55 pounds of explosive gelatine, and was fired under an air pressure of 607 pounds. The torpedo rushed from the muzzle of the tube with a loud report. In 13 seconds, it plunged into the water close under the starboard quarter of the Silliman, and exploding almost instantly, threw a great volume of water 150 feet into the air. For a moment, the schooner was hidden from view, but when the mist cleared away, it was found that her main mast had toppled over the side. At a distance, this seemed to be all the damage inflicted, but a closer inspection showed that all the wood ends on deck had been loosened, that the cabin fittings had been thoroughly shaken up, and that water was running into the hold. Soon afterwards, a fourth shot was fired. This landed very close to the starboard side of the vessel, and on explosion seemed to lift the Silliman out of the water. The hull was very badly shattered. The water tank, which had been firmly fastened to the schooner's bottom, was blown up through the deck and floated on the wreckage, and the stump of the main mast was capsized. The bow was held above water by barrel buoys, and the foremast, which had heeled over to an angle of 45 degrees, was sustained by the steel rigging that had become entangled in the pieces of wood floating to windward. Machine and rapid-fire guns. Of the machine guns, the Gatling, Gardner, Nordenfeldt, and Maxim systems are the best known. The adoption of vehicles feed in the Gatling eliminates largely the liability of cartridge jams and increases the rapidity of fire at all angles to 1,200 shots per minute. When this rapid delivery of fire is not needed, Bruce's slower feed may be substituted. The Gardner gun is an effective weapon, but it has less rapidity of fire and smaller range of vertical train than the Gatling. The Nordenfeldt rifle caliber gun has not obtained the prominence of the others, and the Maxim, in which the energy of recoil is ingeniously applied to the work of loading and firing, is growing in favor. The Hotchkiss revolving cannon was a wonderful step. The 37, 47, and 53 mm calibers firing 1 pound, 2.5 pound, and 3.5 pound explosive projectiles, with muzzle velocities of about 1,400 feet per second. The heavier nature of revolving cannon, declares Commander Folger, United States Navy, proved somewhat unwieldy, and the change to the single barrel of increased length and using a heavier powder charge was a natural one, and in keeping with the growing ballistic power of large guns. Though no longer denominated machine guns, the term now being generally applied to a cluster of barrels, the rapid-fire guns are a direct outgrowth of the larger calibers of machine guns, and are classed with them as secondary battery arms. There are now in the service of all the great military powers rapid-firing guns of 47 and 57 mm caliber, firing respectively explosive shells of 3 pounds and 6 pounds weight, at muzzle velocity of about 1,900 feet per second. This will give with the 6-pound gun a range of about 2.5 miles at 10 degrees elevation. These guns will deliver, under favorable circumstances, perhaps 10 aimed rounds per minute, and the shells perforating the sides of an unarmored vessel and bursting, after passing through into, say, 25 fragments, each with energy sufficient to kill a man, we have here a weapon of unequaled destructive capacity. It is beyond question that the conditions of combat between ships and forts are definitely changed by the advent of these guns. Even armored vessels with covered batteries are at a disadvantage, as a hail of missiles will seek the gun ports and conning towers wherever an enemy, from the nature of circumstances, takes close quarters. Experiment abroad has also demonstrated that the projecting chase, forward body, of a large gun is extremely vulnerable and liable to injury from the fire of the larger rapid-firing pieces. This system, which is just now so important an adjunct to the main battery of ships of war, is of but recent development. The first order received for a weapon of this kind by the Hotchkiss firm came from the United States, and the guns now mounted in the new ships Boston, Atlanta, and Dolphin were delivered under it. 3 calibers were obtained, viz. The 6, 3, and 1-pounder, as they are known in the United States Navy, their usual names in other countries being the 57, 47, and 37 mm guns. Since their introduction, the demand for larger calibers by most of the prominent naval powers has been so pressing that the Hotchkiss Company has produced a 9-pounder and has a 33-pounder in course of manufacture. It is believed that this last caliber represents about the limit of utility of the Hotchkiss system, though the gain in time by the use of ammunition carrying the charged projectile and fulminate in one case will recommend it for use with much larger calibers, even where 2 men may be required to handle the cartridge. The most important trials of rapid-fire guns during the past 2 years are thus described by Lieutenant Driggs, United States Navy. The various systems now in use or being developed are the Albini, Armstrong, Driggs-Schroeder, Gruson, Hotchkiss, Krupp, Maxim, Nordenfeldt. Of these, the Armstrong has not been favorably received on account of the cumbersome breech-closing arrangement. This consists in 2 side levers attached to and turning about the trunnions. A crosshead connects the 2 levers, and by an eccentric motion one of them is pressed against or removed from the breech of the gun, thus closing or opening it. The bosun has 2 of those guns, but with that known exception few, if any, have been put in service. The Gruson gun is said to be very similar to the Hotchkiss in its mechanism, though not as good. The Maxim and Hotchkiss are both well known. The Nordenfeldt, which in Europe is the greatest rival of the Hotchkiss, is entirely different from the guns heretofore made under this name. In the single-shot rapid-fire gun, the breech is closed with a double breech plug, which is revolved in the breech recess by a cam motion. The plug is divided transversely. The front half carries the firing pin and has only a circular motion in closing and opening. The rear half acts as a wedge, the first motion being downward and the second circular, the front half then moving with it. One of the most complete tests to which guns of this class have been subjected was that conducted by the Italian government in February of last year, 1885. The trials were made at Spezia, the following being offered for test: Hotchkiss rapid fire, improved Nordenfeldt rapid fire on recoil carriage, Armstrong rapid fire, and a rapid fire gun made at the government works at Venice. The Armstrong gun was not fired. The others were fired in the following order: Nordenfeldt, Hotchkiss, and Italian. The guns were mounted on board a small ship, the Vulcano, for firing at sea. A large target was fixed on the breakwater in the middle of the harbor of Spezia, and 2 smaller targets of triangular shape had been anchored, one 550 yards inside and the other 550 yards outside the breakwater. The Vulcano was then placed 1,300 to 1,400 yards inside the breakwater, and fire begun against the large target with the Nordenfeldt 6-pounder gun, which was worked by Italian sailors. A first series of 18 shots were fired in 47 seconds for rapidity of fire with rough aiming. A second series of 16 shots were fired in 34 seconds. The rapidity of fire with rough aiming and untried men was thus respectively at the rate of 23 and 28 shots per minute. Afterwards, 10 case shots were fired with the gun almost level, in order to see how the lead bullets were spread over the range. Some of them were seen to touch the water 700 or 800 yards from the muzzle, and the whole range was well covered by the 150 lead bullets contained in each of the Nordenfeldt case shots. The second part of the program consisted of the firing at 3 targets, respectively at 600, 1,200, and 1,800 yards, the ranges being only approximately known, changing the aim at every 3rd shot, and firing under difficulty, owing to the movement of the ship. 21 common shells were fired, 7 at each target, with good accuracy, and the shells on striking the water burst better at the shorter than at the longer ranges. The firing at sea was closed with one more series of 10 rounds, fired rapidly in 26 seconds, in order to see if the gun would act well after being heated by the 85 rounds which had already been fired. 4 of the last series were ring shells and burst on striking the water at the first impact, breaking into a larger number of pieces than the common shells. The Nordenfeldt gun was then mounted on shore for tests of penetration. The plates used were 1. A 5/4 quarter-inch solid wrought iron, 2. A 4-inch solid Camel steel plate, 3. 1-inch steel plate at an angle of 15 degrees to line of fire. The 2 thick plates were backed by 10 inches of oak and at right angles to line of fire and 100 yards from the gun. The perforation was in every case complete, both with solid steel shot and chilled point shells, these latter bursting in the wood behind. The thin plate was then put at more acute angle to the line of fire, and only when this angle was 7 degrees or 8 degrees did the projectile fail to penetrate. The indicated muzzle velocity of this gun is 2130 feet, with a 6-pound projectile and charge of 2 pounds 15 ounces. A few days afterwards, the Hotchkiss gun went through the same trials and program. For rapidity, 40 rounds were fired with rough aiming in 3 minutes, the rate being 13.3 per minute. The shooting was good, but the men serving the gun complained of being fatigued by the shocks from the shoulder piece. The muzzle velocity was about 1,085 feet, or about 300 feet below that of the Nordenfeldt. Last of all, the Italian gun was fired, but as it was designed for 1,480 feet velocity, it was not brought in direct competition with the other two guns in power. The rapidity of fire obtained, however, was about 20 rounds per minute, and both the mechanism and recoil carriage worked well. The Hotchkiss and Nordenfeldt guns were tried in competition at Ochta, near St. Petersburg, in September last, 1886. The reports that have reached this country are very meager, but are unanimous in favor of the Nordenfeldt gun. From what can be learned, the fire was first for rapidity, in which the Nordenfeldt discharged 30 rounds in 1 minute, and the Hotchkiss 20 rounds in the same time, the initial velocity of the former being 624 meters, 2,047 feet, per second, while that of the latter was 548 meters, 1,797 feet, per second. The fire of both guns was directed upon a target at 1,800 meters, 1,969 yards, range. The Nordenfeldt scored 9 hits, while the Hotchkiss made none. It is more than likely that this failure was due more to defective pointing than to any defect of construction. The trial closed with a very interesting and instructive experiment. 4 targets were placed at 600, 800, 1,000, and 1,200 meters. Each gun was to fire as rapidly as possible for 30 seconds, changing the range each fire, from the 600 up to the 1,200-meter target and back. During this test, the Nordenfeldt is said to have discharged 15 shots in the 30 seconds and to have made 9 hits, while the Hotchkiss scored but 2 hits and only discharged 11 rounds in 32 seconds. Here again, the element of inaccurate sighting may be largely responsible for the difference in the number of hits, but the great disparity in the number of rounds fired must be due to the mechanical defects in the Hotchkiss system, by which the action of its breech block is too slow. Notwithstanding the reported success of the Nordenfeldt gun in the trials, the Russian government ordered a number of Hotchkiss guns and no Nordenfeldts. The latest experiments with large-calibered rapid-fire guns were those of the Armstrong 36 and 70-pounder. The first piece differs materially from the new 33-pounder Hotchkiss. It is 4.724 inches in caliber, 14 feet 2.5 inches length, and weighs 3,400 weight. It was fired with 7.5 pounds of powder 10 times in 47 seconds, or at a rate 6 times faster than that obtained with the service guns of like caliber. The 70-pounder was fired with both 25-pound and 30-pound charges, at a speed of from 8 to 10 rounds per minute. In the latest mount for the 36-pounder, the gun is supported on a rocking slide which pivots on transverse bearings, so that the piece moves only forward and backward on the slide. Elevation and depression are given by a shoulder piece attached to the slide, and the gun is secured at any desired angle with a clamp attached to the side of the slide. This development of rapid-fire pieces opens anew the discussion as to the comparative values of large and small caliber guns. At the present stage of the question, it is safe to say that, however necessary the large caliber may be in armored battleships and coast defense vessels, its usefulness in thin-skinned, high-powered cruisers is questionable. Abroad, the long-range guns which constitute the primary batteries are being reduced in caliber, while the secondary batteries of rapid-fire guns are increasing so much in size that before the next sea war, a nearly uniform caliber of 4 or 5 inches will probably be established. The reasons for these changes are not difficult to understand. In all sea engagements, hereafter type will fight with type. That is to say, apart from the role which auxiliary rams and torpedo boats may play, armored ships will oppose armored ships, and unarmored cruisers and gunboats will, when intelligently handled, seek action only with vessels of similar character. Today, every unarmored ship afloat or under construction can be penetrated at the average fighting distance by a musket bullet impelled with a little more than the ordinary velocity. And as there is absolutely no protection, it seems a mistake to arm such vessels with the unnecessarily large calibers now in use. Especially is this true when their employment is based mainly upon the remote assumption that such ships may have to attack fortifications. Smaller guns will do the work equally as well, if not better. For the greater intensity of fire secured by the certain action of a large number of easily handled small-calibered guns is surely more valuable than any probable advantage, which might be derived from heavier projectiles fired under conditions that make their effectiveness doubtful. Whatever may be said to the contrary by mere theorists, the difficulty of handling ordnance increases enormously as the calibers grow. And sea officers, who alone are the proper judges, insist that the monster pieces of the present day are so unmanageable as to be nearly useless. Of course, where armor penetration is vital to success, heavy armaments must and will be employed. But when this factor need not be considered, a great many light guns, easily worked by hand, are the demands of the hour. The problem, fortunately, is nearer solution owing to the development now in progress. And when this is coupled with the rapidly increasing popularity of the 5-inch, breech-loading all-steel rifle, our country notably may congratulate itself that ordnance is reverting to a plane which other nations mistakenly and at great cost abandoned, and which the United States can readily attain. Ships of the minor navies. Early in September of this year, there sailed from England for the East 5 Chinese war vessels of the latest types: the Qi Yuan and Qing Yuan, fast cruisers, the King Yuan and Lai Yuan coast defense ships, and a torpedo boat as yet unnamed. Though the squadron was commanded by Admiral Lang, a captain in the Royal Navy temporarily serving under the Chinese government, the other officers were mainly, and the crews were wholly, natives who had passed through English cruising and training ships. The Qi Yuan was commanded by Captain Tang, who had under him 9 English and 15 Chinese officers and 150 men. The Qing Yuan was in charge of Captain Yi and 11 English and 14 Chinese officers with the same complement, while the other ships were officered and manned much the same way. There was, it is true, an English fleet surgeon, but each ship had its native medical officer and 2 chief engineers, one of whom was a Chinese. On leaving Spithead, stated the Herald Cable Dispatch, the fleet will proceed direct to Gibraltar, thence to Port Said, where it will take in coal. It will stop at Suez, Aden, Colombo, where it will coal again. Singapore, Hong Kong, Shefu, and Taku, joining at this place the fleet already assembled under Admiral Ting and replacing there many of the foreigners by native officers. The voyage is expected to occupy 72 days, 52 at sea and 20 in harbor, and during this time the crews will be thoroughly practiced in torpedo, gun, and other drills. This, of course, will involve a deal of hard work, such as would try the endurance of English sailors, but the Chinamen will be allowed a plentiful supply of beef and beer. Modern cruisers and armed battleships requiring the highest intelligence to fight, torpedo drills, beef and beer, and all for that outer barbarian whom our mobs murder just for a lark. Here is a lesson for congressmen, here an example and a possible menace for this defenseless land. The Chinese Navy, though of recent growth, consists today of 7 armored and 10 unarmored ships of modern types, in addition to torpedo boats, and to at least 30 other vessels which are not so obsolete as 9/10 of the ships this country has in commission. Nearly 10 years ago, the Chinese government realized that its wooden corvettes, gunboats, and armed junks were no longer adapted to warfare, and ordered from the Vulcan Works at Stettin the 2 steel cruisers Nanshu and Nanshen. These are of 2,200 tons displacement, and with 2,400 horsepower have developed 15 knots speed. Their armament is composed of 2 8-inch and 8 4.5-inch Armstrongs, and of lighter secondary pieces. In 1881, these ships were followed by the armored battleships Chen Yuan and Ting Yuan, and by the steel cruiser Tichai Yuan. The battleships are built of steel and have the following dimensions: length 296, 5 feet, beam 59 feet, mean draft 20 feet, displacement 7430 tons. Their compound armor extends throughout a central citadel 138 feet long and around a nearly elliptical redoubt situated at its forward end. The side armor is 5 feet wide and has a thickness of 14 inches at the waterline, of 8 inches at the lower and of 10 inches at the upper edge. The protection to the redoubt is 12, and to the conning tower 8 inches thick. The armament consists of 4 12-inch Krupps, echeloned in pairs within the redoubt, of 2 5, 9-inch Krupps mounted forward and aft inside of machine gun-proof turrets of 11 Hotchkiss revolving cannons and a supply of Whitehead torpedo tubes. The engines are of the 3-cylinder compound type and develop 7,300 horsepower and 15.5 knots. The ships have double bottoms, minutely subdivided, and in addition to a cork belt forward and abaft the citadel, a steel protective deck 2 inches thick curves to the extremities. The twin-screw steel cruiser Tichai Yuan is of 3,200 tons displacement and has 2 sets of 2-cylinder horizontal compound engines, which develop 2,800 horsepower and a speed of 50 knots. Her dimensions are length 236 feet 3 inches, beam 34 feet 5 inches, and draft 15 feet 9 inches. The entire underwater body is covered by a curved steel deck, which is 4 inches thick and extends 4 feet 9 inches below the waterline. The space between this deck and the one above is used for coal bunkers. There are 2 machine gun-proof turrets on the fore and aft line, the base of the forward one being surmounted by a fixed tower armored with 15-inch steel, which extends to a height sufficient to protect the base of the turret, its machinery, and gun carriages. The armament is composed of 2 27-inch, 21-centimeter Krupps in the forward turret, of 1 9-inch, 15-centimeter Krupp in the after turret, of 2 similar guns on the main deck aft, of 5 Hotchkiss revolving cannons, and of a supply of Whitehead torpedoes discharged through 4 above-water tubes. The swift-protected cruisers Chi Yuan and Qing Yuan were built at Elswick. The unnamed torpedo boat is of the Yarrow type, and the coast defense vessels King Yuan and Lai Yuan were constructed at Stettin. The displacement of the cruisers is 2,300 tons, length 268 feet, beam 38 feet, depth 21 feet, and draft 14 feet forward and 16 feet aft. Each vessel has 2 pairs of triple expansion engines. Both the engine and boiler rooms are divided into watertight compartments by transverse and longitudinal bulkheads, and the machinery is so arranged that either boiler can work on one engine or on both, and the change necessary to effect this can be made while the vessel is in motion. The result of this intercommunication between each engine and each boiler is that the vessel can proceed so long as any single boiler and engine are uninjured. In the 4 trial trips, 2 with and 2 against the tide, with all their weights, armament, and Chinese crews on board, they attained an average speed of 18.536 knots. The vessels are built of steel and have 2 decks, the lower one consisting of 4-inch steel plates, rising in the middle above the waterline and inclined at the sides so as to dip below it. The engines, magazines, rudder head, and steering gear lie below and are protected by this deck. The openings in the deck are encircled by cofferdams, armored with steel plates, inclined so as to deflect projectiles. The bows are formed and strengthened for ramming purposes. Additional protection is given to the vessel by a partition, which is built on the protective deck parallel to the side of the ship. This encloses a space that is 8 feet wide and is subdivided into a great number of watertight compartments for the stowage of 450 tons of fuel. Both ships have double bottoms, minutely subdivided into watertight compartments. The armament consists of 3 21-centimeter Krupp guns, 2 mounted forward and 1 aft, all on center pivot, shield-protected Vavasour carriages, of 2 6-inch Armstrongs on sponsons, also Vavasour mounted, of 8 6-pounder rapid-fire Hotchkiss, and of 6 Gatling guns. There are 4 above-water torpedo tubes, 2 fixed, 1 in the bow, firing ahead, and 1 aft, pointed astern, and 2 training, 1 in each broadside. There are 2 electric searchlights for each vessel, with a nominal power of 25,000 candles, while the cabins and rest of the ship are lighted with incandescent lamps. It is humiliating, writes the Army and Navy Gazette, but nevertheless an actual fact, that 2 of the cruisers of the Chinese squadron under command of Admiral Lang are superior in certain novelties of construction to any of our own vessels of this class. In point of speed, the 2 unarmored ships which have been turned out by the Elswick firm cannot be touched by our swiftest cruisers. They steam nearly 19 knots an hour. The traversing and manipulation of their guns can be effected with such rapidity that when saluting the garrison at Portsmouth recently, it appeared almost impossible that the guns could have been properly sponged between each discharge, the 2 bow guns especially keeping up a continuous roar. Only the 2 sponson 6-inch guns are from Armstrongs. They are mounted on Vavasor carriages and fitted with singularly simple breech apparatus. The other 3 heavy guns are Krupp's 21 centimeters, about 8¼ inch. These last are protected with a shield of entirely unique construction. It is of steel, and commencing from the trunnion ring, spreads out into a wide shelter sufficient to accommodate the entire gun detachment. The sights are also under cover. The stern chaser has a single shield. The 2 bow chasers are included within one. The torpedo apparatus is most complete. In addition to the 2 tubes opening ahead and astern, which are well above the surface of the water, there are 6 others in connection with the torpedo room. But the latest improvement which is observable on board is the steel armored conning tower, fitted with Lord Armstrong's patent telegraph and communications, for which a special royalty of £400 has to be paid. It is the most perfect scheme for conducting fighting operations that has ever come under our notice. A model for laying all the guns is prominently placed in front of the steering wheel, which is under personal command of the officer in charge. On the left are tubes and telegraphs by which he can converse with the officer in command of the gun detachment and correct any mistakes observable in the laying of the guns. Then he can fire simultaneously, if desirable, or singly, if preferred. All stations on board are also in communication with this conning tower. Hence, the entire fighting power of the vessel, torpedoes and all included, is at the disposal of the officer in command within the conning tower. Another useful modification has been effected in these vessels. The conning tower, which is at the foot of the foremost fighting mast, has close to it the signal station, also protected with steel armor, so that the signaller therein is absolutely secure and close to the commanding officer, from whom he receives and to whom he communicates outside signals. The torpedo boat built by Yarrow is said to be the fastest of its size that has ever been launched, as it has reached a speed of about 28 knots an hour. It is armed with 2 fixed 14-inch torpedo tubes in the bows and 1 14-inch training tube on deck abaft the funnel. It is also supplied with a powerful armament of Hotchkiss and Gatling guns, and a strong electric searchlight so arranged as to be worked either from the conning tower or from the deck. The King Yuan and Lai Yuan, built by the Vulcan Company at Stettin, are powerful vessels, effective for either coast defense or distant sea service. Their principal dimensions are length 269 feet, beam 39 feet 4 inches, depth 25 feet 6 inches, mean draft 16 feet 8 inches, and displacement 2,900 tons. They are built entirely of steel, with double bottoms extending 2/3 of the length, and the underwater body is divided by bulkheads into 66 watertight compartments. The armor protection is compound and consists of a belt 6 feet wide extending the length of the machinery and boiler space, having a maximum thickness of 9.5 inches at and above the waterline and a minimum thickness of 5.1 inches. This belt is terminated at either end by thwartship armored bulkheads, 5.1 inches thick. At the forward end of the belt is a circular revolving turret 8 inches thick, on top of which is the conning tower, with an armor protection of 6 inches. The underwater body is protected by a complete steel protective deck, 1.5 inches thick over the top of, and 3 inches thick forward and abaft, the belt. A partial cork belt above the protective deck gives additional stability. The engines consist of 2 sets of 3-cylinder compound type, situated in 2 separate compartments, driving twin screws, and developing 3,400 horsepower with forced draft. The boilers, 4 in number, are placed in 2 separate compartments. A speed of about 16 knots was attained. The armament consists of 2 21-centimeter, 8.27-inch Krupps mounted in the turret, of 2 15-centimeter, 5.91-inch similar guns carried in recessed ports, of 2 47mm Hotchkiss rapid-fire guns, of 5 37mm revolving cannons, and of 4 torpedo-discharging tubes, 3 above water and 1 in the bow below the waterline. As additions to the lightly armored gunboat Tianxing, built in 1875, China ordered this year from the Vulcan Company 2 heavy coast defense vessels of 7,000 tons displacement and 6,000 horsepower, and laid down at Foochow an armored gun vessel. The Tishaoyang and Yangwei are steel cruisers built at Elswick, of 1,350 tons displacement and 2,400 horsepower. They have developed 16 knots and are armed with two 10-inch and four 4.5-inch Armstrongs, with a secondary battery of 2 lighter pieces and 6 machine guns. The Fechen, a small steel cruiser built at Sunderland, England, has triple expansion engines and is expected to develop 13 knots. Her armament consists of two 6-inch Armstrongs and 4 lighter guns. She is also fitted to do cable work. 3 cruisers of the Nanshu type are being constructed in Chinese dockyards, besides several of the Quang Chen class of gunboats. The Japanese Navy consists of 40 vessels, of which 8 only are modern. The classified armored fleet includes 5 ships, among them the Idsama Can, formerly known as the Stonewall Jackson. None of these is of any importance except the central battery ship Fusu, which was launched in 1877. In January of this year, however, the Japanese government ordered from the Société des Forges et Chantiers de la Méditerranée 2 coast defense vessels, to be built on the plans of M. Burton, constructing engineer of the Japanese Navy. They are to be built entirely of steel, on the cellular plan, with 2 longitudinal and 12 transverse bulkheads. Their principal dimensions are length 295 feet 2 inches, beam 50 feet 6 inches, depth 34 feet 9 inches, draft aft 21 feet 2 inches, displacement 40 tons. The armament proposed is 112, 6-inch 32 centimeter breechloader, 11 4.72-inch 12 centimeter breechloaders, 6 rapid-fire guns, 12 revolving cannons, and 4 torpedo tubes, 1 in the bow, 1 in the stern, and 1 each broadside. 2 independent triple expansion engines, driving twin screws, and required to develop 5,400 indicated horsepower with forced draft and 3,400 with natural draft, supplied with steam by 6 3-furnace boilers in 2 groups, furnish the motive power. The estimated maximum speed is 16 knots. A heavy protective steel deck and a complete surrounding arrangement of coal bunkers protect the engine and boiler space and magazines. The complement of officers and men will number 400. In March 1887, a small armored gun vessel, designed by the same official, was laid down at the Ishikawashima dockyard, Japan. The displacement is 750 tons, length 150 feet, and beam 25 feet. Of the unarmored vessels, the sister ships Naniwakan, already described, and Takachio are at present the most important, though 6 modern cruisers now under construction in Japanese dockyards will soon be added to the fleet. The Navy is manned and officered exclusively by natives, and the service is well administered and popular. Owing to possible complications with China, coast defense has become a live national question, and the wealthy Japanese are subscribing large sums for ships and forts. In addition to these voluntary contributions, the new tax which has been imposed will enable Japan to put herself in an excellent condition for attack or defense. The other navies not described in these pages have afloat or under construction but few modern ships of war. Still, there are vessels in the minor services which ought to be briefly described. One of these, the Almirante Brown of the Argentine Navy, is a twin-screw central battery steel ship which was launched in 1880. Her dimensions are length 240 feet, beam 50 feet, draft 20 feet 6 inches, and displacement 4,200 tons. With 4,500 horsepower, she attained 75 knots, and her coal endurance is given as 4,300 knots at 10 knots speed. Her armament is made up of 8 8-inch and 6 4.5-inch Armstrongs, and of 4 machine guns. The armor is compound, 9 inches thick on the belt and 8 inches on the battery. There is also building in England for this government a central casemate steel cruiser of 4,400 tons displacement. The armor on the casemate is to be compound, 10 inches thick, and the armament is to be composed of 8 8-inch breech-loading Armstrongs, with a secondary battery of rapid-fire guns and torpedo tubes. The estimated speed is 14 knots. In addition to these 2 vessels, the Argentine Navy has 2 small coast defense turret ships, one 14-knot steel cruiser, the Patagonia, which is similar in appearance to the United States steamer Atlanta, 6 gunboats, 11 torpedo boats, and a few other vessels of an unimportant character. The Brazilian Navy has, exclusive of her capital torpedo boat flotilla, over 50 vessels, of which a dozen are classed as armored. These last are mainly medium draft, coast service turret ships and river monitors, though among them are the Riachuelo and Aquidabin, twin-screw armored cruisers, and the Salimos, an armored battleship. The Riachuelo made a sensation when she first appeared and is still one of the most formidable vessels in the world. She is built of steel and has the following dimensions: length 305 feet, beam 52 feet, draft 19 feet 6 inches, displacement 5,700 tons. Her armor is compound, 11 inches thick on the belt and 10 inches on the turret, conning tower, and redoubt. She has also a steel deck, which curves forward to strengthen the ram and aft to protect the steering gear. Her armament consists of 4 9-inch 20-ton Whitworths, Armstrong altered, mounted in 2 echelon turrets, and of 6 5.5-inch guns carried under cover in the superstructure. Her secondary battery includes 15 machine Nordenfeldts and 5 above-water torpedo tubes. With 7,300 horsepower, she attained a speed of 16.71 knots and is credited with a coal endurance of 4,500 miles at 15 knots speed. The Aquidabin is of the same type and general appearance as the Riachuelo, but of smaller dimensions. Her length is 280 feet, beam 52 feet, draft 18 feet, displacement 4,950 tons. The compound armor is from 7 to 11 inches in thickness and 7 feet in width on the waterline belt, and is 10 inches thick on the conning tower and on the oval redoubts which protect the bases of the 2 echelon turrets. The armored deck and redoubt roofs are built of steel, from 2 to 3 inches thick. The armament consists of 4 9-inch 20-ton guns mounted in the turrets and of 4 70-pounders carried under the superstructure. The secondary battery is made up of 15 1-inch Nordenfeldts and 5 above-water torpedo tubes. She developed on trial 6,251 horsepower and a speed of 15.81 knots, and made on the voyage from Lisbon to Bahia 3,600 knots in 13 days and 17 hours, and from Bahia to Rio Janeiro 750 knots in 2 days and 20 hours. The average speed for the passage from England to Rio was nearly 11 knots on a daily coal consumption of 43 tons. The Chilean Navy has the 2 iron-armored, twin-screw central battery ships Almirante Cochrane and Blanco Encalada, and the lightly armored turret ship Huascar. The Almirante Cochrane and Blanco Encalada are 210 feet in length, 45 feet 9 inches in beam, 19 feet 8 inches in draft, and 3,500 tons in displacement. The former carries 4 9-inch and 2 7-inch breech-loading Armstrong rifles, 4 lighter pieces, and 7 machine guns. Before the alterations and repairs lately made, the Blanco Encalada had 6 12-ton muzzle-loading Armstrong rifles, 4 lighter pieces, and 7 machine guns. The Huascar was built in 1865 and is a slightly protected iron ship of 2,032 tons displacement, 1,050 horsepower, and 12 knots speed. Her battery consists of 2 10-inch muzzle-loading Armstrongs and 2 40-pounders. Her wonderful record on the west coast of South America has made her name as familiar in the mouth as a household word. And whatever may have been the justice of the war, there never can or will be a question of the superb courage with which she was fought by her gallant officers and crew. Chile has 3 wooden corvettes, the Chacabuco, O'Higgins, and Pilcomayo, 1 composite corvette, the Magellans, 1 steel cruiser, the Esmeralda, 5 gunboats, 2 paddle steamers, 1 dispatch boat, 1 transport, and 11 torpedo boats. In April 1885, the Esmeralda ran from Valparaiso to Callao, 1,292 miles in 108 hours, the engines during the last 8 hours barely turning over. In the exhaustive trials made before her departure from England, the highest speed attained was 18.25 knots per hour. The Esmeralda is said to be at present in an inefficient condition, both as regards her speed and battery power. In November 1886, the Chilean government gave the Armstrong firm an order for a powerful, partially protected steel cruiser, which is to be of 4,500 tons displacement, and to develop 19 knots speed. Her armament is to consist of 2 10-inch, 1 8-inch, and 2 6-inch Armstrong breechloaders, with a secondary battery of 4 6-pounder rapid-fire guns, 8 Hotchkiss revolving cannons, and 8 torpedo tubes. The cost of this vessel is to be about $1,500,000. Notes: For the new Navy of the United States, Congress has authorized the construction of 25 vessels, of which 7 will be armored, 16 unarmored, and 2 such floating batteries, rams, or other naval structures for coast defense as may be determined by the Navy Department. This list embraces 5 double-turreted monitors, 1 armored battleship, 1 armored cruiser, 8 partially protected cruisers, 1 dynamite gun cruiser, 4 gunboats, 1 dispatch vessel, and 2 torpedo boats. Of the 20 vessels already built or ordered, but 3 are in commission. They vary so much in type that the following conventional data may perhaps be of some use. See table on the following page, though it must be remembered that the performances stated are theoretical, except in the cases of the Atlanta, Boston, and Dolphin. The defects found in the Atlanta when first tested were so easily remedied that the machinery finally developed a maximum horsepower, which was only a little less than that required by the contract, while the Boston reached a maximum of 4,248.5 horsepower. In his last report to the President, the Secretary of the Navy said, "The Dolphin and the Atlanta having both been completed, and having had trial trips, it is possible to compare them in their results with similar vessels built contemporaneously elsewhere. The Dolphin, of 1,500 tons displacement, can be compared with the Alacrity and Surprise, English dispatch vessels of 1,400 tons each, and the Milan, a French dispatch vessel of 1,550 tons, all built contemporaneously. The Dolphin was designed for 2,300 indicated horsepower, the Alacrity and Surprise each 3,000, and the Milan 3,900. The highest mean horsepower developed upon trial was, in the case of the Dolphin, less than 2,200, of the Alacrity 30,173, of the Surprise 30,79, of the Milan 40,132. The highest speed of the Dolphin, resulting from several trials, was 11 knots, running light, of the Alacrity 17.95 knots, of the Surprise 17.8 knots, of the Milan 18.4 knots. The Atlanta, the sister ship to the Boston, can be compared with the Esmeralda, the Giovanni Boston, and the Mersey. All 3 were built in England, the Esmeralda for Chile, the Giovanni Boston for Italy, and the Mersey for the English government. The Atlanta is of 3,000 tons displacement, the Esmeralda 2,920, the Giovanni Boston 3086, and the Mersey 3550. The Atlanta was designed to attain an indicated horsepower of 3,500, the Esmeralda and the Giovanni Boston each 5,500, and the Mersey 6,000. The trials had of the Atlanta indicate that her engines will develop less than 3,500 horsepower, while the Esmeralda developed 6,000, the Giovanni Boston 6,680, and the Mersey 6,626. The maximum speed of the Atlanta will be less than 15 knots, while that of the Esmeralda was 18.28 knots, the Giovanni Boston 17.5 knots, the Mersey 17.5 knots. Part 1 of 3 +++++++ name of ship. Keel launch, condition, material, display laid, cement, +++++++ armored, date, tons, Puritan 1875-1883 completing, iron. 6,000 Mayantanamo 1874, 3,887 Amphitrite 1874, 3,887 Monadnock 1874, 3,887 Terror 1874, 3,887 Battleship. Plans under steel. 6,000 Consideration Cruiser. 6,000 unarmored. Chicago 1883-1886 completing. 4,500 Boston 1882-1885 in commissed. 3,000 Atlanta 1882-1885. 3,000 Dolphin 1882-1885. 1,485. Charleston 1887. Building. 3,730 Baltimore 1887. 4,413 Newark 1887. 4,083 Gunboat No. 1 1887. 1,700 Gunboat No. 2 1887. 870 Dynamite Cruiser 1887. Cruiser No. 4 1887. 4,083 Cruiser No. 5 1887. 4,083 Gunboat No. 3 1887. 1,700 Gunboat No. 4 1887. 1,700 Torpedo Boat, not designed. 108 Stiletto 1884-1885 completed. Wood 356 floating batteries. Not designed. Steel. Plus 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 plus. Part 2 of 3 plus 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 name of ship. Length, beam, draft, speed, horsepower. A plus 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 armored. Feet, FD in knots, tons. Puritan 280, 60, 18, 13 a quarter 3. 500 Miantonimo 250, 55.6. 14.2 10 1, 600 Amphitrite 250, 55.6. 14.2 10 1, 600 Monadnock 250, 55.6. 14.2 10 1, 600 Terror 250, 55.6. 14.2 10 1, 600. Battleship. 17. Cruiser. 17. Unarmored. Chicago 315 48.2, 20.6 15 5 000. Boston 270 42, 18.6, 15.5 4 248. Atlanta 270 42, 18.6, 15.5 3 482. Dolphin 240 32, 14.3 15 2 300. Charleston 345 19.6, 8. 7 500. Baltimore 315 48.6, 21 19 10 750. Newark 310 49.2, 20.6 18 8. 500 gunboat number 1 230 36 15 16 3. 500 gunboat number 2 175 31 12.6 13 1 300. Dynamite cruiser 239. 26.6, 7.6 23 200. Cruiser number 4 310 49. 1 3/4 18.9 1910. 500 cruiser number 5 310 49. 1 3/4 18.9 1910. 500 gunboat number 3 230 36 14 16 3. 500 gunboat number 4 230 36 14 16 3. 500. Torpedo boat 23. Stiletto 90 11 3 22.9 floating batteries. Plus 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 plus. Part 3 of 3 plus 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 name of ship. Armament, cost, plus 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 armored. Main, secondary. Dollars, Puritan 4 of 10-inch 2 300 970 Miantonimo 410. 1 637, 110 Amphitrite 410. 1 590 930 Monadnock 410. 1 592 849 Terror 410. 1 891 077 2 6. Not determined. Battleship 210, 2 500 000 212. A cruiser 410, 2 500 00066 6, unarmored. 4826 BDRS, 447 Chicago 86, 237, 1 576 854 2 5 21 PDRS, 2 short gat. Boston 2 826 BDRS, 2 3 PDRS. 21031 225 6 6, 1 PDRS. Atlanta 2 8 247 237 21031 225 6 6, short gattlings. Dolphin 16 26 BDRS, 447 460 000 gatlings. Automobile torpedoes. Charleston 2 10 46 BDRS, 2 3 PDRS. 1017 506 6, 11 PDR. Amped Baltimore 48 437 2 short 1 325 00086. Gatlings, asterisk amped Newark 12 6. Amped 1 300 000, gunboat number 166, 2 6 BDRS, 2 3 PDRS. 455 000, 11 PDR. Amped gunboat number 246, 237 2 short 247 000, Gatlings, asterisk amped Dynamite Cruiser 3 10.5 2 3 PDRS, 11 PDR. 350 000 Dynamite. 237 2 short gat. Cruiser number 412 6, not yet determined. 1 500 000 cruiser number 512 6, 1 500 000 gunboat number 366, same as gunboat 550 000 gunboat number 466, no, 1 550 000 torpedo boat, 2 rapid-fire guns, 100,000 5 torpedoes. Stiletto, not yet determined. 25,000 floating batteries. 2,000,000 plus asterisk amped equals automobile torpedoes. Thanks to the force of public opinion, liberal appropriations have been made for the Navy. Leaving out of consideration the double-turreted monitors, the additions to the fleet have been the cruisers Charleston and Baltimore, the No. 1 and 2 gunboats, the cruiser Newark, the 2 armored vessels, the torpedo boat, the dynamite cruiser, the No. 4 and 5 cruisers, the No. 3 and 4 gunboats of No. 1 type, and the floating batteries. The Stiletto, if accepted, will be bought from the Harrishoff Company. All the rest, except the battleship, are to be or have been constructed by contract in private yards. Of the new ones, the Charleston and No. 5 cruiser will be built at San Francisco, gunboat No. 2 at Baltimore, the dynamite cruiser, gunboat No. 1, the Baltimore, Newark, and cruiser No. 4 at Philadelphia, and gunboats Nos. 3 and 4 at New York. The steel partially protected cruiser Charleston is, except in details of internal accommodations, a duplicate of the Naniwakan, which was in turn a progressive development of the type-making Esmeralda, inasmuch as she has greater speed, more powerful armament, and superior protection to stability. The plans of the Charleston were bought abroad simply because they could not be made here, and notwithstanding the tuppenny-halfpenny criticisms this action evoked, its wisdom has been justified. The Charleston has neither poop nor forecastle, and the unhampered ends give an action perfect freedom of fire for 2 10-inch guns, which are mounted in low, thin-plated barbettes, situated on the ship's middle line, at a distance of 60 feet from the bow and stern respectively. These pieces are without armor protection, except that offered against machine gun fire by a 2-inch segmental shield. Between these heavy guns, a high waist stretches amidships, in which 6 6-inch breechloaders are mounted on sponsons or in projecting turrets. The secondary battery includes 2 6-pounder rapid-fire guns, 8 machine guns, and 4 above-water torpedo tubes. The 10-inch guns must always be brought back to the fore and aft line for reloading, and their ammunition is passed through steel tubes which extend below the protective deck. The engines are double compound, situated in separate compartments, and in the Naniwakan, the type developed 7,650 horsepower and 18.9 knots. In the twin-screw cruiser Baltimore, a longitudinal watertight bulkhead joins the double bottom, which runs under the engine and boilers to a protective deck that extends the whole length of the ship, and is 3 inches thick on the flat top and 4 inches thick on the sloping sides. The machinery consists of a pair of triple-expansion compound engines, which are to develop 18 knots and 7,500 horsepower with natural, and 19.5 knots and 10,750 horsepower with forced draft. There are 2 separate engine rooms and 2 boiler rooms, and the normal coal capacity of 600 tons will be sufficient for 1,800 knots. Additional space is provided for 300 tons more, and with this total there ought to be an endurance of 8,000 miles at 11 knots and of 14,000 miles or 75 days steaming at 8 knots. No sails except storm sails will be provided. The Baltimore is to have a poop and forecastle, on which 4 8-inch guns with direct fore and aft fire will be mounted. On the main deck 6 6-inch guns will be carried in broadside, and the secondary battery and torpedo tubes are effective and well disposed. The maximum price fixed at first by Congress for the Newark was less than any of the bids received, but at the last session, the appropriation was increased to $1,300,000, and the contract was awarded in August of this year. The Newark is a bar-crigged twin-screw cruiser of 83 tons displacement. A double bottom extends through 129 feet of her length, and a protective deck, which rises 15 inches above the waterline amidships, runs uninterruptedly fore and aft. 4 feet above this, the berth deck is built, the intermediate space being greatly subdivided and utilized for stores. Numerous watertight frames are worked in the double bottom, and wherever practicable the cellular construction is employed. The engines are to develop 6,000 horsepower with natural draft and 8,500 horsepower and a maximum speed of 18 knots with forced draft. This vessel has a poop and forecastle, and the guns are carried on the upper deck. The main battery consists of 12 6-inch center pivot guns, furnished with segmental shields, and mounted on sponsons so as to obtain the greatest arc of fire. The two guns nearest the bow and stern converge their fire at a point 400 feet distant from the ends of the ship, and those in broadside can be concentrated within 100 feet of the ship. In addition to the secondary battery given in the table, there are 6 above-water torpedo tubes. The development of naval construction cannot be proved more conclusively than by comparing the new cruisers with those which were first laid down. In the Atlanta, for example, the builder guaranteed that 664 tons of machinery would produce 3,500 indicated horsepower. But the Charleston must, before acceptance, develop 7,000 horsepower for 710 tons of machinery. That is to say, the energy for weight has been doubled within 4 years. The twin-screw gunboat No. 1 is the prototype of a class that now include 3 vessels, and a very promising nucleus it is for a fleet to which the defense of the country's coast must mainly be entrusted. The ship is to be built of steel, with a 3.5-inch complete watertight deck, so arched as to have a spring of about 3 feet in its greatest width, and a crown that will nearly reach the waterline level. There is no double bottom, but the number of watertight compartments is very great, and cofferdams surround the engine and fire room hatches, and are carried to a height of 18 inches above the main deck. The complement numbers 150, and the rig is that of a 3-masted schooner, with a sail area of 4,400 square feet. The machinery is estimated to indicate 2,200 horsepower with natural draft, and 3,300 with forced draft, and consists of 2 independent compound engines placed in separate compartments. The speed is given as 16 knots, but it is probable this rate will be considerably exceeded. The main battery consists of 6 6-inch guns, the secondary of 2 57mm rapid-fire guns, 2 37mm revolving cannons, and 1 short Gatling. 4 of the 6-inch guns are mounted on the poop and forecastle, 2 forward, 2 aft, and the other pieces of this caliber are carried on sponsons amidships, so as to have a large arc of fire about the beam. The elevated guns are 18 feet above the low water line, the center ones 10 feet, and all are mounted on central pivots and fitted with protective shields. The torpedo armament is of great relative importance. Of the 8 tubes supplied, the stem and stern ones are fixed and fitted with underwater discharge, while the other 6 can be trained and are distributed 4 forward and 2 aft. In gunboat No. 2, the machinery is to develop 900 horsepower with natural, and 1,350 with forced draft. The engines, boilers, and magazines are placed beneath a steel deck 3/8 of an inch thick, which amidships is 27 inches below the waterline at the edge and 8 inches above at the crown. The armament consists of 4 6-inch sponson-mounted guns, 2 47mm guns, 2 37mm revolving cannons, and 1 short Gatling. She is barkentine rigged, with a plain sail area of 4,480 square feet, and has a slightly ram-shaped, cast steel stem. The complement is 100. The pneumatic gun cruiser is to be armed with 3 of Zelinski's pneumatic dynamite guns of 10.5-inch caliber, each of which is to throw a shell containing 200 pounds of high explosives for a distance of 1 mile, and to be capable of being discharged at least once in 2 minutes. The guaranteed speed is 20 knots. Under the law of August 3, 1881, authorizing the construction of 2 new ships, it was provided that these should be seagoing, double-bottomed, armored vessels of about 6,000 tons displacement, designed for a speed of at least 16 knots an hour, with engines having all necessary appliances for working under forced draft, to have a complete torpedo outfit, and be armed in the most effective manner. According to the circular issued by the Navy Department, one of these was to be an armored cruiser, with a maximum draft of 22 feet, and the other a battleship, with a draft of 23 feet. Both were to be built of steel, with double bottoms, to have numerous watertight compartments fitted with powerful pumping apparatus, and to be supplied throughout with perfect drainage and ventilation. A ram bow, twin screws, electric searchlights, torpedo outfit, and a protected steel-armored deck running the whole length of the ship and covering the boilers, engines, and magazines were essentials, while high power and economy were so equally demanded that, to a maximum maintained speed of 17 knots when fully equipped, great coal endurance and small fuel consumption were to be added. In each vessel, a space sufficient for 270 people, for provisions for 3 months, and for water for 1 month was required. The cruiser was to have 2/3 sail power on 2 or 3 masts, each supplied with a military top fitted to mount 1 or more machine guns. The armament of this ship was to include 10 steel breech-loading rifles, 4 of 10-inch and 6 of 6-inch caliber, and a secondary battery of 4 6-pounders, 4 3-pounders, and 2 1-pounders, rapid-fire, and 4 47mm and 4 37mm revolving cannons, all of the Hotchkiss pattern, together with 4 Gatling guns. There were to be fitted 6 torpedo tubes, 1 bow, 1 stern, and 2 on each side, of which at least 1 on each side forward was to be underwater. The heavy guns were to load in not less than 2 positions, and were to be protected by at least 10.5 inches of steel armor, properly backed. The 6-inch guns were to be fitted with shields, and all the guns were to be arranged so as to obtain the greatest horizontal and vertical fire consistent with other conditions. Any vertical armored protection at the waterline was to be at least 11 inches thick in the heaviest part, and thicker, if practicable. The armament of the line-of-battle ship was to consist of 2 12-inch and 6 6-inch guns, and of a secondary battery which included 4 6-inch, 6 3-pounder, and 2 1-pounder rapid-fire guns, of 4 47mm and 4 37mm revolving cannons, and of 4 Gatlings. The torpedo outfit was similar to that of the cruiser. The plans submitted were opened on April 1st of this year, and notwithstanding the difficulties which the displacement imposed upon the other requirements, no less than 13 designs were received from 10 different competitors. The most important of these were offered by the Thames Iron Shipbuilding Company and the Barrow Shipbuilding Company of Great Britain, by A. H. Grangian Esquire of France, and by Chief Constructor Wilson, Naval Constructor Pook, and Lieutenant Chambers, all of the United States Navy. The designs were submitted to a board, and this finally recommended the Barrow plan as best suited for the armored battleship. So far as the armored cruiser was concerned, the board reported as follows: the marked differences in the essential features of the designs of armored cruisers of the Barrow Shipbuilding Company, Lieutenant W. I. Chambers, A. H. Grangian, and the Thames Iron Works and Shipbuilding Company prevent their classification in the order of merit. Each exhibits features which strongly commend themselves, but the board does not consider it advisable for the government to build a vessel upon any one of these plans. The battleship, though designed by one of the most distinguished marine architects in England, has not in its present form received the general approval of experts, for between it and the plan submitted by the Bureau of Construction there seem to be differences of merits which are strongly in favor of the latter. The dimensions of the new ships are as follows. Barrow ship. Length between perpendiculars, 290 feet, on load waterline 300 feet, extreme breadth, 64 feet 1 inch, mean draft 22 feet 6 inches, displacement 6,300 tons. Navy Department ship. Length between perpendiculars 300 feet, on load waterline 310 feet, extreme breadth 58 feet, mean draft 22 feet, displacement 6,600 tons. The striking differences between these two ships are found in their relative stability and seagoing qualities. Mr. John, the designer of the Barrow ship, in a paper on Atlantic steamers, read before the Institution of Naval Architects, July 29, 1886, made the following statements. This question of stability will have to be carefully watched and studied within the next few years, because there is a tendency at present towards a rapid increase in the proportion of beam to length. And as the draft of water in these large ships is limited, we must be careful that in seeking higher speeds with increased beam, we do not get too much stability, and so render the vessels heavy rollers and very uncomfortable as passenger ships. It is possible the future may see vessels of greater beam than any yet afloat in the merchant service, but if so, it is almost inevitable that they will have to be made higher out of water in order to render them easy and comfortable at sea, but even that has its limits. Perhaps it is well to give an extreme case, and here I will make use of our old friend the Great Eastern. Now, for the purpose of trading, it is quite clear that the Great Eastern cannot be loaded much deeper than other ships, while her beam is half as great again. And the consequence is, her stability, as compared with our modern passenger ships, is so excessive that she is bound to be a tremendous roller among the heavy seas in the Atlantic. Her metacentric height, when loaded, was, I believe, stated by the late Mr. Froude to be as much as 8.7 feet, which is from 3 to 4 times as much as is thought sufficient for ships in the present day, or consistent with their easy behavior at sea. Thus Mr. John himself regards 2.9 feet to 2.2 feet as the proper metacentric height for those steamers, and it is generally considered by modern designers that from 2.5 to 3.2 feet is most suitable for this class of armored ships, and is conducive to easiness of motion in a seaway. The value of this quality to a ship intended for sea fighting cannot be overestimated, for upon her steadiness as a gun platform, the aim and efficiency of her guns greatly depend. It will be noticed that this ship has exceptionally great beam, that of most ships of her class and displacement, varying from 54 to 59 feet, and judging from the sketches which have appeared, her waterline coefficient is about 0.72. From an approximate calculation based on this assumption, it is found that her metacentric height will be about 6 feet. The waterline coefficient may possibly be a little finer than 0.72, and thus reduce the metacentric height. But if this ship is assumed to have a metacentric height of 3 feet, her waterline coefficient would be 0.6288, which is an impossibility if her coefficient of fineness of displacement be that given in the published dimensions. Such a waterline and coefficient of fineness for 6,300 tons displacement would produce a perfect rectangle for a midship section. So that, unless her dimensions are changed, she will surely be a heavy roller, and after much sea duty, she will suffer such severe strains as to require frequent and costly repairs. The battleship designed at the Navy Department has very different qualities, if the dimensions already published be correct. To possess a metacentric height of 3 feet, she would require a waterline coefficient of 0.753 and a midship section coefficient of 0.89 to 0.90, which is a good proportion for such a vessel. Not only in seagoing qualities does the American design seem to be superior, but her battery is far more powerful and better disposed in every way, while her speed and endurance are equally as great as the plan recommended. Mr. John has adopted the echelon arrangement of heavy guns, a disposition which both the English and Italian governments have, after long trial, discarded in their latest ships. When the first sketches of a design are made, this arrangement of guns is theoretically perfect, as it is supposed to give quite as much power of fire ahead and astern as on each broadside. But when the design is developed and practically tested, it is found that too much of the ship's efficiency in other respects is sacrificed, that the powerful end fire is not attained, and that the broadside is greatly weakened, owing to the obstructed arcs of fire. Besides this, the guns, being placed at some distance from the midship line, have less accurate fire in rolling, and the ship's propensities to roll are encouraged and are greater than would be the case if the guns were placed on the midship line. It is also found that the blast from the heavy guns is destructive to superstructures and other fittings on the upper deck. The Italians, indeed, have placed stout ventilating shafts on their Italia and Lepanto to prevent the rearmost pair of heavy guns from being trained within 20 degrees of the fore and aft line. This is done so that the blast from these guns will not prostrate the gunners attending the other pair, notwithstanding the fact that those men are under the armor cover. The Duilio's forward smoke pipe is placed entirely on the port side of the fore and aft line, in order to permit of one pair of turret guns firing ahead. The upper deck, 6-inch, central pivot guns of the Andrea Doria class are now to be placed wholly within the superstructure, in order to be out of danger from the blast of the heavy guns when the latter are fired near the line of keel, and the same change would have to be made with the upper deck, 6-inch guns in the Barrow design. Similar objections exist to the Bureau of Construction design for an armored cruiser. This vessel, although possessing the bad features inherent in the echelon arrangement of heavy guns, does not have the best ideas of the Barrow design, i.e., high freeboard, heavy guns mounted high above the waterline, and commodious quarters for officers and men. Both designs, besides, have the very objectionable and old-fashioned features of requiring the turrets to be revolved to fixed loading positions after being fired. The Bureau cruiser, it may be said, is not saddled with too much metacentric height. She has 10 feet less beam, her center of gravity is about 1 foot lower, and unless her waterline coefficient is very full, she will have a metacentric height rather less than what is regarded to be the best. It is not surprising, however, that the Bureau plans are so different in efficiency. For while the better plan, the battleship, is original with the Navy Department, the armored cruiser is a copy of, and no substantial improvement over, that of the Brazilian ship Riachuelo, designed several years ago. This ship is considered one of the best of her date, but great improvements in ship design have been made within the past few years, and it is against the tendencies of American inventive genius to take a step backward. The general plans of cruisers number 4 and 5 were published in the New York Herald of June 1st, together with the following data. They are to be twin-screw cruisers, 310 feet long on the waterline, 49 feet 1¾ inches extreme breadth, 18 feet 9 inches mean draft, displacing 4083 tons. They are to have machinery of 10,500 indicated horsepower under forced draft. The maximum speed is 19 knots, rig that of a 3-masted schooner, spreading 5,400 square feet of sail. They will have a double bottom extending through 129 feet of the length. The framing in this portion is on the bracket system. Before and abaft the double bottom, above the protective deck, Z-bars form the transverse frames. The protective deck, which is 19 inches above the waterline amidships, is flat across the top, with sides which slope down to a depth of 4 feet 3 inches below the waterline. The horizontal portion is 2 inches thick, the slope being 3 inches, reduced at both ends to 1½ inches. It extends uninterruptedly forward and aft and protects the machinery, magazines, and steering gear, the machinery being further defended by the disposition of the coal bunkers. The main hatches in this deck are protected by armor bars and have cofferdams extending to the upper deck. The guns are carried on the gun, forecastle, and poop decks. Armament: the main battery, which consists of 12 6-inch breech-loading rifles, all on center pivot mounts, with 2-inch segmental steel shields, is arranged on sponsons so as to obtain the greatest possible arc of fire. The forecastle, the poop, and the bridges have been as much as possible availed of to shelter the guns. The 2 guns forward and the 2 guns aft converge their fire a short distance from the ends of the ship, and the broadside can be concentrated within 100 feet of the side. 4 above-water torpedo tubes are provided on the berth deck, and 2 direct-ahead underwater torpedoes in the bow. The secondary battery is composed of 4 47mm revolvers, 4 57mm single shots, 2 37mm revolvers, and 1 short Gatling. The coal capacity is 850 tons. The complement of men, 300. To appreciate what is required to make 19 knots an hour at sea, we have only to remember that the Umbria and Etruria are 500 feet long, with more than 12,000 tons displacement and 500 indicated horsepower, ordinarily making 18½ and on special occasions 19 knots an hour. Now, to increase her speed to 20 knots an hour, the Umbria would require about 19,500 horsepower, which means 5,000 extra horsepower for the extra knot. For a second extra knot would be required about 6,000 horsepower more, making about 25,000 horsepower necessary to develop a speed of 21 knots. Gunboat's nose. 3 and 4 are to be copies of gunboat number 1. No designs for the floating batteries and the torpedo boat have been published. The Stiletto is one of the famous Herreshoff boats and is now being tested in consequence of a favorable report made by a board of officers. On July 23, 1886, with a total displacement of 28 tons, she made an average of 22.12 knots as the mean of 4 runs over the measured mile in a rough sea and fresh wind, and on July 30th she attained an average of 22.89 knots. These were excellent results for a boat 90 feet in length, and promised that the type, with certain modifications, was equal to greater demands. The trial data of this year have not yet been published, though it is unofficially reported that her performance was equally as creditable. United States Naval Artillery. From the time of the introduction of cast iron cannons in 1558 until a comparatively late period, development in naval artillery proceeded at a very slow rate. The security that was attained by the adoption of cast iron was so great, as compared with the danger attending the use of the more ancient artillery, that the new guns were regarded as fully supplying all the demands of a suitable battery. The guns were muzzle loaders, making the manipulation simple, the previous rude attempts at breech loading being abandoned. The number of calibers that were introduced was very numerous, partly to suit the weight of the batteries to the ships, and partly to accommodate the fancy of the time for placing in different parts of the ship's guns, varying much in size and destructive effect. The general character of the batteries and the multiplication of calibers can best be illustrated by noting the armament of two typical ships of the 17th century. Illustration: bronze breech-loading cannon captured in Korea, age unknown. The Royal Prince, a British ship built in 1610, carried 55 guns. Of these, 2 were cannon petronel or 24-pounders. 6 were demi-cannon, medium 32-pounders, 12 were culverins, 18-pounders, which were 9 feet long. 18 were demi-culverins, 9-pounders, 13 were rakers, 5-pounders, 6 feet long, and 4 were port pieces, probably swivels. These guns were disposed as follows. On the lower gun deck, 2 24-pounders, 6 medium 32-pounders, and 12 18-pounders. On the upper gun deck, the battery was entirely of 9-pounders, and the forecastle and quarterdeck were armed with 5-pounders, and the brood of smaller pieces which swelled the nominal armament. The Sovereign of the Seas, built in 1637 in the reign of Charles I, was unequaled by any ship afloat in her time. She mounted on 3 gun decks 86 guns. On the lower deck were 30 long 24-pounders and medium 32-pounders. On her middle deck, 30 12-pounders and 9-pounders. On the upper gun deck, other lighter ordnance. And on her quarterdeck and forecastle, numbers of murdering pieces. In the obstinately contested actions between Blake and Van Tromp in the Cromwellian time, the ships and batteries did not differ in any great degree from those contemporaneous in construction with the Sovereign of the Seas. And when we remember the inferior character of the powder used in those days, we can account for the duration of some of the engagements between the English and Dutch ships, which were sometimes protracted through 3 days. The brood of murdering pieces of small caliber and little energy was, after many years, dispersed by the introduction of carronades, a short cannon of large caliber, which was found to be a convenient substitute for the 8-pounders and 9-pounders on upper decks, and for the lighter ordnance, which was ineffective. But this change was brought about slowly, as is seen by referring to the batteries of some ships which fought at Trafalgar. The Spanish 74s in that action had 58 long 24-pounders on the gun decks. On the spar deck, 10 iron 36-pounder carronades and 4 long 8-pounders. And on the poop, 6 iron 24-pounder carronades, total 78 guns. The Victory, the English flagship, mounted on her 3 gun decks 90 long 32, 24, and 12-pounders, and on the quarterdeck and forecastle, 10 long 12-pounders and 2 68-pounder carronades. The Santissima Trinidada mounted on the lower gun deck 30 long 36-pounders, on the second deck 32 long 18-pounders, on the third deck 32 long 12-pounders, and on the spar deck 32 8-pounders. In the British accounts, she is said to have had 140 guns, which number must have included swivels mounted for the occasion. At the end of the 18th century, the 18-pounder was the preferred gun for the main deck batteries of frigates, guns of larger caliber being found only on the lower decks of line-of-battle ships. The 18-pounder was the maximum caliber that was employed on board the ships of the United Colonies of North America in the War of the Revolution. The resources of the colonies did not admit of building ships to contend with vessels fit to take their place in line of battle, but such as were constructed were well adapted to resist the small British cruisers and to capture transports and storeships. The so-called frigates of that day were vessels varying from 600 to 1,000 tons and, according to their capacity, carried 12-pounders or 18-pounders in the main deck batteries. There was usually no spar deck, but the forecastle and quarterdeck, which were connected by gangways with gratings over the intermediate space, were provided with an armament of light 6, 9, or 12-pounders. A few carronades came into use during this war. At the conclusion of this war, the colonial fleet disappeared, and it was not until the time of the depredations on the growing commerce of the United States by the Algerine corsairs that Congress felt justified in incurring the expense of establishing a national marine. The ships which were built under the law of 1794 were fully up to the most advanced ideas of the time, and some of these ships carried on their gun decks a full battery of 24-pounders, 30 in number, while the others were armed with 18-pounders on the gun deck, with spar-deck batteries of 9 and 12-pounders, the carronade not having been yet definitely adopted for spar-deck batteries. It is not until the War of 1812 that we find the carronade fully established as the spar-deck armament of frigates. The Constitution and the Guerrière carried 32-pounder carronades of very similar weight and power in the place of the long guns of smaller caliber on the spar-deck. The original name of this piece of ordnance was the Smasher, the leading purpose of the inventor, General Melville, of the British artillery, being to fire 68-pounder shot with a low charge, thus effecting a greater destruction in a ship's timbers by the increased splintering which this practice was known to produce. Carronades of small caliber were subsequently cast, which were adopted for spar-deck batteries of frigates and line-of-battle ships, and, as they grew in favor, formed the entire battery of sloops of war and smaller vessels until about 1840, when the attention that had been given for some years to the subject of naval ordnance began to assume tangible shape, and the effort was made to proceed in this matter in accordance with an intelligent system. The advantage of large caliber was firmly impressed upon those who occupied themselves with the ordnance matters of the Navy. As the fleet was developed, the 24-pounder gave way to the 32-pounder, and for the lower deck battery of line-of-battle ships, the 42-pounder was introduced. Some 42-pounder carronades were also introduced as spar-deck batteries for these larger ships. With the disappearance of this class of ship, the 42-pounder was abandoned, and the 32-pounder was retained as the maximum caliber, different classes being assigned to different sizes of ships. These classes were divided into the gun proper, with 150 pounds of metal to 1 of shot, the double fortified gun, with 200 pounds of metal to 1 of shot, and the medium gun, with 100 pounds of metal to 1 of shot. The carronade of the same caliber, mounted on a slide, had a proportional weight of 65 pounds of metal to 1 of shot. In the interval between 1840 and 1845, the double fortified 32-pounder was replaced by a gun of the same caliber of 5,700 weight, called the long 32-pounder. And to suit the capacity of the different classes of ships then in the service, there were introduced the 32-pounders of 4,600 weight, 4,200 weight, and 2,700 weight, in addition to the regular medium gun of 3,200 weight. This period also marks the introduction of shell guns as part of the battery. To this time, no explosive projectiles had been used with cannons properly so called. Their use had been limited to mortars and howitzers. The mortar was originally used for projecting huge balls of stone at high angles. The first practical use made of them for projecting bombs was in 1624, but the unwieldy weight of the mortar and its bomb, the latter sometimes exceeding 300 pounds, prevented their use in field operations. To provide for this, light mortars were cast, which, being mounted on wheels, were denominated howitzers. Frederick the Great of Prussia brought this form of artillery to its highest development for field and siege use, and the continental powers of Europe adopted it to a large extent for projecting bombs at high angles of fire. The mortar has never had a place in regular naval armaments. It has been used afloat for bombardment of cities and fortified positions, but never with a view to contending with ships. The success attending the use of explosive projectiles at high elevations did not lead at once to their application to horizontal firing from cannons. An important link in the progress of the idea resulted from the effort to avail of the advantage of ricochet firing with bombs. In order to effect this, the angle of elevation had to be reduced to enable the bomb to roll along the ground. The reduced angle of elevation was still greater than that used for cannon, but the success of the experiment led to the casting by the French of an 8-inch siege howitzer, which, in connection with the development in the manufacture of fuses, made it practicable to apply the idea of firing shells, like shot, horizontally, and the chief object in view seems to have been to operate against ships. The combining of the elements necessary for the achievement of this important step in naval artillery is by common consent credited to General Paqueshin of the French artillery, who, though not claiming the invention of any of the numerous details involved in the system, succeeded in so judiciously arranging the parts as to make the system practicable by which the whole character of naval armaments was revolutionized. Following the progressive ideas of the age, shell guns were introduced in the United States Navy. These were of 8-inch caliber and of weights of 6,300 weight and 5,500 weight. The guns were shaped in accordance with the form adopted by General Paqueshin and were easily distinguishable in the battery from the ordinary shotgun. From this circumstance, they obtained the title of Paqueshin guns, though there was nothing special in the gun itself to merit an appellation. The whole system was Paqueshin-S. The gun was only a part of the system. It required many years to bring the shell gun into such general application as to displace the solid shotgun. They were assigned tentatively to ships in commission, and in 1853, by a Navy regulation, the battery of a frigate was provided with only 10 of these guns, which were collected in one division on the gun deck. The first vessel in the United States Navy, whose battery was composed exclusively of shell guns, was the sloop of war Portsmouth, in 1856. This vessel carried a battery of 16 8-inch shell guns of 6,300 weight. These were among the first of a new pattern of gun, for which the Navy is indebted to the skill and study of the late Rear Admiral Dahlgren. The determination of the best form for cannons was a question which had occupied the minds of artillerists for some years. In the older guns, the thickness of metal was badly distributed. It was too uniformly extended along the entire length, not arranged in such proportions as to accord with the differing strains along the bore. Colonel Bumford, of the United States Ordnance, had been among the first to consider this subject, and for many years the results of his experiments had guided construction to a great degree. General Paqueshin made a further step in advance by reducing very much the thickness of metal along the chase of his guns, but it remained for Rear Admiral Dahlgren to produce the perfection of form in the gun so widely known bearing his name. In this gun, the thickness of metal is proportioned to the effort of the gases in the bore, and all projections and angular changes of form are suppressed, giving to all parts a curved and rounded surface. The suppression of angular formations on the exterior of a casting has a remarkable effect on the arrangement of the crystals while cooling. These arrange themselves normal to the cooling waves, which, if entering from directions not radial with the cylindrical casting, produce confusion in their arrangement, establishing planes of weakness where the waves meet, which, in case of overstrain on the piece, assist rupture and determine the course of the fracture. With the introduction of the Dahlgren shell gun, the transition of the artillery of the United States Navy may be said to have been completed. The shell gun of 9-inch and 11-inch calibers followed the 8-inch, and ships were armed with such as were appropriate to their capacity as rapidly as the new guns could be manufactured. When fully equipped, the armament of the United States Navy was superior to that of any other navy in the world. The substitution of shells for solid shot marks an important epoch in naval artillery. The probable effect of a shot could be predetermined and provided for, that of a shell was unknown. In order to produce serious injury with a shot, it was necessary to perforate the side of an enemy. This was not indispensable with a shell. With the latter, perforation might be dispensed with, as penetration to such a depth as would give efficacy to the explosion might prove more destructive to the hull than would absolute perforation. With the shot, damage was done to life and material in detail. With the shell, if successfully applied, destruction was threatened to the entire fabric, with all it contained. Naval artillery entered a new phase. The rough appliances of the past would no longer answer all demands. The founder could not alone equip the battery. The laboratory was called into use, and pressed to provide from its devices. The new arm depended upon the successful working of the fuse of the shell, without which it was but a hollow substitute for a solid shot, and this detail demanded the utmost care in preparation. It was the perfecting of this device which, more than aught else, delayed the general adoption of the new artillery for so long a time after its advantages had been recognized. The fuses that were used to explode the ancient bombs were long wooden plugs, bored cylindrical, and filled with powder condensed by tamping it to a hard consistency. The fuse case projected from the bomb, and to avoid being bent by the shock of discharge, was placed carefully in the axis of fire. Before the discharge of the mortar, the fuse was lighted by a match. In applying the fuse to shell guns fired horizontally, the problem was so to arrange it as to ignite it by the flame of discharge, and so to support it in the wall of the shell as to prevent any dislocation of the fuse composition, the cracking of which would permit the penetration of the flame into the mass. This was successfully accomplished, and the United States Navy fuse was justly famous, one feature of it being a simple but most effective device called a water cap, which guarded against the injurious introduction of sand or water when the shell was fired and ricochet. The introduction of a safety plug in the bottom of the fuse case, which required the shock of discharge to displace it in order to open a way of communication between the fuse and the bursting charge in the shell, and the absence of all accidents in manipulation, inspired such confidence that the new arm advanced to favor, and both officers and men were proud to be identified with it. Previous to the introduction of shells, there had been in use incendiary projectiles, not explosive, but intended to set fire to an enemy's vessel. Hot shot were applied to this purpose, but the use of these was chiefly confined to shore batteries, where a suitable heating furnace could be conveniently provided. The projectile for this purpose, chiefly used from ships, was the carcass, which was a shot in which several radial cylindrical holes were formed, which were filled with powder tamped to a hard consistency. These columns of composition were ignited by the flame of discharge and continued to burn until consumed. The flame issuing from these holes served to ignite consumable material in their vicinity. The chief danger from a carcass was from lodgment in the side of a ship. If it landed on deck, it could be removed and thrown overboard, as there was no danger from explosion. The addition of the bursting charge in the cavity of a shell produced a projectile which was far in advance both for generating a flame and for preventing interference with its mission. The probable destructive effect of shells exploding in the sides or on the open decks of ships was thoroughly recognized, and experiments at targets sufficiently proved it. But circumstances on a proving ground and in action are so dissimilar that the experience of a naval engagement was looked forward to with much interest, in order to satisfy as to the effect of the new projectile in all the varying conditions of a sea fight. Referring to the history of the past 30 years, which marks the period of the general introduction of shell guns, it is remarkable how few engagements between ships have taken place. But on every occasion of the use of shells, when unarmored vessels were engaged, the effect has been most decided and complete. 3 instances only can be referred to of purely sea fights, viz. The engagement between the Russian and Turkish fleets at Sinope in 1853 during the Crimean War, the engagement between the United States steamer Hatteras and the Confederate cruiser Alabama during the War of the Rebellion, and the fight between the Kearsarge and the Alabama during the same war. In the affair at Sinope, the Russian ships used shells, the Turkish had only solid shot. The result was the total destruction of the Turkish force. Not one ship escaped, all were burned or sunk. The fight between the Alabama and the Hatteras resulted in the sinking of the Hatteras, and the contest between the Alabama and the Kearsarge ended the career of the Alabama. And it may be noticed that, but for the failure to explode of a shell that was embedded in the stern post of the Kearsarge, that vessel might have accompanied her antagonist to the bottom of the sea. The gallant attempt of Rear Admiral Lyon with the British wooden fleet before the forts of Sebastopol is an instance which proved the uselessness of subjecting unarmored vessels to the steady fire of fortified positions using shells from their batteries. One other instance of a sea fight can be cited in the engagement in 1879 between 2 Chilean armored vessels and the lightly armored Peruvian turreted vessel Huascar. The Huascar was terribly overmatched during this fight, but at its conclusion, her boilers and engines were intact, and indentations on her sides showed that her light armor had deflected a number of projectiles. But the effect of the shells that had burst on board of her was apparent in the great destruction of life. The very decisive engagement, which took place at Lissa in 1866, between the Austrian and Italian fleets should not be omitted in alluding to sea fights of a late period. But this action can hardly be quoted as one in which the element of shell fire can be recognized as the exclusive cause of destruction, for the remarkable impetuosity and dash of the attack and the desperate use of the ram produced a crisis which obviated the necessity for continuous bombardment with cannon. The necessity of providing a defense against shells was recognized both by England and France during the Crimean War, and a protection of armor was supplied to some floating batteries built at that time, which were intended to operate before fortified positions. And at the conclusion of the war, the English built the Warrior and the French built La Gloire. These were the first specimens of ironclad ships of war. They were capable of resisting successfully the entrance of shells from guns of the period. It is thus seen that, almost coincident with the general adoption of horizontal shell firing, naval construction entered a new phase, and a new problem was submitted to the naval artillerist. Against an iron-faced target, the solid shot might be partially effective, but the impact of the spherical shell was harmless, and the explosive effect of the bursting charge enclosed in it would be superficial. This was amply demonstrated in actual practice during our war experience, notably at Mobile Bar, in the engagement with the Confederate ironclad Tennessee, the roughly constructed armor of which vessel resisted a storm of our heaviest shells. The impotency of the spherical shell against armor being recognized by foreign governments, they proceeded to develop the rifled cannon, which with its elongated projectile offered the means of affecting the object of the time to perforate armor with an explosive projectile. Our authorities, however, persevered in their faith in the smoothbore, and held that the racking effect of a spherical projectile of sufficiently large caliber was superior to that produced by the perforation of a rifle projectile of inferior diameter. The 15-inch and 20-inch smoothbore cannons were cast in accordance with this idea, and the racking side of the question was so obstinately held that the British government imported in 1867 from the United States a 15-inch gun for the purpose of determining by their own experiments what foundation there was for the advantages that were claimed for it. The gun was bought of Charles Alger and Co. of Boston. It weighed 19 tons and threw a cast-iron spherical solid shot of about 450 pounds. It was mounted at Shoeburyness and was fired in competition with English rifled cannons of 9-inch and 10-inch calibers. The result of the experiments went to show that against a target with a power of resistance inferior to the energy of the projectile, the effect of the large sphere at short range is more disastrous than that of the elongated rifle projectile of the same weight. But that against a target able to resist the total energy of both the injury done by the rifle projectile is by far the greater. The comparative effect is well shown on a target called the Millwall shield, consisting of a plate 9 inches in thickness, backed by Hughes's hollow stringers, an arrangement of target which to the time of the experiment had proved invincible. The 15-inch smoothbore spherical shot rebounded from the target 6 feet, leaving a 3-inch indentation on the plate, while the 9-inch rifle projectile, weighing 250 pounds, made complete penetration of the plate, passing 2 or 3 inches into the backing, and the 10-inch rifle projectile, weighing 400 pounds, penetrated to the rear of the backing itself. It should be mentioned in this connection that the United States government adopted during the War of the Rebellion a rifled cannon proposed by Captain Parrott of the West Point Foundry, New York, of which many were introduced into both the Navy and Army, and did good service as long as the charges of powder were limited in weight. But when these guns were called upon for work requiring great endurance, they proved untrustworthy and dangerous to those who served them. At the naval bombardment of Fort Fisher, several of them burst, causing loss of life on board the vessels of which they formed the armament. They were constructed of cast iron, having a coiled hoop of wrought iron shrunk around the breech. They have ceased to form a part of our naval armament. During the years of inaction in the United States that have intervened since these experiments, the smoothbore partisans have had time to reflect and to learn lessons of practical usefulness from observing what has been transpiring abroad. Opportunities have been afforded to note the progress made in armor and artillery, and though the smoothbore shell is still operative against unarmored vessels, The advantages of the rifled gun, under all the circumstances of Navy experiences, have been admitted. And in the transition, through which our naval artillery is now passing, we are not embarrassed by the presentation of views antagonistic to the principles on which it has been determined our new artillery is to be constructed. The system at the basis of our present acts is founded on a comprehensive view of the whole subject, and is intended to provide our ships with a surplus of offensive power over what their capacity for defense might seem to call for. Our Navy will possess a certain number of armored vessels for coast defense, and armored sea cruisers are certain to be included in the list, but the more numerous class will be unarmored, and the first problem to be solved is that of providing for these a suitable armament. The work to be done by an unarmored cruiser must be done from a distance when risking an engagement with an armored enemy. The superiority of armament must compensate for deficiency in defensive power, which precludes close quarters. To make these ships effective, they must be armed with guns capable of doing an extraordinary amount of work, and yet the size of the vessels will not admit of their carrying guns of immense weight. In order to get this amount of work out of a comparatively light gun, we must secure great initial velocity for the projectile. This can only be done by burning a large charge of powder, which involves a long bore in which to burn it, while care is necessary to secure a large margin of strength in the material of which the gun is constructed. These essential demands required a radical change in the form and material of our present armament. They also forced a change in the method of construction. The superior fitness for cannons of steel over cast iron was recognized many years ago, but the difficulty of casting steel in large masses prevented the introduction of steel guns, and the generally acceptable treatment of cast iron made it answer satisfactorily the demands for gunmetal not subjected to unusual strains. Mr. Frederick Krupp of Essen in Germany was the first steel manufacturer who succeeded in casting steel in large masses, and he produced a number of steel guns cast from crucibles in solid ingots, which were bored, turned, and fashioned as in the case of cast-iron smooth-bore guns. These guns held a position in advance of other manufacturers on the score of strength of material. But the introduction of the rifle system, the call for higher velocities, the increased charges of powder, with the consequent increase of strain, enhanced by the friction attending the passage of the projectile forced along the bore, had the effect of calling attention to the weakness that was inherent in the method of construction of cannons. It is well known that an explosive force operating in the interior of a hollow cylinder of any thickness is not felt equally throughout the wall of metal. The parts near the seat of explosion are called upon to do much more work in restraining the force generated than are the parts more remote. It has been determined that the strain brought upon the portions of the wall is in inverse proportion to the squares of their distances from the seat of effort. Thus, in a gun cast solid, if we take a point 2 inches from the bore and another 4 inches from the bore, the strain felt at those points respectively will be inversely in the proportion of 4 to 16, or, in other words, the metal at 2 inches from the bore will be strained 4 times as much as that at the distance of 4 inches. From this it can be seen that the metal near the seat of effort may be strained beyond its tensile strength, while that more distant is only in partial sympathy with it. Rupture thus originates at the interior portion, and the rest of the wall yields in detail. No additional strength of material can change this relationship between the parts. They result from a law, and show that this method of construction for a cannon is untrustworthy where the strains approach the tensile strength of the material. The means of providing against this successive rupture of overstrained parts is found in the built-up gun, in which an interior tube is surrounded by encircling hoops of metal, which are shrunk on at sufficient tension to compress the portions which they enclose. This is the principle of initial tension, which is the basis of the modern construction of cannons. By adopting this method, an ingot to form a tube to burn the required amount of powder can be cast of a light weight in comparison with what would be needed for a complete gun, and the strength and number of reinforcing rings to be shrunk around it can be readily determined, proportion to the known strain that will be brought upon the bore of the piece. The late developments in the manufacture of steel by the open hearth process remove all difficulty to procuring the necessary metal in masses suitable for all parts of the heaviest guns. The built-up steel gun is the one now adopted in Europe by the leading powers, and it is the gun with which the United States Navy will be armed. But before its final adoption, efforts were made to convert old smoothbore cast-iron guns into rifles, and to construct new guns partially of steel and partly of wrought iron. As some of these methods of conversion offered an economical means of acquiring rifled cannons, our naval authorities were led into the error of countenancing the effort to a moderate degree. The system that was adopted was that originally suggested by Mr. P. M. Parsons in England, which was afterwards patented by Major Palliser, R.A., and bears his name. It consisted in enlarging the bore of a cast-iron gun and inserting a tube of wrought iron formed of a bar arranged in the form of a coil when heated. The tube was expanded by firing charges of powder and afterwards rifled. The guns are muzzle loaders and are not increased in length beyond that of the cast-iron gun, which forms the casing for the tube. The length is thus limited in order to preserve the preponderance of the piece, and because of the want of longitudinal strength in the coil, which cannot be depended on beyond a few tons, strain. The arrangement of metal in a coil provides very well for circumferential or tangential strains, but in the Palliser conversion, the longitudinal strength depends on the cast-iron casing. The idea of the coiled wrought iron tube originated with Professor Treadwell of Harvard University in 1841. He utilized it by enclosing a tube of cast iron or steel in the same manner as it is applied in the wrought iron Armstrong and Woolwich guns. Illustration: putting the jacket on a 6-inch breech-loading rifle tube. The administration of our naval ordnance has abandoned conversions and has concentrated its efforts on the production of an armament of built-up steel guns. The system of construction that has been adopted originated in England, but was for many years ignored by the government authorities. It involved the use of steel in all its parts, and this was charged as an objection, as confidence in this metal was not established in the minds of the English artillerists. That government committed itself entirely to the wrought iron gun proposed by Mr. now Lord Armstrong, whose system was a reproduction of that successfully experimented on by Professor Treadwell, and the entire force of the government works at Woolwich and of the Armstrong works at Elswick-on-the-Tyne was occupied with the production of this style of ordnance. The English steel gun invented by Captain Blakely and Mr. J. Vavasour was ignored in England, but its merit could not be suppressed, and its superiority has forced a tardy recognition by that government. This gun came prominently into notice for a short time at the breaking out of the War of the Rebellion. Some guns were imported for the service of the Southern States. At the exhibition in London in 1862, a Blakely 8.5-inch gun was one of the features of attraction in the Department of Ordnance. The principle of the construction was shown in this gun, consisting in shrinking a long jacket of steel around an enclosed steel tube, the jacket extending to the trunnions. Mr. Vavasour was the manager of the London Ordnance Works and was associated with Captain Blakely in the manufacture of his earlier guns, but the entire business soon fell into the hands of Mr. Vavasour, whose name alone is associated with the succeeding developments of the gun. In 1862, the guns manufactured by Mr. Krupp were solid forgings. He advanced but slowly towards the construction of built-up cannons, and it was not until the failure of some of his solid-cast guns that he entered on the built-up system. His first steps were to strengthen the rear portion of new guns by shrinking on hoops, and to increase the strength of old guns, he turned down the breech and shrunk on hoops. He confined this system of strengthening to the rear of the trunnions until he was reminded of the necessity of strength along the chase of the gun by the blowing off of the chase of some 11-inch guns of his manufacture. His system was then modified so as to involve reinforcing the tube of the larger calibered guns along its whole length with hoops, and his later and largest productions are provided with a long jacket reinforcing the entire breech portion of the tube. A virtual adoption of the great element of strength, which has always formed the essential feature in the Vavasour gun, which is now adopted in the United States Navy. In the building up of the steel gun for the Navy advantage is so taken of the elastic characteristic of the metal that all parts tend to mutual support. The gun proper consists of a steel tube and a steel jacket shrunk around it, reaching from the breech to and beyond the location of the trunnion band. Outside the jacket, and along the chase of the gun, there are shrunk on such hoops as the known strain on the tube may make necessary for its support. The tube is formed from a casting which is forged, rough-bored, and turned, and then tempered in oil, by which its elasticity and tensile strength are much increased. It is then turned on the exterior and adjusted to the jacket, the proper difference being allowed for shrinkage. The jacket, previously turned and tempered, is then heated and rapidly lowered to its place. The front hoops over the chase are then put on, and the gun is put into a lathe and turned to receive the trunnion band and rear and front hoops. The gun is then fine-bored and rifled. Each part, as successively placed in position, is expected to compress the parts enclosed through the initial tension due to contraction in cooling. This tension is the greater the farther the part is removed from the tube. Thus the jacket is shrunk on at a less tension than are the encircling hoops. By this means, full use is made of the elastic capacity of the tube, which contributes the first resistance to the expanding influence of the charge. The tension of the jacket prevents the tube being forced up to its elastic limit, and it in turn experiences the effect of the tension of the other encircling parts, which contribute to the general support. Thus no part is strained beyond its elastic limit, and on the cessation of the pressure, all resume their normal form and dimensions. A comparison of this method of common and mutual support of parts with that given by the wall of a gun cast solid will serve to demonstrate the superior strength of the construction. In order to achieve this intimate working of all the parts, it is necessary that the metal of which they are respectively composed must be possessed of the same essential characteristics. In a word, the gun must be homogeneous. It was the absence of this feature in the Armstrong gun which has caused its abolition. This gun was built up, and the parts were expected to contribute mutual support, but the want of homogeneity between the steel tube and the encircling hoops of wrought iron made it impossible for them to work in accord, in consequence of the different elastic properties of the two metals, which, after frequent discharges, resulted in a separation of surfaces between the tube and hoops, when the tube cracked from want of support. In the construction of the guns for the United States Navy, as in the new steel guns now being manufactured in England, the theory of the built-up system is practically conformed to, more so than by Krupp or the French artillerists, who use a thicker tube than is considered judicious at Woolwich or at the Washington Navy Yard. Any increase of thickness of the tube beyond what is necessary to receive the initial pressure of the charge is open to the objections made to the gun with a solid wall. The proportion of the strain communicated to the hoops is reduced, and rupture may ensue from overstraining the tube. The thicker the tube, the less appreciable must be the compression induced by the tension of the encircling hoops. Illustration: breech-loading rifle after receiving jacket and chase hoops. Illustration: breech-loading rifle with jacket, chase hoops, and jacket hoops in place. The gun is a breech-loader. The system adopted for closing the breech is an American invention, see note, P257, but having been employed in France from the earliest experimental period, it is known as the French fermeture. A screw is cut in the rear end of the jacket to the rear of the tube, and a corresponding screw is cut upon a breech plug. The screw threads are stripped at 3 equidistant places, the screw and plane surfaces alternating, thus forming what is called an interrupted or slotted screw. The screw portions of the breech plug enter freely along the plane longitudinal surfaces cut in the tube, and being then turned 1/6 of its circumference, the screw of the plug locks in that of the tube, and the breech is closed. The success of this system of breech mechanism was not so pronounced on its introduction as it is today. The plug forms the base of the breech of the gun, and all the effort of the gases to blow out the breech is exerted at this point. The impact upon the end of the plug is very severe, and has a tendency to upset the metal, thereby increasing the diameter of the plug, which would prevent its removal after the discharge of the piece. With quick-burning powder, as was generally in use for cannons at the inception of the breech-loading experiments, this result ensued if the charges of powder were carried above a certain limit, and the consequent restriction that was put upon velocities was a serious obstacle to the adoption of the system. But the progress that has been made of late years in the science of gunpowder manufacture has relieved the subject from this embarrassment. Powder being now provided which communicates very high velocities while developing pressures so moderate and regular as to be entirely under the control of the artillerist. The original guns, 4 in number, constructed with breech mechanism on the French fermeture principle for the British government during the Crimean War, are now in the graveyard at Woolwich Arsenal. The projectiles for the new armament are of 2 kinds, both, however, are shells. That for ordinary use against unarmored vessels is styled the common shell and is of cast iron. The length bears a uniform proportion to the gun, being in all cases 3.5 calibers. The armor-piercing shell is made of forged steel and is 3 calibers in length. The following table gives the particulars, approximately, of the common shell. ++++++ Length, weight, bursting charge, ++++++ inches, caliber, pounds, pounds. 5-inch breech-loading rifle, 17.973, 59. 6-inch breech-loading rifle, 20.93, 48 100 8-inch breech-loading rifle, 28.13, 51 250 12 10-inch breech-loading rifle, 35.3, 5500 22 12-inch breech-loading rifle, 42.3, 5850 38 16-inch breech-loading rifle, 56.3, 52,090. The armor-piercing shell of the same weight is reduced in length, and its walls are thicker. The bursting charge is consequently much reduced. The following are the particulars, approximately determined. +++++ Length, weight, bursting charge, ++++++ inches, caliber, pounds, pounds. 5-inch breech-loading rifle, 15, 073, 01 16-inch breech-loading rifle, 17, 91 2 98 101, 58-inch breech-loading rifle, 24, 25 3, 03 253, 50 10-inch breech-loading rifle, 30, 003, 00 507 12-inch breech-loading rifle, 36, 003, 00 850 14, 16-inch breech-loading rifle, 48, 003, 00 2030 ++++++. The rifle motion is communicated by one rotating ring of copper, which is placed at the distance of 1.5 inch from the base of the projectile. The uniform windage for all calibers is 0.04 inch. Thus, taking the 6-inch gun as an example, the diameter of the bore across the lands is 6 inches. The diameter of the shell is 5.96 inches. The depth of the grooves is 0.05 inch. Thus, the diameter of the bore across the grooves is 6.1 inches. In order to permit the rotating ring to fill the grooves, it must have a diameter of 6.14 inches. This causes a squeeze of 0.05 inch between the lands and the rotating ring. There is no subject in the development of the new naval artillery more important than the powder. That used with the old artillery is entirely unsuited to the new conditions that obtain in the modern high-power guns. A brown powder, introduced first in Germany, has exhibited decided advantages over all others, and the efforts to reproduce it have been thoroughly successful at the DuPont mills. It is generally known as cocoa powder. Its peculiarity exists in the method of preparing the charcoal. This affects the color and results in a brown instead of a black powder. With this powder, experiments with the 6-inch gun give a muzzle velocity of over 2,000 feet per second with a projectile of 100 pounds, using charges of 50 pounds, and this result is obtained with less than 15 tons pressure per square inch in the powder chamber. The grain is prismatic, with a central perforation, and as regards its rate of burning, is under complete control in the manufacture. The form provides an increasing surface for the flame during the period of combustion, thus relieving the gun from abnormal pressures at the moment of ignition, but continuing the extreme pressure farther along the bore. The progressive nature of the combustion is very apparent when comparing an unburned grain with others partially consumed, blown out from the gun. The gun carriage, which is a separate study in itself, is carried to a high pitch of perfection and presents many features being adopted abroad. The importance of a suitable carriage can be appreciated by inspecting the following table, which exhibits the energy that must be controlled by it. Appendix I. Submarine warfare. The practicability of submarine navigation was established by the Dutch over 250 years ago. Then, as now, its underlying idea, its claim for recognition, was the advantages the system gave in marine warfare. Nor is its battle value overestimated, for such a boat, if successful, exercises an influence that is great in material uses, that is enormous in moral effects. Its development has been slow, for though the problem was solved long ago, no practical results were attained until within the last 30 years. During the late war, submarine boats were for the first time employed with such sufficient success that the great maritime powers have considered the type to have an importance which justified investigation. They reached this conclusion because no plan of defense exists which could defy the operations of a weapon that attacks not only matter, but mind. There is no danger which sailors will not face, because their environments are always perilous, and their traditions are rich with glorious records of seeming impossibilities overcome by pluck and dash. They are willing always, even against the heaviest odds, to accept any fighting chance. They know that the unexpected is sure to happen. The spirit that made Farragut take the lead of his disorganized line in Mobile Bay still lives, his clarion call of "Damn the torpedoes, follow me," is a sea instinct, born of brine and gale, which never dies. Whatever coast fighting or port blockading may demand, sea battles are unchanged. History teaches that ships always closed for action, and that vessels fighting each other from beyond the circling horizons, or hull down with long-range guns, are the dreams of shore inventors. Guns and ships have changed, but men and the sea are changeless. The fighting distance of today is not much greater than it was in Nelson's or in Perry's time. And the next naval war will surely prove that battle will be nearly as close as in Benbow's age, when the gallant tars combed innocuous 4-pound shots out of their pigtails and battered each other within biscuit-throwing distance with deftly shied chalking coins. It is fortunate, in the interest of good, square fighting, that the operative sphere of submarine boats is limited to coast work. Fortunate, because while the bravery and the grit are the same, the threatening of a danger which cannot be squarely met is apt to benumb the heart of the stoutest. A sailor hates to run. He does not care to fight another day when the chance of the present is open before him. But of what avail are the highest courage and skill against a dull, venomous dog of an enemy who crawls in the darkness out of the deeps, and, silently attaching a mine or torpedo, leaves his impotent foe to sure destruction? Submarine mines may be countermined, when necessary, defied. Guns may be silenced, and torpedo boats so riddled by rapid-fire guns that they will be disabled beyond the radius of their effective action. Automatic torpedoes may be checked by netting or by the prompt maneuverings of the attacked vessel. Ship may always fight ship. But what is the chance for brain or brawn against a successful submarine boat, when the mere suspicion of its presence is enough in itself to break down the blithest, bravest heart of oak? It is here that their moral effects are enormous. The history of their development may be briefly told. In 1624, Cornelius van Drebbel, a Hollander, made some curious experiments under the Thames. His diving boat was propelled by 12 pairs of oars and carried a dozen persons, among them King James I in 1771 Bushnell, of Connecticut, constructed a boat which Washington described in a letter to Jefferson as being a machine so contrived as to carry the inventor under water at any depth he chose, and for a considerable time and distance with an appendage charged with powder, which he could fasten to a ship, and give fire to it in time sufficient for his returning, and by means thereof destroy it. Fulton borrowed Bushnell's idea, and in 1801 experimented successfully with it in the Seine. He descended under water, remained for 20 minutes, and after having gone a considerable distance, emerged. In 1851, a shoemaker named Phillips launched in Lake Michigan a cigar-shaped boat 40 feet long and 4 feet in its greatest diameter. This was his first attempt, but in the course of a few years, he so far perfected his arrangements for purifying the air that on one occasion he took his wife and children and spent a whole day in exploring the bottom of the lake. In the history of these boats, as told in the report of the Board on Fortifications, Phillips afterwards descended in Lake Erie, near Buffalo, and never reappeared. Many other attempts were made, the most successful being that of a Russian mechanic, who in 1855 built a diving boat which was under such perfect control that he could remain submerged for 8 hours. The boat which sank the Housatonic was a remarkable submarine vessel. It was about 35 feet long, built of boiler iron, and had a crew of 9 men, of whom 8 worked the propeller by hand, while the 9th steered and governed the boat. She could be submerged to any desired depth or could be propelled on the surface. After various mishaps, she went out of Charleston Harbor, attacked and sank the United States steamer Housatonic, then on blockade duty. As she never returned, it is supposed that the reflex action of the torpedo destroyed her. In the report quoted above, the results already attained in submarine navigation are thus summarized by Captain McGuire, USA. 1 submarine boats have been built in which several persons have descended, with safety, for a great distance below the surface of the water. 2 submarine boats have been propelled on and under the surface in all directions. 3. The problem of supplying the necessary amount of respirable air for a crew of several persons for a number of hours has been solved. 4. Steam, compressed air, and electricity have been used as the motive power. 5. The incandescent electric light has been used for illuminating the interior of submarine boats. 6. Seeing apparatus have been made by which the pilot, while underwater, may scan the horizon in all directions. 7. A vessel has been in time of war destroyed by a submarine boat. The latter, it is true, was also sunk, but it was for reasons that are no longer in force. As yet, no perfectly successful boat of this type has been tried in any naval war, but there is no question that they will be used at the very first opportunity. Compared with a surface boat, the submarine has the following advantages. 1. It does not need so much speed. The surface boat demands this quality so as to get quickly within striking range of its torpedo, and then to escape speedily out of range of machine guns, etc. 2. Its submersion in the presence of the enemy prevents the engines being heard. 3. There is no smoke nor glare from the fires to cause its detection. 4. The boat and crew, being underwater, are protected from the fire of machine guns and rifles. 5. It is enabled to approach the enemy near enough to make effective even an uncontrollable fish torpedo. 6. It can be used with safety as a reconnoitering or dispatch boat. 7. It can examine the faults in the lines of submarine mines and replace mines exploded in action. Abroad, the Nordenfeldt boat has awakened the most interest, and here the American Submarine Monitor holds the first place. The form of the Nordenfeldt boat is that of a cigar or of an elongated cylinder tapering away to a fine point at each end. The outer case, built of stout steel, is calculated in its construction to resist such a pressure as would enable the boat to descend even beyond a depth of 50 feet, although that is set as the maximum for its diving operations. The cigar shape does not at first sight commend itself, even in the eyes of nautical men, on account of its supposed tendency towards a rolling motion. The experience, however, gained with the boat exhibited for the benefit of naval experts at Karlskrona in September 1885 has shown that very good seagoing qualities can be developed in a craft built upon such lines. For this small vessel has weathered more than 1 gale in the Baltic, to say nothing of the severe storm it encountered at the entrance to the Kattegat when proceeding from Gothenburg to Copenhagen for the experimental trials. This quality results from the fact that each end of the boat forms a tank, which is filled with water, and as there is no extra buoyancy in those directions, and consequently no tendency to lift at those parts, as with an ordinary vessel in a seaway, the vessel rises and falls bodily instead of pitching. It has been found that by going at a moderate speed and taking the seas a point or so on the bows, the boat makes very good weather, as the waves, breaking on the snout, sweep over the forepart and expend their force before any portion of them can reach the central section. Steam, which is employed as motive power, is perfectly trustworthy as an agent. There is nothing about its action, or the appliances connected with it, that is beyond the grasp of an ordinary engineer, whereas such can hardly be said as yet in respect either to electricity or the other agencies by which inventors have sought to obtain motion. The difficulty, however, has always been how to retain steam pressure for any great length of time without carrying on combustion. This in the Nordenfeldt boat is secured in the following ingenious manner. A large reservoir or hot water cistern, marked Q in the plate, is placed in the forepart of the boat, in communication with the boiler. The steam from the latter passes through a number of tubes in the reservoir N, thus raising the temperature of its contents until the pressure stands at the same degree in both. While the boat is at the surface, the maximum pressure once attained, as long as combustion is carried on, supplies quite enough steam both for driving the engines at full speed and for maintaining the contents of the cistern in the proper superheated condition. When the boat is submerged and the furnace doors are closed, combustion ceases, and the steam given off by the hot water in the boiler and cistern is sufficient to keep the engines going for several hours. Submersion to the various depths required is secured by the motion of the vertically acting screws, SS, driven by small three-cylinder engines. The boat is so ballasted as always to have spare buoyancy, and while a few revolutions of the screws will send her underwater, the rest of their motion is all that is required to bring her to the surface again. In this arrangement, as even the non-technical reader will readily understand, there is a great element of safety, the rising motion being entirely independent of any machinery which might refuse to act at the required moment. Another advantage is also gained in the ease with which the horizontal position is maintained by regulating the speed of the screws. To assist in keeping this position, there is a horizontal rudder or fin, R, at the bows, which, by a very ingenious arrangement of a plumb weight with other mechanism in connection with the steering tower, works both automatically and by hand. The torpedoes are carried on the outside of the boat. As shown at F, they are Schwarzkopf or Whitehead, as the case may be, and are released by electrical action under the control of the captain. Standing on the platform at PC is a cupola of stout glass by which a view is obtained occasionally when the boat is running submerged. Construction details. The following are the dimensions of the Turkish boat: length 100 feet, beam 12 feet, displacement 150 tons, speed 12 knots, and coal endurance sufficient for traveling 900 miles. The engines E are of the ordinary inverted compound surface condensing type, with 2 cylinders, and with 100-pound pressure indicate 250 horsepower. The circulating and air pumps being actuated by a separate cylinder, the main engine is left free to work or not, while a vacuum is always maintained to assist the various other engines with which the boat is fitted. In this respect, it should be mentioned that all the engines are specially designed with such valve arrangements as will make the utmost use of the vacuum, it having been found that while the boat is running beneath the surface, as much power can be developed below the atmospheric line as above it. The boiler, B, is of the ordinary marine return tube type, with 2 furnaces, and the heating surface is about 750 square feet. The tanks at each end of the boat contain about 15 tons each, and there is a third of 7 tons capacity at the bottom of the central compartment for regulating buoyancy. The coal is stored around the hot water cistern as well as at the sides of the boiler and over the central ballast tank. 3 men and the captain can efficiently work this boat, although she may carry a crew of 7, who could remain in her for over 7 hours beneath the water without experiencing any difficulty in respiration. No attempt is made, as in some systems, to purify the atmosphere by chemical means, as it is said to be quite unnecessary. The practical management. The boat is operated in the following manner. Steam having been raised to the required pressure, the funnel is lowered, and water is let into the ballast tanks to bring the craft down to the proper trim for action. In this condition, the screws, SS, are sufficiently under water to obtain the requisite thrust. The boat may still proceed at the surface for some time if the enemy be distant, but the conning tower should be closed, and the cupola hatch and the furnace doors shut before there is any chance of discovery. The vertically acting screws being started, the boat is then submerged to the cupola, and continues approaching until, according to circumstances, it becomes prudent to disappear entirely. The direction is taken at the last moment and maintained by compass until within striking distance, when a torpedo is released, and the boat immediately turns in another direction. In May of this year, there was launched at Barrow a Nordenfeldt boat 110 feet in length and 13 feet in diameter. The engines are capable of developing good power, and a speed of 12 knots on the surface was realized. The boat was tried on the Bosporus during July under government supervision, and as these were satisfactory, it seems likely that a number of similar vessels will be built next year for the Ottoman Navy. The original submarine monitor Peacemaker is well known through its trials on the Hudson River in 1886. But since then, so many improvements have been made in the direction of increased efficiency that it is confidently expected the boat just designed will surpass its former successes. It must be understood in the beginning that its essential principle remains the same, all the important improvements being the outgrowth of the experience gained in previous experiments. Broadly defined, the new craft has a midship section, which through its high center of buoyancy and low center of gravity gives great stability of form. Or, to make it plain to the non-technical reader, it differs from the ordinary cigar and tortoise-shaped boat in being more nearly like the section of a pear, the apex of which forms the keel. Its longitudinal section is not unlike the form generally used, though the lines are such as have been found to give the form of least resistance and the highest speed. It is built of steel, with frames and spacings sufficient to stand the pressure of the lowest depth to which the boat is or can be expected to go. The old dimensions were length 30 feet, depth 7 feet, and beam 8 feet. In order to obtain increased speed, the present vessel will be 50 feet in length, 8 feet in beam, and 8 feet in depth, with a displacement of from 35 to 40 tons, or an amount sufficient to carry the weights of the interchangeable boiler of the 60-horsepower engine, and of the provisions and fuel necessary for a surface cruise of 1 week, and, when necessary, for a constantly submerged cruise of 12 hours. The advantages claimed for the new boat are that she is so self-sustaining as not to need the assistance of any other vessel, that she is not an accessory, but has in herself all essentials of defense, and that she answers all possible necessities for submarine work of any kind whatever, whether in peace or war. The increased speed will, it is hoped, give her power to attack modern vessels underway. When submerged, as was proved last summer, she sent no bubbles of air to the surface, and had neither a wake nor a wash to militate against the possibilities of an absolutely secret attack. Besides these advantages, the boat is said to be a safe surface cruising vessel, forming no target for the destructive action of an enemy's attack, and at the same time having a capacity for disappearing so readily underwater and avoiding the possibility of discovery that the enemy will be unable to tell when, where, or how the assault upon him may be made. As in a former trial an accident proved the danger of an exposed conning tower, the Submarine Monitor Company have provided a fin or guard for protecting the new helmsman's lookout and companion hatches. The waterlock appliance employed in the original boat has now an additional use in supplying a mode of egress and ingress, the opening being made telescopic, so as to permit surface runs in comparatively rough water. When submerged, the smokestack acts telescopically and is closed with a watertight valve. To avoid the necessity of divers going out of the boat when underwater, there are various openings at places in the exterior skin to which rubber sleeves or arms, with a radius sufficient to cover almost all practical necessities, will be fitted. These apertures do not constitute planes of weakness or danger, because they are normally closed by stout watertight deadlights. The Westinghouse engine is employed, as its construction prevents, by the packing used, any radiation of heat and the consequent elevation of temperature below. The airtight doors and bulkheads work laterally, and the conning dome is made of steel, with such apertures as will enable the helmsman to have, when on the surface, an all-round view, and when submerged, a sufficient light to let him in the daytime read, at a depth of 30 feet, the time by his watch. Should the necessity arise, when submerged, the purity of the atmosphere below is preserved by passing the air through caustic soda, thus eliminating carbonic acid gas, and by reinforcing the loss of oxygen from tanks of compressed air. In the original experiments, the boat was frequently submerged 6 hours at a time, and the crew of 2 men had no other air supplied than that which the boat carried down with her. Besides these chemical means, there are rubber tubes floated by buoys, with nozzles which protrude above the wash of the surface water. There is in each tube an automatic valve, which prevents water coming through the pipe at the time the air is being pumped in, and the depth below the surface to which outside air can be supplied is limited only by the length of the pipe. In the plate, represents a patented interchangeable boiler, in which either hydrocarbonate fuel or caustic soda can be used, in both cases steam being the motive power. The interior boiler for the use of the caustic soda is surrounded by a jacket, into which the steam exhausted from the engine can be used before it becomes so saturated as to create a back pressure on the engine, that is, for a period of 12 hours. When this limit is attained, and the surface is reached, the soda can be blown off into an outer receptacle provided for the purpose, and then reheated and recharged. The hydrocarbon fuel is ordinary mineral oil, carried in tanks of sufficient capacity for a surface run of a week. It may be emphasized as an important fact that this method of exhausting into the jacket of the boiler avoids the possibility of any bubbles appearing on the surface, as was notably the case with the earlier lay boats. Before diving, the caustic soda, which has been already heated by the combustion of the oil to the proper degree, acts in place of the ordinary fuel, thus constituting a sort of perpetual motion until the point of saturation is reached and back pressure in the engine results. The boat, when on the surface, is run with the oil fuel, but as soon as it becomes necessary to dive, this fire is extinguished. The afterhatch is opened by unlocking the door of the bulkhead, separating the after from the bulkheaded end of the vessel. And by a system of fans, the hot air from the fire room is driven outboard. Then the after telescopic hatch is reefed and secured. The soda is thrown from the receptacle where it has been heated into the jacket of the caustic soda boiler. The fires are put out. The smokestack is taken in and securely fastened. And the machinist, leaving the engine room, goes through the bulkhead door into the forward compartment, where he has complete control of the machinery and boiler by means of a duplicate set of gauges and levers. In case of an attack, the man detailed for operating the main torpedo is left in the after compartment, where he has access to that weapon and to the buoy, reel, and other mechanical appliances employed in its operation. The helmsman, who controls the steering apparatus that governs the horizontal and perpendicular rudders, also operates with his feet the levers which are connected by links to the throttle that supplies steam to cylinders, these last function like the Westinghouse brake, and are connected with pistons to the cylinders, through their agency water, is at will admitted into or forced out of the larger receptacles, either from one end or from both ends simultaneously. The effect of discharging water is of course to increase the buoyancy of the vessel, and of admitting it, to decrease this quality so that without changing structural weights, the boat is enabled to rise or sink perpendicularly, or, by admitting more water in one end than in the other, to take a downward or an upward course. Though this does away with the necessity of the horizontal rudder, it is kept as an additional resource for steering. In case of accident to the connecting pipes or machinery, the vessel is supplied with water receptacles and hand pumps, which are able to govern its submergence so that should all other mechanism break down, the boat is so completely under the control of the operator that it can at all times be brought to the surface. As an additional safeguard, there is on the outside of the boat a quantity of ballast which can be readily detached by the arms or sleeves previously described, and so effectively that the reserve buoyancy thus gained will alone carry the boat to the surface. In addition to the main torpedo and buoy resting in the cylindrical apertures aft, other torpedoes, connected by spans, are carried on deck. The method of their employment in attack is to go under the body of the vessel athwartship and to liberate them. As they are fitted with magnets, they will, it is claimed when freed, attach themselves to the bilges of the enemy's vessel, while the peacemaker can continue her cruise and let them act automatically, or, backing off to a distance greater than the depth of water in which she then is, safely explode them by conventional electrical appliances. With the increased speed of the present boat, there are various methods of attacking vessels of war when underway, among them one which is somewhat similar to that described above. The peacemaker, when under the body of the vessel athwartship, would liberate a buoy, B, that is connected with a torpedo, T, by a chain, the length of which depends upon the depth beneath the buoy the torpedo is desired to float. The steel tow line to the torpedo is paid out from reel G to a sufficient length, and then by going ahead with the boat the torpedo is drawn close under the opposite side of vessel from buoy B. In this position, the torpedo can be exploded by electricity. If necessary, by liberating buoy B, while crossing the bow on the starboard side of the forefoot of a vessel, the forward motion will draw the torpedo, T, close in to the opposite side. Then, by a system of pushpins on the torpedo, the operator learns that it is in close contact and ready for explosion by electricity. Should the enemy's vessel be at anchor, the tide can be employed for the purpose of bringing the buoy on one side of the vessel while the torpedo is on the other. The boat is supplied with the ordinary incandescent lights, or apparatus for lighting the interior for night attacks. Torpedoes. America has contributed to modern warfare many of its most valuable inventions. In the decade of 1850-60, the steam frigates of the Merrimack class revolutionized the naval constructions of the world and became the models for the warships of the great maritime powers. In the same period, our coast defenses reached the high-water mark of modern development, and, soon to be crystallized, there were seething in the brains of American inventors ideas of guns, ships, and projectiles which made history. Though today our created contributions to quick peace through arrested or irresistible war are meager, still many of the theories which make possible modern ordnance and ships are the fruits of American genius and industry. Is the future to be as fertile in thought and deed? Are the destroyers of Erickson, the dynamite safety shells of Hayes, the guns of Zielinski, the torpedoes of Howell, Sims, or Burden, the turrets of Timby, the submarine monitors of Tuck, the gun carriages of King or Buffington, the ordnance of Sickard, Benate? Are these to prove that Yankee brain and brawn are potent yet for the mastery of the problem? The country has no plainer duty than to foster by every care American ideas working in national ways of thought. It is rich, public sentiment is ripe and responsive, and Congress should encourage in peace the experiments which may make war impossible. In the question of ship armament and seacoast fortifications notably, the value of torpedoes is now so generally recognized that the definite selection of some type has attained an importance which demands most careful consideration. All experts agree that they are vital, but there is not that consensus of opinion which within limits affirms exactly what should be done. The Fortification Board in their report say, "It is not generally considered possible to bar the progress of an armored fleet by the mere fire of a battery. Some obstructions sufficient to arrest the ships within effective range of the guns is necessary." The kind of obstruction now relied upon is the torpedo, in the form of a submarine mine, and, except in special cases, exploded by electric currents which are so managed that the operator on shore can either ignite the mine under the ship's bottom or allow the ship to explode it by contact. In deep channels, the submarine mines are buoyant. In comparatively shallow waters, they are placed upon the bottom, the object in both cases being to touch or nearly approach the hull of the vessel. Submarine mines are not accessories to defense, but are essential features wherever they can be applied. The Senate Committee on Ordnance and Warships reported, concerning another class of torpedoes, fixed or anchored or planted, technically known as submarine mines, there is a great popular misapprehension. Their value is greatly overestimated. They require picked and trained men for their management, electrical apparatus for their discharge, and for lighting up the approaches, stations on shore secure against sudden assault, a flanking fire of canister and case shot, and of machine guns, themselves protected, light draft picket boats, and the overshadowing protection of armored forts and heavy guns. None of these things can be extemporized. The submarine mine alone is of little use, and it must accompany, not precede, more costly and less easily prepared means of defense. There is, however, a more definite agreement as to the value of torpedo boats. The Fortification Board declare, among the most important means of conducting an active defense of the coast is the torpedo boat, which, although recently developed, has received the sanction of the nations of Europe, each one of which now possesses a large number of these vessels. Their use will be quite general. First, in disturbing blockades and preventing these from being made close, as no fleet would like to lie overnight within striking distance of a station of these boats. Secondly, in attacking an enemy's ship enveloped in fog or smoke. Thirdly, in relieving a vessel pursued by the enemy. And fourthly, in defending the mines by night and by day against attempts at countermining, and in many other ways not necessary to recapitulate. Impressed with the utility of this mode of defense, the board recommended the construction of 150 of these boats, and the organization of a special corps of officers and men from the Navy, trained to their use. In England, Commander Galway does not hesitate to say that the torpedo boat is for harbor defense so superior to the submarine mine that he would not be surprised if before long it superseded the latter altogether. In France, Charmes insists that an armored vessel will run the most serious risk if a torpedo boat is allowed to approach unobserved to within 1,000 to 1,500 feet, that the torpedo will surely triumph over the ironclad, and that armor has been vanquished not by the gun, but by the torpedo. A naval reserve. Among the problems to be solved by an efficient naval administration, there is none more difficult or of greater importance than the formation of reserves of seamen. Our late war exposed the nation's weakness in sailors. At the beginning of hostilities, the fleet, on paper, consisted of 42 ships of all classes, mainly sailing vessels, with a few paddle-wheel steamers, and less than 10 screw vessels with auxiliary power. Its personnel comprised 7,000 of all grades. And yet, to blockade a coast of over 3,000 miles in length, the Secretary of the Navy had at his disposal but 3 effective vessels, and a reserve of only 200 seamen on all the receiving ships and at all the naval stations. As late as the 1st of July, 1863, there were not men enough to carry out efficiently the work imposed upon the Navy, and of the 34,000 bluejackets, 25,000 were landsmen. Secretary Wells, at the end of the same year, complained that there were no reserve seamen, that the supply for immediate and imperative duties was so inadequate that one of the largest and fastest steamers destined for important foreign service had been detained for months in consequence of the need of a crew, and that many other vessels were very much short of their complements. The cause of this was want of foresight, of prudence, of national common sense even. We did not lack the material from which crews could have been drawn, for in 1860 over 75,000 men sailed in the American merchant marine, 50,000 of whom, under any system of enrollment suited to our national instincts and prejudices, would, before the end of 1861, have been available for duty on shipboard. In peace there had been no organization, so when war came we were almost helpless, and as late as the end of 1863, not 20% of the men who should have been ready for service were in government ships. Let doctrinaires theorize as they may, this was not the fault of our maritime class, for thousands of sailors and fishermen who had already entered the army were by force of law denied the opportunity either of enlisting in or of being transferred to the Navy. In addition, the operation of the draft was made detrimental to the naval interests of the country, for it violated the Act of May 1792, which exempts from military duty all mariners actually employed in the sea service of any citizen or merchant within the United States. Furthermore, the government unjustly discriminated against the seaboard towns, for not only was the seafaring class, which is fostered and cherished by all maritime governments, withdrawn from the element to which it has been accustomed, but in addition, sailors actually afloat were taken from their ships and compelled, under the penalty of law, to enter the land service. It was not until 1864 that Congress finally enacted the law which enabled seamen serving as soldiers to be drafted into the Navy. How different would have been the state of affairs had there existed in 1861 some system of government administration as to the creation of naval reserves, or, more far-reaching still, had we been free from that illogical distrust which possessed the whole country. The fear of too much centralization was the stock in trade of professional patriots, and the people, hampered by traditions which had come down to us from our English ancestors, saw in any attempt towards efficient war preparation in times of peace all the dangers they had been taught to believe existed in standing armies. England acted more wisely, for she had been taught a grim lesson by her adversities, and without fear we might have profited by her example. In the history of the Peninsula War, Napier, after picturing the horrors of the fearful April night when Badajoz was stormed, asked bitterly, "And why was all this striving in blood against insurmountable difficulties? Why were men sent thus to slaughter, when the application of a just science would have rendered the operations comparatively easy? Because the English ministers, so ready to plunge into war, were quite ignorant of its exercises, because the English people are warlike without being military, and, under the pretense of maintaining liberty which they do not possess, oppose in peace all useful martial establishments. In the beginning of each war, England had to seek in blood for the knowledge necessary to ensure success. Equally has this always been the attitude of the American people towards every attempt made in peace to prepare for war. Besides this national distrust, prejudices had to be overcome which have existed both in the Navy and the merchant marine. Our naval officers have never made any determined effort to create a reserve, either because they have not fully grasped the correlation and interdependence of the Navy and the merchant marine, or because they have doubted the wisdom of spending upon an outside issue appropriations, which, given to the Navy, would produce a more immediate and tangible result. But from both points of view they are wrong, for a Navy unsupported by a merchant marine is a hothouse plant which may produce great results for a while, but cannot endure the strain of a long protracted campaign. From the merchant marine, the personnel of the Navy in war must come, and it is a fallacy to believe that by a small addition to our ordinary naval resources, we would be able to cope with the navies of other maritime powers, or that in a long war an efficient and numerous reserve is not of greater importance than a few more seamen permanently maintained in the Navy during peace. To the merchants and shipowners, the question is one of vital importance. The earliest and most disastrous consequence of war will fall upon the shipping interest. Under any system of defense, the necessities of the Navy must withdraw seamen from the merchant service and raise the rate of wages. If then, by timely precautions during peace, we can diminish the probability that war can occur at all, if we are ready upon the outbreak of war to show that our homeward-bound ships are safe, if we can abolish or modify the risk that the employment of seamen would be abruptly suspended by embargo or interfered with by impressment or draft, if we can attach the sailor to his country and prevent him from seeking employment under other flags, surely the owners of our ships and merchants will reap the greatest advantage. Abroad, the importance of the subject has been fully recognized. France, under a system which has existed for over 250 years, maintains a reserve of 172,000 men, who are between the ages of 18 and 50. 65,000 of these are between the ages of 20 and 26, 15,000 are usually kept afloat, and 6,000 more are quartered on shore. Germany has 15,000, and England nearly the same number. Notwithstanding the decadence of our shipping interest, we have a large force from which to draw. The maritime population of this country numbers over 350,000, of whom 180,000 are available for the fleet. This number, of course, includes all those in any way connected with sea industries, and embraces coasters, fishermen, whalers, yachtsmen, boatmen, and all workmen in shipbuilding yards and equipment shops and stores. To man our ships in time of war, three means are open: voluntary enlistment, draft or impressment, or employment of men enrolled in a naval reserve. It would be unreasonable to depend altogether upon the loyal and unselfish patriotism of necessitous men serving before the mast, and there is a chance that mere enthusiasm would not induce a seaman to join the Navy if employment was being offered elsewhere at increasing rates of pay. Impressment under any name is unpopular. In its common form, it is illegal, and the draft is ever a last resort and always a dangerous measure. Nothing, then, remains as a certainty but to turn towards the naval reserve as the best means of manning our fleet. In time of war, not only would the men enrolled come forward willingly and be immediately available, but deserters would have the machinery of the law put in motion for their apprehension, and popular feeling would be as earnest in support of their arrest as it would be opposed to all attempts which enforced the arbitrary powers of draft or impressment. No system exists abroad entirely suited to our necessities and our national instincts, but generally speaking, that adopted in England comes nearest to what we should employ. Naturally, our lake sailors, coasters, fishermen, and yachtsmen would form the main body of the reserve. These should be enrolled, divided into classes, be given each year a certain fixed sum of pay, with an increase for each day's drill, and at stated times they should be embarked for great gun practice at sea, so they might learn something of man-o'-war routine and discipline. The officers could be drawn from the merchant marine, from the graduates of the school ships, and from former officers of the regular and volunteer services who are now in civil life. Forced draft. The subject of forced draft is of great importance and, as a corollary of high-speed development, is being studied with keen interest. There are wide differences of opinion not only as to the proper systems, but even as to the value of the principle. The literature as yet is rather meager, but an excellent compilation of existing material will be found in the latest publication of the Naval Intelligence Office. A forced draft in the furnaces, explains the Marine Engineer of September, 1887, can be generated in two ways. First, by exhausting the uptakes and funnels of the products of combustion, when a greater flow of air will necessarily take place through the fire bars. And secondly, by increasing the pressure of the air in the furnaces beyond that of the atmosphere. The steam blast in marine boilers is well known to engineers as a means of quickly getting up the steam after its pressure has dropped. But the locomotives on our railways afford a very good illustration of how boilers may be continuously worked under forced combustion through a jet of steam, exhausting the smoke box and funnel of the products of combustion. This system of creating a draft involves a very large expenditure of steam and water, and as it is a sine qua non in these days of high pressure that only fresh water should be used in boilers, and also as only a limited supply of this element can be carried in a ship, it follows that the plan of inducing a forced draft by means of a steam jet in the funnel cannot be well adopted in marine boilers. Mr. Martin, the inventor of the well-known furnace doors, substitutes a fan in the uptake for the steam jet, and so arranges his funnel that in the event of the forced draft not being required, the gases of combustion arising from natural draft will not be impeded in their exit to the atmosphere. He claims for his invention that it does away with all necessity for closing in the stokeholds or furnaces, and that in warships funnels could be dispensed with, as the gases and smoke could be discharged anywhere from the fans. He also claims that by his plan of producing a draft, the boiler tubes become much more efficient as heating surfaces, and that the ends of the tubes in the firebox are not so liable to be burned away, and that therefore there will be less chance of the boiler leaking round the tubes. There appears to be some grounds for these latter assumptions, for it is a well-known fact that the tubes of locomotive boilers, which are worked, as we have seen, on the exhaust principle, do very much more work than those of marine boilers before they are ferruled or rolled. It can also be shown by a very simple experiment that when the gases are sucked or drawn through the tubes, the flame extends a much greater distance along the tube than when the gases are driven through the tubes. In this latter case, the flame impinges on the tube plates before separating into tongues and entering the tubes. But when sucked through, the tongues of flame commence at some little distance from the plate before penetrating the tubes, and the ends are not therefore burned as when the flame impinges directly on them. It may be urged, however, against Martin's system that owing to the greatly increased volume of the products of combustion due to their temperature, fans of from 3 to 4 times the size of those used in other systems are required. Also, that the uptakes have to be made larger and heavier to take in the fans. And lastly, that the fans themselves are likely to be quickly rendered inefficient through working in a temperature of at least 1,000 degrees. These objections prove so formidable that up till the present time Martin's plan of creating a forced draft has made little or no headway. The other plan for creating an artificial draft in marine furnaces is to force air into them by means of fans. This is done either by closing in the whole of the stokehold and filling it with air of a pressure greater than that of the atmosphere, or by pumping the air direct into the furnace. This latter is the usual practice in the mercantile marine, where economy of fuel is sought after. Mr. Howden seeks, by first heating the air, and then forcing it by means of fans into the furnaces and ash pits, to ensure a very rapid and complete combustion of the coal. His plan has been carried out in the Atlantic liner Ohio quite recently, and the results as published lead one to expect that, with a little more progress in the direction in which he is working, our ships will be driven across the Atlantic without the expenditure of any fuel whatever. The fact of heating the air to a temperature of 200 degrees before it enters the furnace cannot go very far in affecting either the rapidity or the completeness of the combustion of the fuel, and it certainly cannot affect the economy. Where the fire grate area is small compared with the total heating surface, good evaporative results are likely to be obtained. And in the Ohio, the fire grate area was certainly smaller than is usual for the same-sized boilers fitted with forced draft. The trip of the Ohio to America has given somewhat different results to those of the official trials, and it is a question whether any saving in weight, either in the apparatus required to produce forced draft under the system, or in the economy of fuel to be derived from it, has been obtained more than exists in the system of closed stokeholds. The only plan that seems to hold its own is the closed stokehold system, and the results that have been obtained with it in the Navy are so satisfactory that Messrs. J&G Thompson are about to adopt it in the 2 large Inman liners they are now building, and also several other firms are about to introduce it in preference to all other plans for increasing the efficiency of their boilers and promoting greater economy. In the Royal Navy, space and weight are of such vital importance that the boilers have to be constructed on principles the very reverse of those which exist in boilers specially designed for high evaporative work per pound of fuel. And it is not, therefore, to be wondered at that the consumption of fuel per indicated horsepower has not been reduced since the introduction of forced draft. But on the other hand, the capabilities of the boilers have been expanded far beyond the expectations of a few years ago. In the mercantile marine, there is no reason whatever why the system of closed stokeholds for creating a forced draft should not combine economy with greater efficiency in the boilers. These conclusions are not universally accepted, as will be seen in the following extract from the article contributed by Assistant Engineer R.S. Griffin, United States Navy, to the Naval Intelligence Office publication mentioned at the beginning of this subject. The forced draft trials of the Archer class, he writes, go far towards sustaining the objections raised by Mr. Howden against the closed stokehold system. The trials of the Archer, Brisk, and Cossack had to be discontinued on several occasions, owing to leakage of the boiler tubes. And when it is remembered that these trials are for only 4 hours, and that no provision is made for hoisting ashes, it becomes a question of serious consideration whether the maintenance of this high power for such a short period brings with it advantages at all comparable with the continued development of a reasonably high power with an economical expenditure of coal, such as is possible with the closed ash pit system. A number of steamers have been fitted with Howden's system during the past year, among others the Celtic, of the White Star Line, and the Ohio, of the International Navigation Company. One of the latest steamers fitted with this system is the City of Venice, whose engines were converted from compound to quadruple expansion. Her boilers were designed to develop 1,800 indicated horsepower with 80 square feet of grate, but on trial she could only work off 1,300 indicated horsepower, owing to some derangement of the valves. She was afterwards tried with half the grate surface in use, when it was demonstrated that there would be no difficulty in developing the power so far as the boilers were concerned. Unfortunately, no data as to weight of boilers, space, or heating surface are obtainable. In 1886, the Alliance was supplied with new boilers, fitted with a system of forced draft designed by the Bureau of Steam Engineering. It was originally the intention of the department to put 6 boilers in this vessel, as in the Enterprise and Nipsic, but with the introduction of the forced draft system, which was purely experimental, this number was reduced to 4, having a total grate surface of 128 square feet. The boilers were designed to burn anthracite coal with natural draft, and were of course unsuited to the requirements of forced draft, the ratio of heating to grate surface being only 25.6 to 1, and the water surface and steam space being small. The maximum indicated horsepower developed on trial was 1022, but any attempt to run at this, or at increased power for any length of time, was attended with so much priming of the boilers that the trial had to be discontinued. Alterations were made in the boilers to prevent the priming, but no continuous trial was had previously to the sailing of the Alliance. The results obtained on a measured base were, however, sufficient to demonstrate the practicability of the system, and to show that a higher power could be maintained with the 4 boilers at forced draft than with the original 8 boilers at natural draft. The practical working of the system at sea presents no difficulty, as a recent run of the Alliance has demonstrated. On a continuous run of 10 hours, using only 2 boilers with 60 square feet of grate, the grate surface of each boiler having been reduced to 30, The mean indicated horsepower was 668, and the maximum 744, being respectively 11.1 and 12.4 indicated horsepower per square foot of grate. There was an entire absence of priming, and no difficulty was experienced in operating the forced draft apparatus, the length of the trial having been determined by the arrival of the vessel in port. The coal burned was Welsh, of fair quality, the consumption being 29.9 pounds per square foot of grate. The efficiency of the system may be judged by the results obtained from an experimental boiler at the Washington Navy Yard. The boiler was of the marine locomotive type and had a ratio of heating to grate surface of 32.73 to 1, with a water space of 245 and a steam space of 163 cubic feet. The coal burned was ordinary Cumberland Valley bituminous, and the evaporation, when burning as much as 40 pounds per square foot of grate, was 6.61, while with 37.5 it was 7.24, and this with a moderate air pressure, 5 inches in ash pit and 1 inch on furnace door. It is unfair to attempt the explanation of this system without accompanying drawings, but it may be stated that the air, drawn by fan blowers from the heated portion of the fire room, is forced through a passage into the ash pit and furnace, a portion of the current being directed by an interposed plate through the holes in the furnace frame. By the agency of a double row of holes, the greater portion of the air, which enters the furnace, passes around the frame, thence through other apertures to the space between the furnace door and lining, and finally to the furnace through the space between the lining and furnace frame. The supply of air when firing or hauling ashes is shut off by a damper. Appendix Roman II. The question of types. The following letter appeared in the Times, London of April 4, 1885. Sir, may I request the favor of space in the Times in which to comment upon the opinions recently expressed by Sir Edward Reed and other writers respecting the designs of the Admiral class of ships in the Royal Navy, and the 4 central citadel ships which were laid down subsequently to the Inflexible. Having been closely associated with Mr. Barnaby in the designing of all these ships, with the exception of the Ajax and Agamemnon, I can speak with full knowledge of both the history and intentions of the designs. Moreover, my share of the responsibility for the professional work involved in those designs remains, although my official connection with the constructive department of the Admiralty was severed years ago. It need hardly be added that the remarks which follow simply embody my own opinions, and that I write neither as an apologist for Mr. Barnaby nor as a champion of the shipbuilding policy of the Admiralty. The sweeping condemnation which has been pronounced against the most recent English battleships is based upon the consideration of one feature only in their fighting efficiency, viz., the extent of the armor protection of their sides in the region of the waterline. There has been no discussion in the letters to which I have referred of the comparative speeds, armaments, or other qualities of the French and English ships. But the fact that the French ships are armor-belted from end to end, while the English ships have no vertical armor on considerable portions of the length at the region of the waterline, is considered by Sir Edward Reed so serious a matter that he says, "The French armored ships must in all reason be expected to dispose of these English ships in a very few minutes by simply destroying their unarmored parts." From this opinion, I most strongly dissent, for reasons which are stated below, and I venture to assert that if attention is directed simply to the possible effects of gunfire, while the possibly greater risks incidental to attacks with the ram and torpedo are altogether neglected, then there is ample justification for the belief that the English ships of recent design can do battle on at least equal terms with their contemporaries in the French or any other navy. In all recent armored ships, if the wholesale and extremely rapid destruction of the unarmored portions of the ships which Sir Edward Reed contemplates actually took place, very considerable risks would undoubtedly result. But in my judgment, these risks are not sensibly affected by the different distribution of the armor on the ships of the 2 great navies. And further, there is every reason for doubting whether such wholesale destruction of the unarmored parts could be effected with the appliances which are now available, not merely in a few minutes, but in a very considerable time and under the most favorable conditions for the attack. Nor must it be forgotten that armor, even of the greatest thickness, applied to the sides or decks of ships, is not impenetrable to the attack of guns already afloat. While the mitraille, which is driven back into a ship when armor is penetrated, is probably as destructive as any kind of projectile can be, and attacks directly the vital parts which the armor is intended to protect. In support of these assertions, I must ask permission to introduce certain detailed statements which appear to be absolutely necessary to a discussion of the subject, but which shall be made as brief and untechnical as possible. It appears that the points raised by the discussion may be grouped under two heads. First, does the shortening of the belt in the English ships introduce such serious dangers if they have to do battle with the French ships? Secondly, what should be considered the principal uses of armor plating in modern warships? The second question may be considered to include the first, but it will be convenient to take the questions in the order in which they have been placed, as, after all, the greatest immediate interest centers in the comparison between existing ships. At the outset, it is important to remark that in the most recent designs of armored ships for all navies, increase in speed armament and thickness of armor has been associated with a decrease in the area of the broadside protected by armor. Further, it has been considered important in most cases to distribute the armored positions of the heavy guns in the ships in order to reduce the risks of complete disablement of the principal armament by one or two lucky shots, which may happen when the heavy guns are concentrated in a single citadel or battery. This distribution of the heavy guns also gives greater efficiency to the auxiliary armament of lighter guns, and enables these heavy guns to be placed at a considerably greater height above water than was usual in former days, so that the chances of the guns being prevented from being fought in heavy weather are diminished, and their power as compared with the lower guns in earlier ships is increased, especially when firing with depression. Days of the completely protected ironclad, with the broadside armored throughout the length from the upper deck down to 5 or 6 feet below the waterline, have long gone by. The central battery and belt system has also been practically dropped, whether the battery contained broadside guns or formed a citadel protecting the bases of the turrets. In short, on modern battleships, there now remains only a narrow belt of armor, rising from 5 or 6 feet below the load line to 2 or 3 feet above it. This narrow strip of armor in the French ships extends from end to end, and is associated with a protective deck worked at the height of the top of the belt, and forming a strong roof to the hold spaces beneath. In the English ships of the Admiral class, the belt of armor extends somewhat less than half the total length, protecting 140 to 150 feet of the central portion of the ship, in which are situate the engines and boilers, and protecting also the communications from the barbette towers to the magazines. At the extremities of the belt, strong armored bulkheads are built across the ships. The protected deck is fitted at the upper edge of the belt over the central portion. Before and abaft the bulkheads, where there is no side armor, the protection consists of a strong steel deck, situated from 4 to 5 feet below water and extending to the bow and stern respectively. Upon this underwater deck are placed coal bunkers, chain lockers, freshwater tanks, storerooms, etc., the spaces between it and the deck next above being subdivided into a large number of watertight compartments or cells by means of longitudinal and transverse bulkheads. A watertight top or roof to these compartments is formed by plating over the main deck beams with thin steel at the same height above water as the top of the armor belt. In this manner, the unarmored ends above the protective deck are not merely packed to a large extent with water-excluding substances when the vessel is fully laden, but they are minutely subdivided into separate compartments, which can only be thrown into communication with one another by means of very extensive injuries to the partitions. In all the modern French ships, as well as in the Admiral class, a light steel superstructure of considerable height is built above the level of the belt deck. The living quarters of the crew and the stations of the auxiliary armament are contained within this light erection, which also surrounds the armored communications from the barbette towers to the magazines. In this manner, a ship with a small height of armored freeboard is converted into a high-sided ship for all purposes of ordinary navigation, seaworthiness, and habitability, while spaces are provided in which a more or less considerable number of light guns can be fought concurrently with the heavy guns placed in the armor-protected stations. The radical difference, therefore, between the French ships and the Admiral class, independently of other considerations than the armor protection of the waterline, consists in the omission of the side armor at the extremities and the use instead of the side armor of the strong underwater deck with cellular subdivision and other arrangements for adding to the protection and securing the buoyancy of the spaces at the ends, into which water may find access through the thin sides if they are shot through and seriously damaged in action. If the completely belted French ship has to fight a vessel of the Admiral class, the latter has obviously the greater chance of damage to the narrow strips of the sides lying above the underwater deck before and abaft the ends of the belt. If the action takes place in smooth water, when the ships are neither rolling nor pitching, but are simply in motion, the chances of hitting these narrow strips in the waterline region might not be very great. But it must be admitted that even the lightest guns would penetrate the thin sides of the English ships and admit more or less considerable quantities of water into the ends. If, on the other hand, the fight takes place in a seaway, with the ships lolling and pitching, then the relative importance of penetration of these narrow strips of the ends of the English ships becomes much less, because the belt armor of the French ships will be brought out of water for a considerable length of the bow and the stern by a very moderate angle of pitching, or by the passage of a comparatively low wave, and because rolling motion of the ships will alternately immerse or emerge the belt armor, even at the midships part, where it has its greatest thickness. In fact, as I have more than once said publicly, it is clearly an error to limit criticism to the longitudinal extent of the belt armor in modern ships, and to exclude consideration of the vertical extent of the armor above and below the load line. Apart from any discussion of the question from the artillerist's point of view, or any attempt to determine the probability or otherwise of the wholesale destruction of the unarmored portions of modern battleships by shellfire from large guns, or by the projectiles from rapid firing and machine guns, it is perfectly obvious to anyone who will examine into the matter that the risk of damage to the light superstructures situated above the belt must be greater than the corresponding risk of damage to the narrow strips of side area exposed at the unarmored ends of the Admiral class, between the level of the belt deck and the waterline. Sir Spencer Robinson, after his inspection of the models shown him at the Admiralty, recognizes the fact that in the French belted ships, of which the Amiral Duperrey is an example, if the light sides above the belt deck are destroyed or very seriously riddled in action, the ship would be capsized in a very moderate seaway. He further emphasizes the statement that the ships of the Admiral class in the English Navy, if similarly treated, would also capsize under the same conditions, and he appears to be surprised at the admission having been made. The fact is that there has never been any assertion that the Admiral class would be safe against capsizing independently of assistance given to the armor-belted portions by the unarmored structure situated above. On the contrary, from the first, in the design of these ships, it was recognized that their stability, in the sense of their power to resist being capsized, if inclined to even moderate angles of inclination, was not guaranteed by the armor belts. In this respect, they were in identically the same position as all other armored ships with shallow waterline belts and isolated armored batteries placed high above water. What has been said respecting the Admiral class is this. If the unarmored ends above the protective deck were completely thrown open to the sea, then the initial stability, that is to say, the stiffness of the ships or their power to resist small inclinations from the upright, would still be guaranteed by the central armored portions. So fully did we appreciate the fact that the life of the ship in action, as determined by her power to resist large inclinations, depends greatly upon the assistance given by the unarmored superstructures to the armor-belted parts, that we were careful to make the structural arrangements of the superstructures above the belts such that they could bear a very considerable amount of riddling and damage from shot and shell, without ceasing to contribute in the most important degree to the buoyancy and stability. There are double cellular sides between the belt and upper decks. The main bulkheads are carried up high above water. Hatches and openings are trunked up and protected by cofferdams. In short, every possible precaution is taken to subdivide into compartments, and thus limit the spaces to which water can find access when the outer sides are penetrated or shattered, as well as to facilitate the work of stopping temporarily shot holes in the sides. Now, without in the least intending to discredit the work of the French designers, I have to state that no corresponding or equal precautions have been taken in the portions of their ships lying above the belt decks. And the absence of these features in the French ships is a great relative advantage to the English ships. Of course, there is nothing to hinder the French from imitating our practice, but they are content to take the risks involved in a simpler construction, and in so doing they show their practical disbelief in the doctrine of armor-protected stability. I am aware that some eminent authorities do not concur with this view, and maintain that stability and buoyancy should be guaranteed by armor. To this point I will revert hereafter, but for the present I am content to say that, as between the French ships and the Admiral class, the most serious risks of damage by gunfire in action are of the same kind, and practically are not affected by the shortening of the armor belts in the English ships. Next, I would refer to the differences which are undoubtedly involved in shortening the belts of the English ships. In the first place, by dispensing with the side armor towards the extremities, a very considerable saving is effected in the weight and the cost of the armor fitted to the ships. Mr. Barnaby has recently given an illustration of this, where a ship, in other respects unchanged, has to be increased from 10,000 to 11,000 tons in displacement in order to carry the shallow armor belt to the ends. In the Collingwood herself, quite as large a proportionate increase of size would be involved in having a thick armor belt from stem to stern. This saving in weight and cost of armor might, of course, be purchased too dearly, if dispensing with the armor involved possibly fatal risks to the ship. However the result may be attained, there is universal agreement that a ship of war should have her buoyancy, stability, and trim guaranteed as far as possible against the effects of damage in action. Now, in the Admiral class, this matter was very carefully investigated before the design was approved. In order to prevent derangement of the trim of the vessels by penetration of the light sides above the protective deck at one end, arrangements were made in the design by means of which water can be introduced into the spaces occupied by coal bunkers, etc., before the ships go into action. The extent to which water may be introduced is a matter over which the captain would necessarily have control. But even if the whole of the unoccupied spaces were filled with water, the increase in draft would not exceed 14 to 18 inches, and the loss in speed would not exceed half a knot. If only the coal bunkers were flooded as a preliminary to action, the chance of any serious disturbance of trim and consequent loss of maneuvering power or speed by damage to the light sides above the protective deck and near the water would be very small, and the sinkage of the vessel would be decreased considerably. But taking the extreme case, with the ends completely filled and a sinkage of 14 to 18 inches, a ship of the Admiral class would go into action with practically her full speed available. And with her ends so protected by underwater deck, and the water admitted above that deck that damage to the thin sides by shot or shell penetrating at or near, the waterline would not produce changes of trim or alterations of draft to any greater extent than would be produced if the armor belt had been carried to the stem and stern. Nor would the admission of water into the ends render the vessel unstable. It has been urged that the sinkage due to filling the tank ends with water is a disadvantage, because it brings the upper edge of the belt armor in the Admiral class about 14 to 18 inches nearer the water than the upper edge of the belts of the French ships. If the greatest danger of the ships was to be measured by the smallness of their reserve of armor-protected buoyancy, that is to say, by the buoyancy of the part of the ship lying above her fighting waterline and below the belt deck, then the Admiral class would not compare favorably with the fully belted French ships. But I have already explained that this is not the true measure of the greatest danger arising from the effects of gunfire, and that it would be a mistake to assume that in either the French or the English ships, the armor-belted portions of the vessels guarantee their safety when damaged in action. As between the Admiral class and the central citadel ships of the inflexible type, there is a difference in this respect which has been much commented upon. When the ends of the citadel ships are filled with water, the armored wall of the citadel still remains several feet above water. Whereas, in the Admiral class, the top of the belt under similar conditions is very near the water level. All that need be said on this point is that, notwithstanding the greater height of the armored wall above water, the Citadel ships have practically no greater guarantee of safety against capsizing by means of armor-protected stability than the Admiral class. In both classes, the armored portions require the assistance of the unarmored to secure such a range and amount of stability as shall effectually guarantee their security when damaged in action. And, as has been stated above, this condition is true of all armor-clads with narrow armor belts. One other objection to the shortened belts yet remains to be considered. It is urged that when the thin ends are broken through or damaged by shot or shell, jagged or protruding holes will be formed in the plating near the waterline, and then if the ships are driven at speed, the water will flow into the holes in large quantities and produce serious changes of trim and loss of speed. In support of this contention, reference is made to the published reports of experiments made with the Inflexibles model about 8 years ago. It is impossible to discuss the matter fully, and I must therefore content myself with a statement of my opinion, formed after a careful personal observation of these model experiments. First, it cannot be shown from the experiments that the presence of a shallow belt of armor reaching 2 to 3 feet above the still water line would make any sensible difference in the dangers arising from the circumstances described. Holes in the thin sides above this belt would admit water in large quantities on the belt deck when the vessel was underway, and if it could flow along that deck, changes of trim and other disagreeable consequences would result. Secondly, it is certain that the numerous bulkheads and partitions, cofferdams, etc., built above the belt deck level in the Admiral class for the very purpose of limiting the flow of entering water would greatly decrease any tendency to check the speed or change the trim. Whether the belt be short or long, it is evident that gaping holes low down in the light sides will make it prudent for a captain to slow down somewhat if he wishes to keep the water out as much as possible. But between such prudence and the danger of disaster, there is a wide gulf. Summing up the foregoing statements, I desire to record my opinion, based upon complete personal knowledge of every detail in the calculations and designs for the Admiral class, that the disposition of the belt armor, in association with the protective decks and cellular sides, watertight subdivision, etc., existing in the unarmored portions of the vessels situated above the protective decks, is such that the buoyancy, stability, trim, speed, and maneuvering capabilities are well guaranteed against extensive damage from shot and shell fire in action. And, further, that in these particulars the Admiral class are capable of meeting, at least on equal terms, their contemporary ships in the French Navy. I must add that I am not here instituting any comparison between the fighting efficiencies of the ships of the two fleets, nor have I space in this letter to do so. Opinions have differed, and will probably always differ, as to the relative importance of the different qualities which go to make up fighting efficiency. There is no simple formula admitting of general application which enables the comparative fighting values of warships to be appraised. As the conditions of naval warfare change and war material is developed, so the balance of qualities in ship designing has to be readjusted, and estimates of the fighting powers of existing ships have to be revised. And, further, different designers, working simultaneously, distribute the displacement, which is their sum total of capital to work upon, according to their own judgments of what is wisest and best for the particular conditions which the ships built from those designs have to fulfill. The designer who has the larger displacement to work upon has the better opportunity of producing a more powerful ship. But it by no means follows that he will secure so good a combination of qualities as a rival obtains on a smaller displacement. And hence I cannot but dissent from the doctrine that displacement tonnage is to be accepted as a fair measure of relative fighting efficiency, or that recent English ships are necessarily unable to fight recent French ships because they are of smaller displacement. In the preceding remarks, I have been careful to confine myself chiefly to the naval architect's side of the subject, as it would clearly be out of place for me to say much respecting the artillerist's side. But, having had the great advantage of knowing the views of some of the most experienced gun makers and gunnery officers, and having studied carefully what has been written on the subject, I would venture to say a few words. First, there seems, as was previously remarked, every reason for doubting, in the actual conditions of naval gunnery, whether it would be possible, not merely in a few minutes, but in a considerable time, to produce the wholesale destruction of the unarmored parts of modern warships, which has been assumed in the condemnation of the Admiral class. If the Collingwood, or one of her successors, were simply treated as a moving target in a seaway for the Admiral Duperrey or one of her consorts, this would be a most improbable result. But, remembering that the Collingwood would herself be delivering heavy blows in return for those received, the chances of her disablement would necessarily be decreased. Secondly, it does not seem at all evident that the introduction of rapid-fire guns has such an important influence on the question of shortened belts as some writers have supposed. So far as machine guns are concerned, I well remember at the board meeting, which decided to approve the building of the Collingwood, the possible effects of machine gun fire were discussed at some length, both in reference to the adoption of the barbette system and to the system of hull protection. The rapid-firing gun, which has since been introduced, is now a formidable weapon. But it may be questioned whether its effects upon the unarmored portions of modern warships would be so serious as those resulting from the shell fire of heavier guns, and therefore it cannot with certainty be concluded that it would be advantageous to make arrangements for keeping out the projectiles from the rapid-firing guns now in use at the ends of the Admiral class. More especially is this true when it is considered that already rapid-fire guns of much larger caliber and greater power than the 6-pounder and 9-pounder are being made. To these guns, 3 inches of steel would be practically no better defense than the existing thin sides, and the real defense lies in the strong protective deck. Shell fire from heavier guns will probably be found the best form of attack against the unarmored or lightly armored portions of battleships, especially now that the use of steel shells with thin walls and large bursting charges is being so rapidly developed. I would again say that on this side of the subject, I do not profess to speak with authority, and it is undoubted that great differences of opinion prevail. But it must not be forgotten that the Board of Admiralty, by its recent decision announced in the House of Commons, has reaffirmed the opinion that from the artillerist's point of view, the existing disposition of the armor in the Admiral class is satisfactory. This has been done after the attention of the Board, and the public has been most strongly directed to the supposed dangers incidental to the rapid destruction of the light superstructures lying above the underwater decks of the Admiral class. It would be folly to suppose that in such a matter any merely personal considerations would prevent the Board from authorizing a change, which was proved to be necessary or advantageous. With respect to the possibility of making experiments which should determine the points at issue, I would only say that considerable difficulties must necessarily arise in endeavoring to represent the conditions of an actual fight. But in view of the diametrically opposite views which have been expressed as to the effect of gunfire upon cellular structures, it would certainly be advantageous if some scheme of the kind could be arranged. There still remains to be considered the question of the uses of armor in future warships. This letter has already extended to too great a length to permit of any attempt at a full discussion. It will be admitted by all who are interested in the questions of naval design that an inquiry into the matter is urgently needed, even if it leads only to a temporary solution of the problem, in view of the present means of offense and defense. Armor, by which term I understand not merely vertical armor, but oblique or horizontal armor, is regarded in different ways by different authorities. For example, I understand Sir Edward Reed to maintain that side armor should be fitted in the form of a waterline belt, extending over a very considerable portion of the length, and that such armor, in association with a strong protective deck and armored erections for gun stations, etc., should secure the buoyancy, trim, and stability of the vessel. At the other extreme, we have the view expressed in the design of the grand Italian vessels of the Italia class. In them, the hull armor is only used for the purpose of assisting the cellular hull subdivisions in protecting buoyancy, stability, and trim, taking the form of a thick protective deck, which is wholly underwater, and above which comes a minutely subdivided region, which Signor Bryn and his colleagues consider sufficient defense against gunfire. In these Italian vessels, the only thick armor is used to protect the gun stations, the pilot tower, and the communications from those important parts to the magazines and spaces below the protective deck. The strong deck, besides forming a base of the cellular subdivision, is of course a defense to the vital parts of the ship lying below it. Between these two types of ships come the Admiral class of the English Navy and the belted vessels of the French Navy, whose resemblances and differences have been described above. In addition, there are not a few authorities who maintain that the development of the swift torpedo cruiser, or the swift protected cruiser, makes the continued use of armor at least questionable, seeing that to attempt to protect ships by thick armor either on decks or sides, and to secure high speeds and heavy armaments involves the construction of large and expensive vessels, which are necessarily exposed to enormous risks in action from forms of underwater attack, against which their armor is no defense. In view of such differences of opinion, and of the heated controversies which have arisen therefrom, the time seems certainly to have arrived when some competent body should be assembled by the Admiralty for the purpose of considering the designs of our warships, and enabling our constructors to proceed with greater assurance than they can at present. Questions affecting the efficiency of the Royal Navy clearly ought not to be decided except in the most calm and dispassionate manner. The work done by the Committee on Designs for Ships of War 14 years ago was valuable and has had important results. What is now wanted, I venture to think, is a still wider inquiry into the condition of the Navy, and one of the branches of that inquiry which will require the most careful treatment is embraced in the question: what are the uses of armor in modern warships? My own opinion, reached after very careful study of the subject, is that very serious limitations have to be accepted in the disposition and general efficiency of the armaments. If the principle of protecting the stability at considerable angles of inclination by means of thick armor is accepted, the size and cost of the ships being kept within reasonable limits, there is no difficulty, of course, apart from considerations of size and cost, in fulfilling the condition of armor-protected stability. But it may be doubted whether the results could prove satisfactory, especially when the risks from underwater attacks, as well as from gunfire, are borne in mind, and the fact is recognized that even the thickest armor carried or contemplated is not proof against existing guns. No vessel can fight without running risks. It is by no means certain, however, that the greater risks to be faced are those arising from damage to the sides in the region of the waterline and consequent loss of stability. So far as I have been able to judge, it appears possible to produce a better fighting machine for a given cost by abandoning the idea of protecting stability, buoyancy, and trim entirely by thick armor, and by the acceptance of the principle that unarmored but specially constructed superstructures shall be trusted as contributories to the flotation and stability. Thick vertical side armor, even over a portion of the length, appears to be by no means a necessary condition to an effective guarantee of the life and manageability of a ship when damaged in action. And it seems extremely probable that in future the great distinction between battleships and protected ships will not be found in the nature of their hull protection in the region of the waterline, but in the use of thick armor over the stations of the heavy guns in battleships. The decisions as to future designs of our battleships is a momentous one. It can only be reached by the consideration of the relative advantages and disadvantages of alternative proposals. It cannot be dissociated from considerations of cost for a single ship. On all grounds, therefore, it is to be hoped that a full and impartial inquiry will be authorized without delay. For it may be assumed that, however opinions differ, there is the common desire to secure for the British Navy the best types of ships and a sufficient number to ensure our maritime supremacy. I am, sir, your obedient servant, W. H. White. Elswick Works, March 26th. The following reply by Sir Edward Reed appeared in the Times of April 8, 1885, the omitted portions being personal allusions which have very little bearing upon the discussion, and which are of no interest to a professional reader outside of England. It is not Mr. White's fault, but his misfortune that he is compelled to admit the perfect correctness of the main charge, which I have brought against these 6 ships, viz., that they have been so constructed, and have been so stripped of armor protection, that their armor, even when intact and untouched, is wholly insufficient to prevent them from capsizing in battle. Mr. White expends a good deal of labor in attempting to show that their unarmored parts would have a better chance of keeping the ships upright and afloat than I credit them with, which is a secondary, although an important, question. But he frankly admits that these 6 ships of the Admiral type are, and are admitted to be, so built that their stability in the sense of the power to resist being capsized, if inclined to even moderate angles of inclination, is not guaranteed by their armor belts. I have no doubt it would suit the purposes of all those who are or who have been responsible for those ships, if I were to allow myself to be drawn, in connection with this question, away from the essential points just adverted to into a controversy upon the efforts made by the Admiralty to give to these ships, which have been denied a reasonable amount of armor protection. Such relief from the grave dangers thus incurred as thin sheet compartments, cofferdams, coals, patent fuel, stores, etc., can afford. Cork is what was at first relied upon in this connection, but we hear no more of it now. But I do not intend to be drawn aside from my demand for properly armored ships of the first class by any references to these devices, and for a very simple reason, viz. All such devices, whether their value be great or small, are in no sense special to armored ships. On the contrary, they are common to all ships, and are more especially applied to ships which are unable to carry armor. The application of these devices to ships stripped of armor does not make them armored ships, any more than it makes a simple cruiser or other ordinary unarmored vessel an armored ship. What I desire, and what I confidently rely upon the country demanding before long, is the construction of a few line-of-battle ships made reasonably safe by armor, in lieu of the present ships, which, while called armored ships, in reality depend upon their thin unarmored parts for their ability to keep upright and afloat. Besides, I do not believe in these devices for ships intended for close fighting. I even believe them likely, in not a few cases, to add to their danger rather than to their safety. If, for example, a raking shot or shell should let the sea into the compartments on one side of the ship, while those on the other side remain intact and buoyant, this very buoyancy upon the uninjured side of the ship would help to capsize her. Mr. White says that no vessel can fight without running risks, and thinks that thick, vertical side armor, even over a portion of the ship's length, is not a necessary guarantee of the life of a ship. Well, sir, we are all at liberty to think, or not think, what we please, so far as our sense and judgment will allow us. But Mr. White, like all other depreciators of side armor, fails utterly to show us what else there is which can be relied upon to keep shell out of a ship, or what can be done to prevent shell that burst inside a ship from spreading destruction all around. He refers us to no experiments to show that the thin plate divisions and cofferdams, and like devices, will prove of any avail for the purpose proposed. In the absence of any such experiments, he tells us, as others have told us, that Signor Brin and colleagues in the Italian Admiralty consider a minutely subdivided region, at and below the waterline, sufficient defense against gunfire. But I do not think Signor Brin believes anything of the kind. What he believes is that the Italian government cannot afford to build a fleet of properly armored line-of-battle ships for hard and close fighting, and that, looking at their limited resources, a few excessively fast ships, with armor here and there to protect particular parts, and with ample capabilities of retreat to a safe distance, will best serve their purpose. I do not say that he is wrong, and I certainly admire the skill which he has displayed in carrying out his well-defined object. But that object is totally different from ours, and our naval habits, our traditions, our national spirit, the very blood that flows in our veins, prevent such an object from ever becoming ours. Mr. White, all through his letter, in common with some of his late colleagues at the Admiralty, thinks and speaks as if naval warfare were henceforth to be chiefly a matter of dodging, getting chance shots, and keeping out of the enemy's way. And this may be more or less true of contests between unarmored vessels. But why is not the line-of-battle ship Collingwood to be supposed to steam straight up to the enemy, I should like to know. And if she does, what is to prevent the enemy from pouring a raking fire through her bow, and ripping up at once, even with a single shell, every compartment between the stem and the transverse armored bulkhead? It distresses me beyond measure to see our ships constructed so as to impose upon them the most terrible penalties whenever their commanders dare, as dare they ever have, and dare they ever will, to close with their foe and try conclusions with him. Why, sir? It has been my painful duty over and over again to hear foreign officers entreat me to use all my influence against the adoption in their navy of ships, with so little armored surface as ours. On one occasion, the Collingwood herself was imposed upon them as a model to be imitated, and I was besought to give them a safer and better ship. How could I ever steam up to my enemy with any confidence, said one of the officers concerned, with such a ship as that under my feet? Mr. White coolly tells us that the Collingwood, with 500 tons of water logging her ends to a depth of 7 or 8 feet, will not be much worse off than a ship whose armored deck stands 2.5 or 3 feet above the water's surface. And his reason is that even above this latter deck, the water would flow in when the ship was driving ahead with an injured bow. Well, sir, I will only say that sailors of experience see a very great difference between the two cases, and I can but regard such theorizings as very unfortunate basis for the designs of Her Majesty's ships. I have said that Mr. White's assumptions as to the immunity of the above-water compartments and cofferdams from widespread injury by shell fire rest upon no experimental data. I go on to say that such data as we have to my mind point very much the other way. The Huascar was not an unarmored vessel, and such shell as penetrated her had first to pass through some thin armor and wood backing. Yet after the Cochrane and Blanco Encolota had defeated her, she presented internally abundant evidence of the general destruction which shell fire produces. An officer of the Cochrane, who was the first person sent on board by the captors, in a letter to me written soon afterwards, said, "It requires seeing to believe the destruction done. We had to climb over heaps, table high, of debris and dead and wounded. We fired 45 Palliser shell, and the engineers who were on board say that every shell, or nearly so, must have struck, and that every one that struck burst on board, doing awful destruction." Speaking of the injury which the Cochrane received from a single shell of the Huascar, he said, "It passed through the upper works at commander's cabin, breaking fore and aft bulkhead of cabins, breaking skylight above wardroom, thwartship bulkhead of wood, passed on, cut in two a 5-inch iron pillar, through a storeroom, struck armor plate, glanced off, passing through plating of embrasure closet at corner, finishing at after gun port, and went overboard. This shell passed in at starboard part of stern, and terminated at after battery port on port side, which is finished with the wide angle iron, carrying out a part of the angle iron in its flight. This was a shell of moderate size from a moderate gun, but it is obvious that it would have made short work of penetrating those very thin sheets of steel, which constitute the compartments, cofferdams, etc., upon the resistance of which, to my extreme surprise, those responsible for the power and safety of our fleets seem so ready to place their main dependence. For resistance to rams and torpedoes, and for the limitation of the injuries to be affected by them, as much cellular subdivision as possible should be supplied. But as against shot and shell, subdivision by their sheet steel is no guarantee whatever of safety in any ship, least of all in line-of-battle ships, which must be prepared for fighting at close quarters. I must now ask for space to remark upon a few minor points in Mr. White's letter. He seems to consider that the scant armor of the Admiral class is somehow associated with the placing of the large, partly protected guns of these ships in separate positions, in order to reduce the risks of complete disablement of the principal armament by 1 or 2 lucky shots, which may happen when the heavy guns are concentrated on a single citadel or battery. Suffice it to reply that in the proposed new designs of the Admiralty ships now before Parliament, which have almost equally scant partial belts of armor, the guns are nevertheless concentrated in a single battery. Again, Mr. White says the Admiralty have declined to adopt my advice to protect the Admiral class in certain unarmored parts with 3-inch plating, and declares that such plating would practically be no better defense against rapid-fire guns than existing thin sides. But has he forgotten the fact that my suggestion has been adopted in the new designs for the protection of the battery of 6-inch guns, although it is perversely withheld from those parts of the ship in which it might assist in some degree in prolonging the ship's ability to float and to resist capsizing forces? Mr. White makes one very singular statement. He takes exception to my claiming for the inflexible type of ship, on account of their armored citadel, a much better chance of retaining stability in battle than the admiral type possesses, because, he says, in both classes, the armored portions require the assistance of the unarmored to secure such a range and amount of stability as shall effectually guarantee their security when damaged in action. The fair inference to be drawn from this would be that where the principle long ago laid down by me, and supported by Mr. Barnaby in the words previously quoted, is once departed from, the danger must in all cases be so great as to exclude all distinctions of more or less risk. Mr. White can hardly mean this, but if he does not, then on what grounds are we told that a ship which has no armor at all left above water at an inclination, say, of 6 or 8 degrees, is no worse off than a ship which at those angles, and at still greater ones, has a watertight citadel over 100 feet long to help hold her up? I am not at all disposed to enter into a discussion as to the relative stabilities of the English and French ships under various conditions. The French ships have armored belts 2.5 to 3 feet above water from end to end. That fact, other things being presumed equal, gives them an immense advantage over our ships, which in battle trim have belts scarcely more than a foot wide above water, and for less than half their length. It is quite possible that the French constructors may have given their ships less initial stability than ours. From such information as I possess, I believe they have. But in so far as the ship below the armor deck, and the action of shot and shell upon that part of her, are concerned, whatever stability they start with in battle, they will retain until their armor is pierced. Whereas our ships may have a large proportion of theirs taken from them without their armor being pierced, and their armored decks are then less than half the height of those of the French ships above water. I will add that I doubt if the French ships are dealt fairly by at Whitehall. I lately heard a good deal of the extreme taper of their armor belts at the bow, and the Admiral Duperrey was always quoted in instance of this. It is true that this ship's armor does taper from 55 centimeters amidships to 25 centimeters at the stem, but she stands almost alone among recent important ships in this respect, as the following figures will show. Thickness name of ship. Of armor amidship. At bows, centimeters. Amiral Bauden, formidable Hotch in magenta, Marceau, Cayman fulminant, furious, indomptable, requin terrible, A friend writes me, comparing the Admiral Duperrey with the Admiral Bauden, Devastation, Formidable, and Foudriant, which are ships of about her size, the following peculiarities are observable. The Duperrey is about 3 feet narrower than the other ships mentioned, and has fully 15 inches less metacentric height. She is also slightly deeper in proportion to her breadth than the other ships. As narrowness, small metacentric height, and excessive depth all tend to reduce stability, it would appear that the Admiralty Office has, as I supposed, been careful to select a vessel not unfavorable to their purpose. But however this may be, it is no business of mine to defend the French ships in the details of their stability, nor even to defend them at all. And, as a matter of fact, the French Admiralty, although stopping far short of ours, has in my opinion gone much too far in the direction of reducing the armored stability at considerable angles of inclination. But their falling into one error is no justification for our falling into a much greater one, and deliberately repeating it in every ship we lay down. In this connection, I will only add that the experiments performed at our Admiralty on models must be viewed with great distrust for a reason not yet named. They deal only, so far as I am acquainted with them, with models set oscillating or rolling by waves or otherwise. But the danger thus dealt with is a secondary one. The primary one is that due to list or prolonged inclination to one side. What sort of protection against the danger of capsizing from this cause can be possessed by a ship, the entire armor on each side of which becomes immersed even in smooth water when the ship is inclined a couple of degrees only, and which then has no side left to immerse, save such as single shells can blow into holes 10 by 4 feet. It is to be observed that although Mr. White does not venture to join the only other apologist for these deficiently armored ships in stating that India-rubber umbrella shot stoppers are to be employed for their preservation in battle, he does go so far as to tell us that the spaces into which water would enter when the unarmored parts have been penetrated have been subdivided. to facilitate the work of stopping temporarily shot holes in the sides. And I know independently that a good deal of reliance is placed at the Admiralty upon the presumed ability to stop such holes as they are made. But the whole thing is a delusion. The officer of the Cochrane, before quoted, said, "I wish to state that shot plugs are out of the question after or at such a fight. They are entirely useless." Not a hole was either round, square, or oval, but different shapes, ragged, jagged, and torn, the inside parts and half-inch plating being torn in ribbons. Some of the holes inside are as large as 4 by 3 feet and of all shapes. There are many shot plugs on board here, all sizes, conical shapes, and long, but they are of no use whatever. Mr. White's letter invites many other comments, but I have said enough to show that it in no way changes my view of the question of armor-plated line-of-battle ships. Insofar as it advocates a further abandonment of armor and a further resort to doubtful devices in lieu thereof, it is already answered by anticipation by the Admiralty itself. Until I wrote my recent letters to you, our Admiralty thought as Mr. White still thinks, and tended as he still tends. In the case of all our recent cruisers but 2, they had abolished side armor altogether. To my public appeal for armor-belted cruisers, they have, however, responded and are about to order 6 of such ships. So far, so good. We ought to be grateful for this concession to a most reasonable demand. I wish these cruisers were to be faster, much faster, but in Admiralty matters the country must be thankful for small mercies. It only remains for me to note with satisfaction 1 or 2 of the points upon which Mr. White is in agreement with myself. He admits that it would certainly be advantageous to carry out those experiments which I regard the Admiralty as afraid to make, viz. experiments to test the effect of gunfire upon the subdivided but unarmored parts of ships. It may be taken for what it is worth, but I declare that the abandonment of armor has not at all been forced upon us by unavoidable circumstances, nor is it from any intrinsic necessity that we go on refusing to provide our ships with torpedo defense. On not immoderate dimensions, at not immoderate cost, ships might be built, still practically invulnerable to gun, ram, and torpedo alike, ships which could dispose of the Admiral class of ships more quickly and certainly than she could dispose of the feeblest antagonist that she is likely to encounter. But in order to produce such ships, we must revive the now abandoned principle that armor, and armor alone, can save from destruction those ships whose business it is to drive our future enemies from the European seas and lock them up in their own ports. The Committee on Designs of 1872, previously alluded to, contained 16 members, of whom 6 were naval officers. 2 of those members, Admiral George Elliot, R.N., and Rear Admiral A.P. Ryder, R.N., dissented so far from their colleagues that they could not sign the report, and accordingly they submitted a very able minority report embodying their views. The first of the general principles, laid down in their report, is as follows: that it is of the last importance that the modifications in existing types of men of war, which the committee have been invited to suggest, should be calculated not merely to effectually meet the necessities of naval warfare now and in the immediate future, but in full view of the probable necessities of naval warfare in the more remote future. It must be a source of satisfaction to these gallant officers to observe in some designs of the present day a confirmation of their forecast in many particulars. The following extracts from a letter bearing upon the present controversy, by Admiral Elliot, appeared in the Times, London, of April 24, 1885, and contain the pith of his oft-quoted arguments. My first impression on reading these letters in the Times is one of disappointment that the point at issue between these 2 experts has not been more closely confined to the comparative merits of side armor versus cellular deck armor, but that their attention has been directed to this feature of design only as connected with a particular type of ship, namely, the Collingwood, which vessel is a hybrid, or cross between the 2 systems of protection to buoyancy, and therefore not truly representative of either. Mr. White's defense of the unarmored ends of the Collingwood is so far unsatisfactory that it treats of a very imperfect development of the cellular deck mode of protection, and therefore he is not an exponent of the real merits of this system. I am quite aware that the main point at issue between these 2 distinguished naval architects has been more closely confined to the question of stability than to that of flotation as displayed in the design of the Collingwood. And in this scientific view of the case, I do not feel competent to offer any opinion, except to point out that the cellular deck principle per se does not involve any such danger as regards stability as is produced by the top weight of a central citadel. Mr. White acknowledges that this top weight will capsize his ship if deprived of the buoyancy afforded by the unarmored ends, and on this danger point, Sir Edward Reed fixes his sharpest weapon of attack. The great issue at stake is how the weights available for the protection of buoyancy and for gun defense are to be distributed to the best advantage for defensive purposes. And in order to discuss Sir Edward Reed's opinions in a concise form, I will deal with the question solely as concerning the use of side armor of less than 12 inches, beyond which limit of thickness I will, for the sake of argument, admit its practical advantages. And looking to the demand for increased speed and coal-carrying capacity, it does not appear probable that if combined with adequate gun protection, and if of sufficient depth, an all-round belt of thicker than 10 inches can be carried by any vessels of war except those of much greater displacement than the Collingwood class. I feel justified, however, in discussing the question on this basis, because Sir Edward Reed includes in his category of approved armored ships our recent belted cruisers, having a narrow belt of 10 inches maximum thickness, and takes credit for having induced the Admiralty to abandon their original intention of cellular deck waterline protection in this class of warship in favor of this thin armor belt. The relative value of these two systems of waterline protection, namely, an all-round belt versus a raft body, must not only be ruled by the displacement decided upon for each class of vessel, and by the power of the gun which has to be encountered, but by such tactical expedients as can be resorted to in battle, as being those best suited to the known offensive and defensive properties of the combatants. Looking at this disputed question entirely from the point of view of an artillerist and a practical seaman, I can perceive very great tactical advantages to be obtained by the adoption of the mode of protection proposed as a substitute for obsolete armor. And I view with much regret the one-sidedness of the conclusions arrived at by the opponents of this system, and the disparaging terms in which it is sought to turn it into ridicule, such as doubtful devices and useless contrivances, etc., because they indicate prejudice and a want of mature consideration of the incidents of naval battles. I cannot, also, help observing that while, on the one side, prophesying the most fatal consequences to ensue from what is called stripping ships of armor, on the other side, no admission is made of the disastrous results which must follow from placing reliance on such a delusive defensive agency as an armor plate known to be penetrable by guns certain to be encountered. And in order to support this theory, we are called upon to believe that gunners will be so excited in action or so unskillful that in no case will they hit the large object aimed at, namely, the waterline of an adversary passing even at close quarters on their beam. But I shall refer to this feature of assumed impunity hereafter. Sir Edward Reed's comparative remarks on the effect of shot holes, as between the two systems of defense, are of the same one-sided character, notwithstanding the evidence of the fractured condition of armor plates subjected to experimental firing. And it is almost apparent that in decrying the one mode of protection, he has lost sight of the fact that a 10-inch armor plate is all that will stand between the life and death of a ship. That is to say, between one well-directed shell and the magazines and boilers, which plate can be easily penetrated and smashed up by the guns which similar vessels will assuredly carry if so invited. Also, in referring to the baneful effects of raking fire and shell explosion inboard, the assumed inferiority is misplaced because one prominent advantage of the cellular deck system is that by economizing weight at the waterline, it enables the bow and stern to be armor-plated, a matter of the highest tactical importance as a defense against raking fire, which is unobtainable in a belted ship of the same displacement, at least without entailing a considerable reduction of the thickness of armor on the belt. This feature of end-on defense is not only an essential element of safety, but must prove most effective as enabling a combatant to close his adversary at an advantage and enforce the bow-to-bow ram encounter, or compel him to resort to a stern fight, or otherwise to pass him at such close quarters as will ensure direct hits and depressed fire at the waterline belt. And by these tactics, the opportunities for riddling the raft body will be few and far between. I may also express the opinion that for repairing damages in a raft-bodied ship at the waterline, far more efficacious means can be resorted to than the ordinary shot plugs, and that the use of cork bags for closing shot holes in the cofferdam sides, if they are open at the top, is far from being an unreasonable or stupid contrivance, as it is called, considering that, as a general rule, the perforations through thin plating would not be ragged or extensive. Sir Edward Reed's wise suggestion to make the outer skin of the cofferdam of 2-inch steel plates would render machine gun fire of little avail. The injurious effects of shell fire would, I reckon, be far more fatal if the projectile exploded in passing through the 10-inch belt than if it burst at some distance inboard after penetrating thin plating. I think it will be admitted without dispute that this feature of design must be governed to a great extent by tactical considerations. The object sought for being to secure out of a given weight of steel the greatest amount of fighting vitality consistent with the power of maneuvering available between skillful antagonists. This view of the case is especially applicable to single actions at sea, when a clever tactician will select his mode of fighting according to the offensive and defensive properties known to be possessed by his opponent. And in this respect, an armor-plated bow and stern will afford enormous advantages, both for attack and defense, if the plating is extended as high as the upper deck. In fleet actions, the ram and torpedo will require more attention than the gun attack, and that feature of battle introduces another disputed point, namely, the limit of size of ship. But that question is outside the scope of the present discussion, and I shall conclude my arguments by a strong expression of opinion that, as gunpowder has so completely mastered the pretensions of outside armor protection, the direction in which prudence leans towards defensive properties in future designs for ships of war is that of deflection rather than of direct resistance, and that, in this respect, science has not reached its utmost limit of invention. The prevailing disposition to regulate the power of the gun by the size of the vessel is, I consider, a great mistake, seeing that the additional weight of a powerful gun is not inadmissible, even in such vessels as our belted cruisers, and looking to the strong inducement held out by the continued use of armor plating, even of such moderate thickness as 10 inches. In the splendid steamers purchased from the mercantile marine, which are being armed with light guns only, one 25-ton gun would greatly add to their fighting power. But the cause of this omission may probably be found in the answer to the question, where are the guns? The following reply appeared in the Times, London of May 1, 1885. Sir, the letter of Admiral Sir George Eliot deals ably and candidly with a subject of such fundamental importance to our Navy that I venture to offer a few observations upon it. I am glad to see that the gallant Admiral separates his case and the cellular or raft deck system from any connection with the Collingwood or Admiral type of ship. But I regret that he has treated my criticisms of that kind of ship just as if I had applied them in the abstract to the system which he advocates. This is not fair either to the gallant officer himself or to me, as will presently appear. If Sir George Eliot will remove the cellular or raft deck question completely away from the very unsatisfactory and unpleasant region of Admiralty practice, and let it be treated upon its merits, while I shall still have to respectfully submit to him some cautionary considerations, I shall also be prepared to make to him some very considerable concessions. One thing I should find it desirable to press upon him is the absolute necessity of giving closer attention to the provision of stability. He treats the subject mainly as a question of buoyancy, and wisely so from his point of view, but stability, or the power of resisting capsizing, comes first, and on this he declines to offer an opinion. Again, when the gallant officer speaks of a raft deck, I would point out that this may be a very different thing from a cellular deck. The characteristic of a raft is that it is usually formed of solid, buoyant materials. You may make it of cellular steel if you please, but in that case, wherever injury lets in water, the steel so far ceases to be a raft, which helps to float its load, and becomes a weight to help sink it. Now, cells formed of thin steel do not, upon the face of the matter, appear to be safe materials for a raft, which is to be subject to the multitudinous fire of small guns and the explosions of shells of all sizes. It needs a very skillful artificer to build a safe floating raft of thin steel for such a purpose, especially when regard is had to the dangers of raking fire, against which bow and stern armor would not sufficiently provide. Having expressed these cautions, I will go on to say that in my opinion the main idea of your gallant correspondent, which he has so long and so steadily developed, is nevertheless a sound one, and one which has a great future. I do not, of course, for a moment admit with him that the gun has yet mastered the armor. I believe the dreadnought, though of old design, would still fight a good action against all ships now ready for sea, and have to fear only a very exceptional, and therefore either a very skillful or very fortunate, shot. The recent Admiralty ships, where they are armored, are practically proof against almost every gun afloat. Further, I have satisfied myself that if the existing restrictions imposed upon us by the absence of floating docks adapted to receive ships of great breadth were removed, these restrictions crippling us to a most unfortunate degree, and if certain professional conventionalities as to the forms of ships were set aside, it would be perfectly practicable to build warships no larger and no more costly than the inflexible, with enough side armor more than a yard 3 feet thick to preserve their stability, and at the same time made ram-proof and torpedo-proof. Meanwhile, of all the vulnerable objects afloat, the recent guns themselves, by reason of their absurdly long and slender barrels, left fully exposed to all fire, are among the most vulnerable. Still, the raft deck system has a wide field before it, and I am quite prepared to admit that I believe in its practicability and in its sufficient security for certain classes of vessels if properly carried out. This it has not yet been in any single instance. Even in the case of the great Italian ships, as in our own, there are elements of weakness which would be fatal to the system in action, but which are not unavoidable. Allow me to assure Sir George Eliot that I have largely and closely studied this subject, and that my main objections to it are not objections of principle. If the raft deck system is to be adopted, it must in my opinion be carried out in a much fuller and more satisfactory manner than hitherto, and with the aid of arrangements which I have for a long time past seen the necessity of and been engaged upon. To my mind, the Admiralty, while protecting certain parts and contents of their largest ships from injury from shell fire, have made the fatal error of failing to protect the ship itself, which contains them all, from being too readily deprived of stability and made to capsize. The advocates of the alternative system must not repeat this error, or, if they do, they must not expect me to become their ally. On the other hand, if they will join me in despising what are merely specious elements of safety, and in demanding those which are real, if they will insist that our principal and most costly ships at least shall be so constructed as to keep afloat and upright for a reasonable length of time in battle, in spite of any form of attack, so as to give their gallant crews a fair chance of achieving their objects, they will not find me averse to any improvement whatever. When a suitable opportunity offers, I shall be happy to show to Admiral Sir George Eliot that he has not been alone in seeking to develop the cellular or raft deck system, and that it has, in fact, capabilities which possibly he himself may not yet have fully realized. The same number of the Times contains a reply to Mr. Reed's letter of April 8, 1885, by Mr. White, mainly devoted to a refutation of certain charges of no interest to us, but containing the following paragraphs. I must refer to the passage in which Sir Edward Reed quotes a description of the damage done to the Huascar in her action with the 2 Chilean ironclads. This description seems to me one of the best possible illustrations of a remark in my previous letter, that the mitraille which is driven back into a ship when armor is penetrated is probably as destructive as any kind of projectile can be. Had the Huascar not had weak armor, but light sides only, the local injuries might have been less. The other case cited of a shell which entered the unarmored stern of the Cochrane shows how little damage may be done when a projectile passes through thin plating. At the bombardment of Alexandria, there were many such examples on board our ships, although it must be frankly admitted that the engagement is no sufficient indication of what shell fire may do. A good deal of use has been made of the single case, where a shell in bursting blew a hole 10 by 4 feet in the thin side plating of the Superb. The case was quite exceptional, whether it be compared with the other hits on the same ship or with the injuries done to the unarmored sides of other ships. Moreover, in that case, exceptional injury is traceable to special structural arrangements at the embrasure near the battery port, where the shell struck. These cases do not prove that the light unarmored structures in the Admiral class are likely to be destroyed in such a rapid and wholesale manner as has been asserted. Nor, on the other hand, do they indicate conclusively what damage shell fire may do in future actions. On these points, as I have before remarked, experiment might be made with advantage. But on the other hand, there is good evidence that armor so thin as to be readily penetrable to many guns may be a serious danger, and that armor over the vital parts of ships should be strong if it is to be a real defense. In matters of ship design, the constructors of the Navy are only the servants of the board, and while they must take sole responsibility for professional work, the governing features in the designs are determined by higher authorities, among whom are officers of large experience, both as seamen and gunners. And it is certainly not the practice of the constructive department to intrude themselves or their advice into matters for which neither their training nor their experience fits them to give an opinion. I make no attempt to be either a sailor or a gunner, but am content to seek information from the best authorities in both branches. As the result of this study of tactics and gunnery, I have been led to the belief that the sea fights of the future are not likely to be settled altogether or chiefly by the effects of gunfire. This is not quite the same thing as Sir Edward Reed attributes to me when he says that Mr. White thinks and speaks as if naval warfare henceforth were to be merely a matter of dodging, getting chance shots, and keeping out of an enemy's way. Nor do I think that the designers of the Italian warships will endorse the description of their views and intentions, with which Sir Edward Reed has favored us in his letter and elsewhere. I have the honor of knowing His Excellency Signor Brin, now Minister of Marine, and other members of the constructive corps of the Italian Navy, and from their statements, including the powerful publications of Signor Brin, La Nostra Marina Militare, I have no hesitation in saying that in spending larger sums on single ships than have ever before been spent, the Italian authorities think, and are not alone in thinking, that they are producing the most powerful fighting ships afloat. Appendix Roman 3. Range of guns. From report of U.S. Fortification Board. Guns afloat ranging possibly 9 to 10 miles. Plus nation. Ship, maximum draft, guns, caliber, armor, plus inches, feet in number inches. England inflexible 24-25, 16, France Friedland 7-29-10, 6, Redoubtable 14-24-10-10, 6, Duguesclin a Bayard 9-24-10, 5, Turenne a Vauban a Fulminant 13-21-10, 6, Tonera, Italy Duilio 21, 7-28-17, Dandolo 21, 7-28-17, Germany Saxon, Bayern. 17, 25-19-10, 2, Württemberg, a Baden, a Wesp, a Viper, a Bain, a Muck, 8-10-12, a Scorpion, a Basilisk, a Chameleon, a Crocodile, a Brazil Riachuelo, 11-20, plus. Besides a large number on unarmored vessels, and on armored vessels not yet completed. Guns afloat ranging possibly 10 miles or upward. Plus nation. Ship, maximum draft, guns, caliber, armor, plus inches, feet, in number inches. England Conqueror, 1224-212. Colossus 1826-412. Edinburgh 1826-412. France Amiral Duperrey 21.626-413. 4 Devastation 1524-11. 210. 6 and Foudriant 413-4. Terrible 1924-216. 5. Tonnant 17-3/4, 16-213. 4. Avenger 13-3/4. 16-213. 4. Italy Italia 18.934-17. Germany Salamander. A Natter 810-112. Hummel a China Ting Yuan 1424-12. Chen Yuan plus. Guns ranging possibly 10 miles or upward shortly to be afloat. Plus nation. Ship, maximum draft, guns, caliber, armor, plus, inches, feet, in, number, inches. England Collingwood 1826, 12, Rodney 1825 13 5, Benbow 1827, 17, Camperdown 1827 13, 5, Howe 1827 13 5, Anson 1827 13 5, Hero 1224 12, Renown 1827, 16, 25, Sansparrow 1827, 16, 25, France Amiral Baudin 2126. 16.5, Formidable 2126, 16.5, Furia 1921-13-4, Indomptable, Cayman 1924 16.5, Iroquois Marceau, Hotch 17¾ 27, 213 4, Magenta 210 6, Neptune 17¾ 27 13, 5, Italy Lepanto 18, 929, 17, Ruggiero di Loria. 17, 725 11, 17, Andrea Doria 17, 729 17, F. Morosini 17, 725 11, 17, Russia Catherine Roman 2, 24 27 12, T. Chesme 24 25 12, Sinope 24 25 12, Denmark Tordenskjold 8 15 13, 8 plus. The end. Footnotes. This is not strictly true of quite all the ships named, but it probably will be true ere long, as none of them has more than a light auxiliary rig, and that will probably be abandoned. See note, page 27. The British Navy. From engineering. Some persons regarded the existence of these 4 small portholes as converting the tower into a nest for projectiles, although a single enemy could not possibly have attacked more than 2 of these ports at once, situated as they were. What would such persons think of the batteries of the Nelson, Northampton, and Shannon, each open for more than 100 feet in length, on each side of the ship, in so far as armor is concerned? The Italia and Lepanto, for example. See notes, page 58. The British Navy, Volume I, p. 438. Ibid, p. 427. The writer trusts he may be excused from again quoting these very important sentences from the work of the former Secretary to the Admiralty, notwithstanding that he recently had occasion to quote them elsewhere. The reasons for placing this ship in the list of armored ships, against the writer's own judgment, have been stated previously. See notes for new ships. Harbor defense vessel. 3 turret vessels, nearly resembling the Gorgon, which belong to the Indian and colonial governments, are not included in this list, nor are several unimportant small vessels, viz., Scorpion, Wyvern, Viper, Waterwitch, and Vixen. The very few remaining thinly armored wood-built ships are also excluded. Ships for local defense of ports. Cruisers for distant service. The thicknesses of decks given are those of the horizontal, or nearly horizontal, parts of the deck. Where the decks slope down at the sides, the thickness is sometimes increased a little, as will have been seen in the section of the Mersey. See notes for new ships. See notes, page 60. The editor of these notes wishes to acknowledge his very great indebtedness to the Office of United States Naval Intelligence for the data relating to foreign navies, notably to Lieutenant R.P. Rogers, Chief Intelligence Officer, and to Lieutenants W.H. Beehler, J.C. Caldwell, and W.I. Chambers, Assistants. The notes upon the United States Navy are to a great degree reprints of his own contributions to the editorial and news columns of the New York Herald. Recent Naval Progress, June 1887. Lieutenant Caldwell, USN, in Recent Naval Progress, 1887. Lieutenant Chambers, USN. Our warships, Cusack Smith. It is called a belt in Lloyd's Universal Register, but the term is very likely to mislead. E.J.R. It will be instructive to repeat here, before leaving this question of partially armored ships, a comparison resembling that which I employed in a paper read at the Royal United Service Institution, in which are set down in one column the displacements of certain British and French ships, 11 of each, built and building, possessing maximum armor on the waterline of at least 15 inches. As all the French ships given have complete or all but complete armor belts, it is proper to reckon their whole displacement tonnages as armored tonnage. but in the case of all the British ships which carry such thick armor, they are deprived of armor altogether except amidships, and it is therefore misleading, and even absurd, to reckon their whole displacement tonnages as armored tonnage. For this reason, I am obliged to give two tonnages for them, viz., the armored and the unarmored, as I do below. Plus French ships, British ships, plus armored, unarmored armored, total, plus tons. Amiral Baudin 11,141. Inflexible 5, 210 6, 670 11,880. Amiral Duperrey 10,486. Ajax 4, 164, 358, 510. Devastation 9, 639. Agamemnon 4, 164, 358, 510. Formidable 11,441. Colossus 4, 584, 579, 150. Curbit 9, 639. Edinburgh 4, 584, 579, 150. Hotch 9, 864. Collingwood 4, 584, 579, 150. Magenta 9, 864. Rodney 4, 804, 909, 700. Marceau 9, 864. Home 4, 800. 4, 909, 700. Neptune 9, 864. Camperdown 4, 905, 110,000. Cayman 7, 239. Benbow 4, 905, 110,000. Indomptable 7, 184. Anson 4, 905, 110,000 plus total 106, 225. Total 51,570. 54,180, 105, 750 plus. I have not thought it necessary to alter these figures in repeating this comparison, as they are sufficiently near the truth for the only purpose for which I employ them, which is that of exhibiting the fact that whereas the above 11 British ironclads, so-called, figure in the official tables of the British government as constituting an armored tonnage of 105,750 tons, nearly equal to that of the 11 French ships, they really represent but little more than half that amount of armored tonnage, e.j.r. For the reason before stated, the Brennus and Charles Martel are omitted from this table. These powers and speeds are taken from Lloyd's Universal Register. Some returns say 4 of 28 tons and 4 of 24 tons, all being of 27 centimeters caliber. I have adopted these in Table A. See notes, page 263. Lieutenant Chambers, U.S. Navy. Lieutenant Caldwell, U.S. Navy. Lieutenant Schroeder, U.S. Navy. I adopt this figure from Lord Brassey, who adopts it from Mr. King, but I am inclined to regard it as too small by about 5 feet, for I observe that in giving the length as 107 feet, they give the breadth as 58 feet, whereas they give the breadth of the ship as 64 3/4 feet. I also observe that they both speak of an armored citadel or compartment 107 feet in length, and the word compartment seems to point to inside dimensions, and although it seems odd to use these in such a case, it is probable that that has been done. But as there is considerable curvature in the transverse bulkheads, and as the greatest inside length has presumably been given, it may still be practically correct to regard the mean length of the battery as 107 feet. I regret that I have not the means at hand of making certain of the precise length, e.j.r. See notes, page 136. Lloyd's Universal Register falls into a still more notable error in respect to the speed of these vessels, for it assigns to the best of them a speed of only 7 1/2 knots, and to some only 5 knots, whereas they are very much faster, as will presently be shown in the text. But the mistake, grave as it is, seems to me to have resulted only from a printer's error, for the removal of a vertical lead, 1 column to the left would add 10 knots to the speeds of all these vessels and make them correct. E.J.R. See notes, page 139. According to the Universal Register, but only 2 of 9 tons, besides smaller ones according to Admiralty return to Parliament. E.J.R. The Grosser Kurfürst was run into off Folkestone by the König Wilhelm and foundered. E.J.R. See notes, page 145. Lloyd's Universal Register appears to me to be in error concerning the speed of this and the next vessel. The Carnet gives their speed as 14 knots, and the Admiralty Return puts it at 15 knots, which I believe to be the expected speed. J.R. See notes, page 145. See notes, page 144. See notes, page 144. Curiously enough, neither Lord Brassey, nor Mr. King, United States Navy, nor Captain von Kronenfels seems to have been aware of the origin of this little ship's design, for it is mentioned by none of them, although all of them have been most ready to do me, in common with others, full justice in such matters. Mr. King, for example, speaking of a ship previously mentioned, says, "The most powerful ship belonging to the Turkish Navy is the Mesudie, designed by Sir E. J. Reed, C.B., M.P., built by the Thames Shipbuilding Company, delivered to the Sultan in 1876, and now the flagship of the fleet." He would doubtless have as readily acknowledged the authorship of the Fethibulans design had he been aware of it. As I was the chief constructor of the British Navy when I designed for the Sultan of Turkey this ship and the Fatik, now the German König Wilhelm. I think it right to state that I did so not only with the sanction, but by the orders of the Admiralty, and in pursuance of what was then the declared policy of England, viz., that of giving Turkey the benefit of our good offices in efforts to produce a powerful fleet. Beyond a complimentary present of a jeweled snuff-box or two, I received no remuneration for my services to Turkey and sought none and desired none. J.R. See notes, page 141. See notes, page 142. The present position of European politics. $43,425,000. Dilk. Lute Caldwell USN, in recent naval progress. See notes for later ships. See notes, page 227. See notes, page 185. See notes, p. 257. Complete. Building at South Boston and West Point. It is probable that the battery of the battleship will be 2 6-inch, 2 10-inch, and 2 12-inch guns. Probably. From Army and Navy Gazette, February 27, 1886. Lieutenant Caldwell, United States Navy. Naval Intelligence, General Information Series No. 5. Recent Naval Progress. From the General Information Series No. V. U.S. Naval Intelligence Office. Transcribers note. Footnotes and have multiple anchors on page 47. Footnote has multiple anchors on page 76. Footnotes and have multiple anchors on page 228. The illustrations on pages 90, 254, and 257 were vertical and have been rotated to the horizontal. Some illustrations have been moved several pages to be closer to the related text. The table on page 184 of the original book was very wide and has been split into 3 parts. The tables on pages 76, 84, 109, 146, and 221 have been split into 2 parts. Obvious typographical errors and punctuation errors have been corrected after careful comparison with other occurrences within the text and consultation of external sources. Some hyphens in words have been silently removed, some added, when a predominant preference was found in the original book. Except for those changes noted below, all misspellings in the text and inconsistent or archaic usage have been retained. PG 49, projecting sponsoons replaced by projecting sponsons. PG 57, 1-inch Nordenfelt replaced by 1-inch Nordenfelt. PG 76, Furex in table replaced by Furia. PG 89, nearly 600 tons replaced by nearly 6,000 tons. PG 98, slow burning power replaced by slow burning powder. PG 118, Dmitry Donsk, in table replaced by Dmitry Donsk. PG 118, Admiral Kornilov replaced by Admiral Kornilov. PG 140, Rinda replaced by Rinda. PG 180, floating ing batteries replaced by floating batteries. PG 243, Whitehead torpedoes replaced by Whitehead torpedoes.